if you get my gist.
I do. I'm going to talk more about the history of slavery and indentured servitude later in this document, and maybe we can have more fuller conversation about that.
And I wasn't looking to tailor it specifically that, but just as far as there are some people that the constitutions are a living, breathing document, or those that feel that it should be literally interpreted. Okay, thank you.
And one thing to keep in the back, when we look at a document, our Constitution, one of the things that to look at in constitutional construction is what was happening at the time that the language was put into the Constitution. But we'll get to that. I have more information on this in the summary document.
Thank you.
So this language in Article 1 has only changed 3 times since 1777. Here, there's a link to a history of amendments to our Vermont Constitution, if you want to take a look at it real quick. Hold on. Here it is. So here we have the original language. Here's what it used to look like, if you want to compare. It started out in 1777 by saying that all men are born equally free and independent. Now we use persons. We'll get to that in a minute. And then provided our rights, acquiring, possessing, and protecting property, enjoying, defending life and liberty, pursuing and obtaining happiness and safety. That language hasn't changed. But the language regarding slavery and indentured servitude has changed. The original language used to say, therefore, no male person born in this country or brought over from sea ought to be holden by law to serve any person as a servant, slave, or apprentice after he arrives to the age of 21 years, nor female in like manner after she arrives to the age of 18 years, unless they're bound by their own consent after they arrive to such age, or bound by law for the payments of debts, damages, fines, or costs, or the like. So you see how it started out. There was a difference in age between men and women. In our second Constitution, the 1786, there was no change to this language. In the 1793 Constitution, there was just a slight change in the punctuation with the therefore, making it all one sentence. And then after the 1924 amendment to our Constitution, which came after women were granted the right to vote, the language changed to just say, therefore, no person born in this country ought to be brought over from sea, held by law to serve a person as a servant, slave, or apprentice after he arrives to the age of 21 years. So it eliminated the distinction in ages between men and women to say people generally can't be held as servants, slaves, or apprentice after they arrive at the age of 21. And then finally in 1994, the Supreme Court justices revised it to make that language gender neutral. So now we just have the all people language, maintaining that 21-year age qualification. Rob?
If they went, did I read that right? If they addressed some of that in 94?
So 1994 was the requirement that the Vermont Supreme Court justices revise the entirety of the Vermont Constitution to make it in gender neutral language or gender inclusive. So they went to the Constitution, and wherever it said he, they would make it a gender neutral.
Purpose, yes. As opposed to, okay. Sorry.
And it was not for, specifically the language in our Constitution says it's not for any substantive change. It was only to make those gender neutral changes. So that 94 amendment was not substantive.
Okay.
So that's a summary of how that language has changed. Then we get to the 13th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, because this law always reigns supreme. Our 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution was ratified in 1865. The 13th Amendment provides that neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to this jurisdiction. I want to highlight that term, involuntary servitude, versus what our Article 1 uses now, which talks about being a servant, slave, or apprentice. And the language, proposed language of your proposal, oh, I'm losing my tabs. Jim, sorry. I'm joking. Sorry, one sec. The language of your proposed amendment is to say indentured servitude in any form is prohibited. I think there's an important difference between those two terms, involuntary servitude and indentured servitude. The court, U.S. Supreme Court in 1988 discussed that not all labor that's compelled by physical coercion or force of law violate the 13th Amendment. The U.S. Supreme Court has stated by its terms, the 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution excludes involuntary servitude imposed as a legal punishment for a crime. For example, if you're required to serve, for example, in jail, you're really not, anytime not going there voluntarily, you're involuntarily serving. The court has also stated that the prohibition against involuntary servitude in the 13th Amendment doesn't prevent a state or the federal government from compelling their citizens by threat of criminal sanction to perform certain civic duties, like upholding jury service, military service, or road work. So I think there's an important distinction between involuntary servitude generally and the language that is being proposed in Proposal 2, which is indentured servitude. And we'll get back to indentured servitude in a moment and talk about the historical use of indentured servitude at the time, or how indentured servitude was actually used in practice in the late 1700s and 1800s. This summary also goes over the history, very briefly, the history of slavery in Vermont. There's an 1802 Vermont Supreme Court case that you have access to here that's been cited as a contemporary statement that Article 1 prohibited all forms of slavery. In that case, the Vermont Supreme Court stated our state constitutions express no inhabitant of the state can hold a slave. However, on the flip side, in testimony, this case has also been criticized since it was in regard specifically to a Supreme Court justice's responsibility regarding a woman he once enslaved. Also, just historical research, if you poke around, you can find that while the Vermont Constitution specifically prohibited slavery, people of color were enslaved in the state during the time, even though we had that language in our Vermont Constitution. Although I also have found in 1820, a Vermont governor's address also lamented Vermont not doing more to advocate against allowing another state into the Union without a provision in its constitution restricting the power of enslaving a part of the human family. So there was the message in our Constitution and overall our public officials' statements on slavery at the time, but in practice it does seem that slavery did continue for people in this state while we had that language. Now let's get to indentured servitude. Getting back to that language in the Vermont Constitution that has that age qualification, that people can't be held as a servant, slave, or apprentice after they reach the age of 21 years. While we had that, the Vermont Supreme Court in 1837 appeared to acknowledge, at least in my reading, that a Vermont Constitution provided an age-based restriction on indentured servitude when it was adjudicating an estate case. The language in that case said that girls being more than 18 years of age could not by our law be treated as infants or minors. At common law, males and females were upon equal footing in this respect. But that section of the Bill of Rights in the Constitution of this state, which declares involuntary servitude illegal and not allowable after males arrive at the age of 21 and females at the age of 18, has always been considered fixing the age of majority of females at 18. And this was a contemporaneous construction with the adoption of the Constitution. So in that reading, it seems to acknowledge that there was indentured servitude for minors who didn't reach the age of majority, which at the time in 1837, for females was 18 and males at 21. And this is consistent with some of the research that Professor Teachout provided to you on indentured servitude. He provided this handout to you that went through, he provided his own testimony on this issue, but then he actually provided, here's some ads for workers, for indentured servants. Here's a contract for indentured servitude. This is for minors, apprentices. Here's actually a form book that he found from 1847 that presented contracts for minors to perform indentured servitude. And you can look back at the history that he provided about this, where people were actually, if you wanted to come over to the U.S., you could come over on this contract that you would be working for somebody, but our Constitution then said after you reached the age of majority, you couldn't be bound to that indentured servitude. So I think that's why there's a specific, a definite choice to not use the overall term involuntary servitude, which could include things like jury service. If you don't want to go there, you're being required involuntarily to serve, versus the indentured servitude, which was the term, referencing the term at the time of what was actually happening with minors who were forced to work. And there were even contracts for that work while our Constitution had that language saying that after a certain age you couldn't be required to serve any person as a servant, slave, or apprentice. Trying to get back to the actual doc. For some reason I can't find it. I'm gonna have to brush up on my IT. That was an overview of what I wanted to review with you, Madam Chair, but is there anything that I didn't address that you want me to discuss?
Questions, committee?
Jim?
So from a practical standpoint, we don't allow slavery any age. So not changing the Constitution does not change the law in Vermont.
That's correct.
Conversely, changing it, is there anything that would, as a consequence, change practice or law in Vermont today?
To not change it?
To change
To
it?
change it? With this language, I don't think so.
Okay, so you mentioned
It's
jury
substantive.
service.
Correct. Yes. And to emphasize what I was saying, by the use of the phrase indentured servitude, that's really discussing people being indentured servants, having to work under contract against their will, under that historical phrase indentured servitude as it was known as it had been used at the time of this language when it was originally enacted.
So, but making this change wouldn't impact, call to jury duty. If the draft was reinstituted, Vermonters could still be drafted. So none of that. So this is really a perception and how one looks at it, and I get it that it might, be interpreted that at one time we allowed slavery under certain conditions or indentured service, and the amendment would perhaps change that
The perception.
perception.
Yes.
Okay.
The Vermont Supreme Court is the final interpreter of the Constitution.
Yeah.
So I know it is my belief from my handling of this and from all of the testimony to date that this is not supposed to have any sort of effect on current practice. It is not intended, as I have understood all of the testimony to date, and my understanding of this is that it is not meant to have any impact on things like jury service or require a draft or incarceration of people when they've been adjudicated of a crime.
Okay.
I can never say with certainty what the Vermont Supreme Court would, how the Vermont Supreme Court would adjudicate this, but there has been no indication from any of the testimony to date that it would have any substantive impact on the law as it currently stands.
Okay, so let me pursue this a little bit. When we held a public hearing last spring, there was one witness, I believe, that suggested that there be no reference to slavery. Just strike that section. And I understand that point of view as well, that it's kind of a reminder, of the past that was in place at one time. But if we struck it, would there be any practical or real, not that we can, but if the Senate gave us another option, if we struck that section, would there be any practical or real action as a result in Vermont today, Vermont law?
No.
Okay. So our choices are to adopt it as is, in which case there's really no change, or ask the Senate to give us another one and just take it all out and there'd be no change.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Also, I just want to mention, going back to court interpretation, is that we've got our Vermont Supreme Court and we've got our U.S. Supreme Court. And just to reiterate, that U.S. Supreme Court case that made clear that the state and federal governments can still be compelled to be required to compel their citizens to perform certain duties. I just wanted to emphasize that our U.S. Supreme Court has already made that statement.
Any other questions for Betsy Ann?
Just going back to that, our prior question there, as far as the liberal interpretation. So let's just say hypothetically, and this is clearly a hypothetical, but if somebody had a person that was in indentured servitude, under a male, under 21 now, could they literally point to that language and say it's legal
No,
in today's?
we have that it would be a crime to hold someone against their will, to perform labor against their will, unless it was incarceration or a jury service or something.
Even though that the Constitution appears to say that. In other words, I mean, it's very clear that it's illegal and it's not, it's immoral and all the other stuff, but it went back to the liberal interpretation of the language.
No, I don't think so. By the
Okay.
13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, it provides neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime where the party has been duly convicted, shall exist in the U.S. or any place
And that
within the
supersedes
jurisdiction.
our...
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
U.S. law always controls. Thank you.
Any other questions for Betsy Ann? Who knows this frontward and backward and is able to answer all sorts of questions. And I very much appreciate your thorough review for us
Thanks.
of these various documents. I would love to take a few minutes here to offer time for questions, discussion amongst the committee, so that we can decide what we need to do in advance of an anticipated vote on this on Friday. So if anyone has questions, concerns, suggestions, requests, or if you've already formed your opinion about what we're looking at in Proposition 2, open up the floor. Jim, and then I see Rob sort of looking like he wants to say something.
I'm trying to block
Maybe
him,
we can just go,
actually.
maybe we can just go around the table. starting with Jim.
I have absolutely no problem with making the change, and I will support the issue if that's what we vote on. I'm curious if you can, and it may be unfair for you to characterize it, but there was at least one dissenter in this on the proposal because that senator felt that changed the historical look back of our Constitution.
I'm
No.
not the
Okay.
person who
All
does
right,
that.
that's fine. I mean,
Thank you.
no, but it sounded like
Let me see.
Professor Teachout initially had that same perspective, but then came around as he listened to more opinions and testimony on the change,
So
characterizing what he said
I
to us.
believe that's accurate.
I just, changing the Constitution is a big deal. And while this on the surface seems straightforward and a positive thing to do, given that people can interpret that we allowed certain things at one time, it may be worth, I think it was Senator McCormick, giving him just a couple minutes of why did he oppose it? I mean, it's not easy to be 1 out of 30 or 1 out of 150 to vote differently on something. I just maybe informative, that's all. I'm not saying it would change anything.
Ralph?
I'm totally fine with the way that it is.
Mike?
I agree. I'm ready to vote and put this on.
Once again,
Just vote right now.
trolling with us.
Marcia, questions, concerns, more information you need?
Just a question, and I'm perfectly fine with this also, but some people, constituents have said that the word slavery should be removed entirely. It should not even be present in the Constitution, Vermont's Constitution. So I wonder why, when this was written, it was included. Can you give us any?
I really hesitate to try to pass on other people's
I
perception.
understand.
Didn't Professor Teachout talk about that during his presentation?
If anyone can shed light on that, I'd appreciate it.
I don't know if his presentation was also written, but I think he did present written testimony.
He did.
Might be.
Nelson?
Yeah, I think his main point was that he thought something would be lost in history by making changes, but I think in the end, he turned around and felt that it wouldn't be. And my personal belief is the way data is kept today and stuff, nothing's lost in history. What ends up is you're changing history. You're making history by making the changes. And I think that's what we're here for, is to do the correct thing. And if this is the correct thing, we should be voting for it.
I do understand that. I'm just asking about the one word slavery, not the concept that's trying to be achieved here.
Yeah, and his concern was that you're going to erase that, which,
And it has, that word has a history.
yes.
Thank you.
John, thoughts, questions, concerns, opinions?
No, I'm ready to vote. I think with respect to keeping slavery and indentured servitude in the Constitution, as this proposal would do, reminds us of our history. I think it's important to remember the history of this country. Slavery and indentured servitude exist in Vermont and the country for into the 19th century. I don't think we want to forget that. Or, people, now we're sensitive to that issue, but, people 100 years from now, because this is a living document, and that's important. The people may forget our discussions here. The only thing that'll have to go on is the Constitution.
JP?
Totally in favor of it, as proposed.
We'll skip over the empty chair. Hal?
Sure. I think this is an important language change in our Constitution, and for some of the reasons that John just stated. And I think it's equally important that we have clarity that once and hopefully forever, we have drawn the line as a state that, as we claim to be a state that didn't allow slavery, it's just not ambiguous anymore. And if we're going to really deal with institutional racism, we have to have a foundation in our Constitution that takes us in a different direction. So I think this is an important step for hopefully dealing with that issue as well.
Nelson?
I'm ready to vote.
Excellent. So we will have our committee agenda reflect that Friday morning after the floor. We'll come back to this. And in the meantime, if you want to track down the lone senator and have a conversation with him.
Yeah. I
not,
just
not hearing a great cry.
I support the amendment, and it actually may be a good compromise between taking it out altogether and those who want to preserve some sense of history in our Constitution. I'm totally fine. I take our responsibility very, very seriously anytime we amend the Constitution. You know, a law we can pass and change next year, but not the Constitution. So he had a perspective. Quite frankly, I wouldn't have expected him to have that perspective, but he did. Maybe there's nothing to be gained. I don't know. I just throw it out there. That's all.
All right. We will come back to this on Friday. Thank you, Betsy.
So, first order of business, we've already had the budget session, so now we're into the regular select board meeting for Monday the 13th of January for the Jamaica Select Board. I'm calling for any late additions to the agenda.
Yeah, I'd like to do a little presentation, stuff that we're in the region.
Let's hold that. Let's get through the things that aren't on the list first. If we have time, we can do that. Okay, I didn't know you wanted to do that. That would have been good to know at noon today, or Thursday.
I didn't know at noon today.
Okay. Oh, it's something that's come up. Well, we've got a couple of things that have come up. Well, let's get those things down. I'm going to put you in here because we may have time for it. All right. Second order of business. Oh, I'm adding some of the things that have happened since our last meeting. There's a broadband project that's getting started. Chris Robbins has been kind of sort of honchoing it out of the Planning Commission. So he's going to make us a brief presentation just to give us a heads up because their meeting is Thursday. And so we wanted to have us on board before he goes to the meeting. So we're gonna cover that really quickly as well.
Where do you want to put that?
I'm going to add him in the 6th slot because we've had to change the road foreman use of salt and sand on town roads. He got a conflict, so he couldn't make it, so we're going to slide him into the 6th position.
Okay.
All right, so the real business is the December 9th minutes of the December 9th select board meeting. They were all sent out by electronics. Anybody need a copy paper-wise, or everybody's had a chance to review them? Are there any questions, deletions, complaints, idiosyncratic spellings?
I make a motion to accept the minutes as written.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Any further discussion about the minutes for December the 9th? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? They pass. Once again, thank you, ma'am. The next item is to approve the timesheets for the town office, Lister's Highway and Transfer Station. And as is our usual, we save those to the end of the meeting so we don't tie everybody up. The next item of business is the select board orders. That follows in the same pattern as the timesheet. We'll do all those things at the end of the session. So the next litter order of business, this is number 5, there's a request from new property owners for permission to improve a town trail. Lexa, who is our road commissioner, has been working that project, and she's going to give us a quick briefing.
I've got it written down because I tend to wander when I talk.
We've never noticed that before.
This is a request from Jared, if I pronounce your name wrong, I'm sorry, Lindell and Willoughby Britton, to improve and maintain the portion of the Under the Mountain Road and Town Trail number 8. Town Trail number 8 is ours. The upgrade on the Town Trail number 8 is approximately 0.2 miles, that's 1,056 feet. I have spoken with Shane O'Keefe, who's the Londonderry administrator, as the requesters are asking for the same on Londonderry's Town Trail number 2, for the same what they're asking here. I've also contacted our attorney Paul Gillies on this matter and forwarded the request to him for review. The town will require an agreement addressing the upgrade, maintenance standards that ensure public safety and access to the town trail. No barriers, fences, or lock gates may be installed. The trail cannot be paved. A waiver of liability will also be requested. The requesters will bear the cost of all the work to upgrade and maintain the trail now and in the future. They will also bear the attorney fees for the agreement and waiver of liability. Access permit, which I have a blank one to give to them before I leave, must be filed with the town. That's State Statute 19 VSA 310. Requesters must notify the abutting landowners on Jamaica side, and I have a name and address for you there. And it should be done by a certified mail. When you receive the return receipt, just make a copy and send it with the agreements. When the agreements have been presented to the town, the select board will forward it to Attorney Gillies for his review. The request will be subject to the board's approval of an agreement and waiver of liability. Keith Hazard, our road foreman, was going to be here, but he had a conflict of interest. He and I have been looking at the project, and there will be it will not affect the town in any way, any other trail or anything like that. And Wesley Amadon apparently is going to be doing the work, who's a reputable contractor, and everything is done correctly. I do have a copy for the select board of the minutes, what they did in Londonderry, so I should have given to you earlier, but that's okay.
Okay.
Are there any questions?
My understanding is you've talked to Paul, and Paul Gillies is the town attorney, and you also had communication with Londonderry, and that their attorney is writing up the...
Their attorney, which is, Fisher is their attorney, and he's drawing up the agreement for the town of Londonderry, and I'm hoping that he'll do it for us, for you folks, for Jamaica.
Sure.
It should be very similar, I think.
It should be similar.
Yeah, I think right now the status is that the town of Londonderry had a couple things to add to his draft.
Okay.
And we're gonna check in with Bob, probably Thursday of this week, to see that revised version. But
Okay,
we had
and then
no
when we get
real
that-
concerns with the first version anyway, so I think they just maybe wanted to add a few more things around waiver of liability, right of ways,
Okay,
things
so
like
when
you
we
just
get that, and the select board will also do that.
Okay, good.
For you. Okay.
Now, are you aware, this has come up in the discussions that we've had, that even though you're maintaining the road, there's some state regulations on water management that may or may not impact you. Luckily, Wesley probably knows these things backwards and forwards.
Yeah.
And I have every confidence he can make that work. But just so you guys are aware that there are some nuances of how to manage that might be a.
Yeah, I think I wrote that into the proposal.
Yeah.
That there's one particular water course that's pretty close to the beginning of it, that I think we just want to make sure that any drainage is not feeding directly into that, but that it's dispersed in a wider area. That seemed to be, from my read of the documents, what the concern was. And yeah, we'll make sure to relay that to Wesley tomorrow again when we do a walkthrough.
Excellent. Yeah, he's a good choice, I think, and it sounds from what I read and what Lex has researched out, it sounds like a really good idea, good project.
Okay. We did have one question for you all. We don't know if you'll know the answer, but given that this is actually technically Town Trail number 8, down the road when we put a cabin and a residence there, what would the address be? Will it still be considered under the mountain road?
You have to go get a 911 number.
Okay.
And I don't know
if they will consider it under the mountain road or not? Okay.
If it's Jamaica's number or Londonderry's number, but it would have to be Jamaica's
It'll
number.
be Jamaica.
It's Jamaica's number. Yes, we have a 911 coordinator who, when you're ready for that,
they'll give us an
they will
address.
give you, or you can call the town clerk tomorrow and she can give you the paperwork or advise you as to where it is. Yes.
Nice to meet you, Ben.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay,
But you will need a 911 address for fire and rescue.
Right.
Stuff like that.
Okay, and I just we weren't clear that if it would be under the mountain road anyway, which is sort of how the property was listed and is currently being considered, but I guess we'll take that up down the road. Okay, I'll let you.
It probably will be.
Okay, that'd be great. I like that name.
Anything else you'd like to bring up? Everything's okay?
I mean, I think it's, as far as we're concerned, as long as the proposal meets with the general Jamaica town standards, and we'll work with Wesley to continue to make standards. Right, well, then.
Road access permit.
Okay.
This is the details names.
Yes.
We probably already have it.
We haven't met them yet, but so we can write them at this address.
Yeah, when you send just a little note what you're doing.
Okay.
This is the-
Yeah, that's just their stretch that we share.
Yes.
Okay, it'd be great to reach out to them.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Lexa.
And welcome to the community, by the way. When are you closing? Have you closed already?
Yeah.
We just closed last Friday.
Last Friday.
So,
Welcome.
thank you.
Should we make a motion to accept this proposal?
Well,
I mean,
we can make a motion to accept the
We don't
proposal
have to, right?
contingent upon the
meeting the
Legal review.
Right, the agreement.
The agreement that's.
The agreement and the waiver of liability.
Sure.
And then Attorney Gillies will look it over and.
So our motion would be to approve pending, review by our Attorney Gillis. Does that make sense with you guys?
Yeah, so just so I'm clear on this, do you want Bob to represent us in this, or do you want Bob to connect with your attorney about what he's drafted? How is the previous work that we've done with Londonderry going to connect?
Because you're sharing Bob Fisher with Londonderry, right?
I mean, Bob's, I think, technically representing, yeah, I guess we are, because
You are, that's what it said.
I think that's right, because he's representing
Yeah, we'll
them.
have
too.
Paul Gillies, when you talk to Bob Fisher, he can contact Paul Gillies too if he wants.
Can you let me know, spell that last name for me?
Gillies.
Ah, yes, okay.
Yeah, he's been around for years, so
Okay.
Bob knows who he is.
Yep.
Do we really need to do anything right now?
Well, the request is that they are asking our permission to maintain, correct? We have to approve that because they're doing work on the trail. And we can approve it pending review by our attorney. So what we're doing right now is we're approving it pending the review of the attorney. If he says yes, then we don't have to have any more meetings and these guys can go ahead. Yeah. So I'd accept the motion.
I guess I'll move for what he said.
Said we had those. The motion is to approve the request for permission to make improvements to Town Trail number 8. We have a motion.
I'll second.
I have a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No. Nobody? Then it passes, and as soon as the attorneys make whatever they do, you're all set. Excellent. See, good that worked out, because you closed it.
Indeed. A bit nervously, yes, but yes.
Well, good luck.
All right.
And
Thank you all.
it's awful pretty up there. It's like,
Thank you.
sure. Appreciate it. Is there any structures up there yet?
No.
No? When do you expect to start building up there?
Maybe early summer, maybe, but we'll need permits, of course.
Sure, sure. I was gonna say, partly because you have half the fire department sitting right behind you. Yeah, if your address turns out to be Under the Mountain Road,
Okay.
as long as you can mark it in such a way that Under the Mountain Road goes up this trail, or you're with your name or something up the trail, so
Yeah.
that when we're out looking for it,
Yeah.
it's easy to find.
Because it is a little weird that you'll have to come through.
Yeah.
Actually,
Yeah. If there are other places like
our
that.
road cards are set up, so what South London area will be there before we get, half of Tri-Mountain will be there before we get there.
Okay. But still, to know where to go.
It's
is good.
set up to where Londonderry ambulance will be your ambulance service, London South Dairy Fire will be your primary. We can't get there. They got parts of their town, people and residents in their town that we get there before they
Right, that's just how it works.
So,
Okay.
it's set up, somebody's coming. Just,
Just
yeah,
so there's a
first,
sign
who gets there
so that
first?
to go off that trail instead of following that road first.
Right, well, the road really doesn't, I mean, where Under the Mountain goes in that area, it will be unambiguous, because technically where Under the Mountain Road goes, you couldn't
Nobody
possibly
could drive on
drive.
it.
So it'll basically
Okay.
just be a clear continuation, it'll take a turn onto their town trail and then onto Jamaica's town trail, and I think it'll be pretty unambiguous.
Okay, the point is, try to picture yourself in a snowstorm rushing to an emergency.
Yes.
When there's a fog, people are
We wanna
running
know where to go.
We want it to be as obvious, I'm part of the department, we want it to be as obvious as we can.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Sounds good.
All right,
Should be
good luck.
self-sufficient, I mean, just kind of prepare. It's not gonna be a 4-lane highway there.
All right.
Welcome to our office.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye, see you guys, good night. Lexa,
I'm all set.
you all set, ma'am? Thank you very much, and I know you made some arrangements in your life to get here, I appreciate it. The next item we had, it was on the agenda as a discussion of road foreman. As I said, he can't make it. He had a scheduling conflict. And so at the same time, as that was developing, we got a letter from Chris Robbins about the Wyndham Regional Commission has announced a new broadband project. And he's going to meet on Thursday, if I'm correct, with Wyndham Regional. And so, just so you have some sense, the select board have some sense of what's going on, if you can give us about 30 seconds worth of that.
Sure, yeah.
Oh, 45, I'm flexible.
So the WRC is initiating a new broadband project to bring high-speed internet to underserved areas of the county. They have a grant. They're partnering with 2 firms, ValleyNet and Rural Innovation Strategies, Inc., to do 2 things. One is conduct a feasibility study, and the second is develop a business plan for whatever their feasibility study finds. In this study, they're going to define what they call communication union districts, and these are areas in which this ValleyNet can implement a internet network to serve that area. And I'm reading between the lines, but I don't think these districts necessarily have to conform to town boundaries. So, as it stands now, we have high-speed internet running up and down Route 30, runs up Windham Hill Road. I think it runs on some of Route 100, but I'll check and make sure that before the meeting. But speeds drop off the further you get away from Route 30. So the northern and southern areas of our town may really want this. So what they want from the from the select board, after hearing, I'll come back and brief you on the details, but then they want to know whether we want to participate or not, and they need a resolution from the select board to that effect. And they need the select board to approve a person who's their representative. Now, the planning commission appointed me as a provisional rep to go find out what's going on. You can confirm me, I'll be glad to do it, or you can appoint somebody else and you won't hurt my feelings. But it does have to have select board approval.
Sure. Question. Do you have any questions?
We talked about it briefly at our meeting a month ago too, and I think, I know myself, and I believe Tom also are planning to attend the meeting also, so.
On Thursday?
I'll be there Thursday.
Yeah, so we'll have.
Firehouse, right?
Yes. At the Dauphin Firehouse.
We'll have good representation.
6 p.m.
There's a little point of information that, and I don't remember who told me this, but apparently SV Cable is going to sell to Comcast.
I told you.
You told me.
It was on the paper.
I
It
never
was on
seen
the
it.
internet too. The internet carried it.
I'm sorry?
The website and the internet.
Okay, so we should
Carry
keep
it.
that in mind when we're considering this.
Unless it's contested.
Yeah, they don't have state approval yet.
Right.
But
How much of this will cover? For example, we don't have, we only have regular phone on where I live on
Yeah.
Turkey Mountain Road. So I don't know whether the internet would be a part of this because.
as far as what they're implementing, it definitely would be.
It would be.
Yeah, and you're not that far from Route 30 that
And we're 2 miles in,
Miles in.
almost exactly 2 miles in. And it's about a quarter of a mile down to the first point where people can get cell phone service. So we're really out of it.
Now, this project isn't so much for cell service, but if you were to get high-speed internet, you could get your cell service through Wi-Fi.
Right, through Wi-Fi.
Correct?
Right.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, if they formed one of these communication union districts with, say, the northern part of Jamaica and southern part of Wyndham Town, it might, meet your needs very well.
Yeah. Well, interesting to see where it goes, because I guess it's sort of happening around the state, isn't it? These
Yes.
CUDs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, good. Look forward to hearing from you.
Yeah, well, at your first convenience after
Yep.
Thursday.
Well, I'll put you on the agenda for the following select board meeting. You guys are going to be there, so we should have a pretty good discussion. Okay, excellent. So I'm going to put you on for next meeting.
So Chris, did you, they're gonna be continuing services where they're lacking, like, Route 9 going towards Rosboro? You know?
Well, the study, if the study can pick out an area.
Pick up an area that
needs
people need it? Okay,
Then they'll,
okay,
that's exactly what they'll do.
okay. Because I know people there that said they would like to have it, they can get it up there. I just knew that Vermont Cable couldn't go that far because they didn't have the funds to do that.
Well, I should say one other thing. What they will require in this first phase is for us to conduct a survey of our townspeople.
Right.
The planning commission has on its to-do list to conduct a survey for another purpose, so we could get a twofer out of this.
That would be good. Save us dance.
And they'll want to know who wants it and whether they're willing to pay.
There is right. Yeah. So that's information that it's going to take us some time to gather it all, but interesting to see what happens.
Yes.
Good. Listen, I want to thank you for picking up the mantle of this thing and running forward with it. I appreciate it. Well, giving me the heads up on this thing, because I missed it. I know we talked about it, but I didn't realize it was happening quite this quickly.
Well, yes.
That came quick.
I guess they just got the grant in December.
So thank you very much. Any other questions? So you have our blessing. Good luck with this meeting. You're gonna have plenty of company apparently, so hopefully they're feeding you.
Feeding it. Yeah, why not?
It's the only difficult. If you want to get attendance,
You have to have food. Right,
Exactly.
Yep.
Anybody who's ever been, well, it's not a story, you know what I'm about to say as far as feeding your patients.
Yes.
If you're gonna work with adolescent kids, you better bring food. We're doing really good on time. Joel?
Yeah.
You have something for us, sir?
We are?
Right.
Okay, so, the last community development meeting, we had a speaker from USDA whose office is in Brattleboro. Her name is Andrea Acevin Allen. Okay, Andrea Acevin Allen.
Can you spell that for her, please?
Sure, I'll give her the card. And apparently there are many, many programs that are underutilized from USDA because people don't know about them. And they have grants for septic systems, private. They have grants for businesses. They have grants for nonprofits, and they have grants for the municipalities. We happen to be eligible for a grant for water and septic in this town. I mean, it's not a full grant, but they will also coordinate it with other grants and with other loans. She or one of the other representatives there would come to meetings to speak about them, and I would strongly suggest, she's a wealth of information, I would strongly suggest we invite her, and it would be good if it could be, or her office, and it would be good if it could be well promoted, because people can ask personal questions. I mean, there are very low-grade requirements for certain things. They have seniors, furnaces, the grants for seniors, for furnaces, not only for seniors, for handicap grants, septic grants, business grants, energy efficiency, for-profit business groups, small businesses, they have grants for that. They have one of the grants that's often utilized is for public toilets. So they will help finance a public toilet. I know that's come up in town a number of times. So that's basically what I have to say. I mean, some of their home repair grants are only 1%. If they're not grants, they're loans, they're only 1% loans.
So, another question, is that the same outfit that has rural fire, rural development, it's for like fire, dry hydrants and fire department grants?
This is the U.S. Department of Agriculture.
We've talked and discussed that in the fire department about tapping into some of these grants, and it can't say for sure if that's part of it, but it's similar to what the DA has out there.
She's sitting there at the phone. Right?
Yeah.
And it's underutilized. They have a lot of money that doesn't get distributed because people don't apply for it.
Or they don't know it exists.
They don't know it exists. That's exactly right.
That's what we were told back, it's almost 8 years ago. When we were kind of looking at like fire apparatus, paying for a fire apparatus, getting grants.
So I brought back a stash of data that I'll give to Sarah.
Okay, thank you.
Stay for your proposal.
I just ask, so a septic grant, say someone's septic has failed, it's private, citizen.
Yeah.
I know someone who may have taken, this may have been around quite a few years ago even, and they got a grant to put a proper septic in, had X amount of time to pay it back. So they had to meet some eligibility requirements, but it was pretty fair.
Yes.
But I'm just asking, anyone could ask.
Anyone could ask.
Right. About any of those things you mentioned.
Right, there are divisions of grants for individuals,
Right.
especially for seniors, but also for, anybody who needs it, really. For towns, municipalities,
Right.
fire departments, I would assume.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, there you go. Any other, we have time for public concerns. Anybody, do you all have anything you want to bring up?
Well, I'm gonna kind of throw it out there. There's a group of Jamaica taxpayers that are attending another meeting tonight. I don't know if you've all paid attention to the Jamaica website that's out there on Facebook, but there's a possibility we're looking at a 19.1% increase in our school tax. The concerned group of citizens are heading down there to challenge the school board, the MUD school board, to about how they got to that point that Jamaica citizens are paying for it, and other towns in the group. And they're also challenging the transparency of how they came about with it. There is some concern that, things were done, they're probably not by the book. So, they're confronting them, they're challenging them to come up with answers and try to figure out how the Jamaica taxpayers are gonna, some of us who can't, there's the older generation can't, they're gonna have a hard time. We're gonna have a lot of tax sale or people not paying taxes. And that's just the school side, that's not the town side of it. So 20% increase is pretty significant. That is significant. I think on the paperwork, the house rated at $2,000, valued at $200,000. Thank you. And 2 acres was like $600 added onto your tax. Well, my house is about that value, and I have a little more land to it, so I could look at almost $1,000 increase in my taxes, which is pretty high as it is. I mean, so I just wanted to point that out, put it on the air, that maybe we need to question our school board about it and really hammer it down, and probably when it comes time to vote on it, we might want to consider not voting for it.
Let me rephrase it, as opposed to not voting for it, voting against it. Because not voting for it could be not showing up.
Yeah, I don't know how they're gonna throw the question out there.
We need to show up. Just to clarify his point, because he alluded to the budget, we've just gotten through the budget process, we've worked out a lot of the details. It's gonna be a tiny raise, 0.07, or 0.7, where's my numbers?
I think that was.
The first one. 0.07, no, 0.7, help me, come on you guys, help me with the number.
0.7.
Yeah, 0.7, it was a zero in some of this. Anyhow, less than 1% is what we're anticipating raising. It'll all go to the town in March, but that's kind of the budget we put together. 19.1 for the school, 0.7 for the town. We're doing what we can.
Well, with Act 46, I'm not gonna get on, well, I am gonna get on a bandwagon, because I feel strong about it. Act 46 was brought about to lessen the cost of education and to better the quality of education of our students. I see a real large increase in my taxes, which is not getting better, and we might have to cut programs for our kids.
So it's reverse of what they're telling.
To make it survival. It's a lose-lose situation with us.
Well, I'm glad you brought it up, and I'm glad you put it out for the rest of the community to pay attention to, because it's clearly something we need to pay attention to. The select board has no power at all, except to encourage the rest of the community to get out.
To get involved. 10 meetings.
Yeah. Yes.
I had occasion during the Act 46 study to learn how to use the state's spreadsheet for computing school tax. And I predict they won't be able to explain it to anybody.
That's what we're afraid of.
It goes on for pages and pages and pages with terms and coefficients flying in from everywhere. But then when they get to the end, they divide by the number of students. And when the number gets lower, you know, that's the way numbers work, the changes get bigger and bigger. And we're really getting screwed by the state's funding. It worked pretty well when we had maybe 100 kids in the primary school and 1,000 in the high school, but now it's really, and we're a net exporter, we're a cash cow for the state. That's the other thing.
It's another little equation that needs to be thought of 6 times. I think the message for the citizens of Jamaica are, there are individuals out there tonight working this problem. We need to support them, and we need everybody get involved with the school, because we're talking about, what, $400,000 I think we ended up giving them last year, is that what it was? I don't remember the number, don't quote me, but a lot of money for taxes.
$1 million.
How much?
$1 million.
Yeah, you gave them $1 million? I was thinking 400,000.
Oh,
that was really shaking my head, of course. A lot of money.
Remember Terry saying she wrote a check for something like that.
Yeah, it's a huge amount of money, and 20% is a lot of money. Yeah.
Have we ever considered getting our representatives in the state legislature to appeal for some relief from this?
Oh, we've considered it too, we're blue in the face. The problem is getting it done. Yeah, we're considering it, and obviously they need to be involved. They have to be involved. Because it's a state kind of a thing.
There are members of our legislature sitting on that board.
Yeah.
And the other board that's the Dover Wardsboro one.
Right.
They are sitting there. They are hearing it. They are hearing the plight, but they know our hands are tied. I don't know. I'm maybe a bit more aggressive about this because, I mean, it's in the end, the kids are the ones that get hurt by this.
Well, this conversation needs to be held obviously multiple places around here. I'm not sure this is it, except that we are mobile. We would like to see the Jamaica residents mobilizing.
Yeah, mobilizing.
Okay, one last thing before we call it night. You know, some of you know we've been advertising for a town health officer or assistant town health officer for some time now. Wednesday afternoon, short notice, on January 15th in Bennington, there's going to be a health officer training for the afternoon. Again, that's Wednesday the 15th. If anybody's any interested at all in that, get in touch with me tomorrow and I'll help make it happen for you.
Can I speak?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Without, I'm a past town health officer. I did it for 9 years, or I tried to do it the best I could. And we're without a town health officer, so it falls on the chair and the board. So the chair absorbs that duty on top of being the chair. And it's an important and gratifying, sometimes very interesting position. It does serve a great purpose and helps the state out a lot. Not a popular topic tonight, but it is a hardship on the board or on the chair to do this too. I feel that when it rains, it pours with the health officer position. You can go months and months without anything, and then 3 or 4 things. And there's a stipend. Was there? Yeah, $350 or something. But if they're laying more duties on that position, then we as a board would present to the town that maybe there should be a bigger stipend, and just would like someone to be in, to come forward. You can talk to me or Paul, but I can tell you the highs and lows of it.
Yeah. And if you're not able to make the training, there's all kinds of on-the-job training and time finding out.
Yes. Just an observation that this might be a good place to share with other towns and make it a hired position. Wow. Especially since you say you go months and months without anything. So it's not like it's a full-time thing.
It can be.
And also, I'll bet you there's also a bit of resistance to it because you have to go to somebody's house alone.
Well, and not to interrupt you, but it's hard to to encourage someone to step forward when they're adding in more responsibilities and
Checks and balances.
to say the least. And it's a state, so what Joel was saying about, you may be talking about a bigger stipend or a compensation bigger than a select board member, if it really turns into, for example, if you do, well, if I go on like this, no one's gonna ask, but if you're asked to do an inspection for a landlord or a tenant, as soon as you commit or you make the contact, that's it. You can't solve anything by word, informal. It's a formality now. There's forms. There needs to be sent here and there. The water testing is more. There's a lot more tests than the E. coli and total coliform. So there's another, like was just mentioned. You got to go to someone's house. Sometimes it's a landlord-tenant dispute. Sometimes it's a failing septic. It's very important that those kind of things get resolved. But there has been some talk of towns combining it, but it doesn't seem to be working.
I think the piece of that you're referring to, I think, and again, I'm brand new at this, and I'm learning as I'm going, but it seemed, a conversation I had referenced the idea that the town health officer ought to be a local person, so that you're working with the community in which you live. Or that somebody shows up to your house is not a stranger, it's somebody within the community structure. And I'm not sure whether that weighs or outweighs the fact that we don't have anybody at all, where we could get someone from a couple of towns, for example. So there may be some progress in that direction. The truth of the matter is, the two that have popped up since I've been on resolve themselves very easily. But everywhere in Vermont, everywhere in the country, I know the fire department suffers from this, every place. It's very difficult for people to find time in their schedules to volunteer for these kinds of things. This particular one is fairly discreet. It's not something that you're going to be yanked out of bed at 3 o'clock in the morning for. Hint, hint. but it's something that you can actually do a contribution to the community without major disruption of your life. And it's a major contribution, it really is. So it's just something to think about. I'm going to go to the training on Wednesday. Anybody's interested at all, get in touch with me. We can work something out. So, yes.
Just wanted to mention, I think probably many people know this. It's the cafe across the street, Workhorse Cafe, is going to close because the building was sold.
Because why?
The building was sold.
And you came by that information how?
From the website.
From whose website?
05343.
From the town's website?
Well, Karen's website.
The owner sold my wife too.
They put it on Facebook.
Did they?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that.
It's public
Teresa put it
information. It's
on
public
Facebook.
information.
All right.
Yeah. So, and they're looking for another place to be. So that's a sad thing for us because
Very sad.
it's really the only food place in town.
Yeah.
Besides,
They're nice people.
besides Karen.
There's very few nice people. We want to keep them. Anything else for this evening? Any other motions anyone would like to make?
We adjourn the meeting.
I have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Meeting is adjourned, and it looks like 7:38.
S 261, introduced by Senator Sears, Baruth, and White.
Yeah.
Hopefully it'll be referred to the Committee on Judiciary and they haven't wasted our time. But Lawrence will walk us through the bill, and then we're going to hear testimony. I've got to leave at 11, but I have heard the testimony earlier in Justice Oversight, which is fine. Susan Lawrence is here from California, I believe. Welcome to the warm weather in Vermont. We're having a warmer than normal January. All right. Bryn?
All right. Good morning, committee. Nice to be back.
Thank you.
I'm here to walk you through S-261, which is the Life Without Parole bill. There are two suggestions I'm going to make for amendments to this bill for the committee to consider, and I'll talk about those as I go through the bill. The first one I'm going to talk about right away. So, Section 1, this is the penalty section for first and second degree murder, 2303 of Title 13. So the changes here in subsection A would change the penalty for first degree murder from a minimum of 35 years to a maximum of life without parole to a minimum of 35 years and a maximum of a life sentence. And similarly, in subdivision 2, it changes the penalty for second degree murder from 20 years to life without parole to 20 years to a maximum of a life sentence. So you'll see those changes on the bottom of page 1 and the top of page 2.
And this is all prospective?
Yes. You can see that on line 6 on page 2. So one of the changes that I'm going to float, and you may want to hear testimony from some other witnesses from the Inspector General's office and the state's attorneys and the Attorney General, is to strike subsections B through G. And if you turn to page 2, you'll see subsections B and C. This language is the former 2303. This was like the former penalty section for first and second degree murder. And it was declared unconstitutional by the U.S. Supreme Court or by the Vermont Supreme Court in Provost in 2005. And the legislature amended it the very next year. So this language that appears here is not unconstitutional, but it was changed in response to that Provost case. It was amended by Act 119 in 2006, and it applies to murders that were committed prior to the effective date of that act, which was May 1st of 2006. So these sections of law, B, C, and on, you can't see all of them, they're not all included here, only apply to murders that were committed in a particular period of time. So I am floating the idea of striking that section, because if you read them, this is, the language is pretty complex. It talks about how the jury has to find evidence of aggravating or mitigating factors, and then the court can determine sentencing based on those factors that the jury finds beyond a reasonable doubt. But again, because the language only applies to murders that happened prior to 2006, I am floating the idea of striking that section and simplifying the statute so it would only be subsection A.
So if I understand, if this is prospective anyway, doesn't that move this? In other words, we're not changing anybody's life without imprisonment status prior.
For purposes of applying that statute, yes, but I'd like to go through the rest of the bill because there is an opportunity.
Yeah, please, because I'm confused now.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Me too. Okay, so let's move on to section 2.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll get there. So this is the consecutive sentences statute in Title 13. This sets forth how consecutive and concurrent sentences are imposed when an offender is convicted of multiple offenses for which an incarcerative sentence is imposed. So the court makes that determination of whether or not to impose those sentences consecutively, back to back, or concurrently, meaning they run at the same time. At the time of sentencing, the court makes that determination. So on page 3, you just see some limiting language is added to those first 2 subsections of the statute, referring to a new subsection D. Page 4, none of this language has changed. I can talk to you about what it means. It talks about how terms run concurrently and how they run consecutively. If you look at lines 6 through 12, when terms run concurrently, the shorter minimum terms merge and are satisfied by the offender serving the longest minimum, and then the shorter maximum terms merge, and again, they're satisfied by the offender serving the longest maximum. So that's when they run at the same time. When they run consecutively, the minimum terms are added to arrive at an aggregate minimum, and that is the aggregate minimum is what serves as the minimum sentence, and then the maximum terms are added to arrive at an aggregate maximum that's equal to the sum of all those maximum terms added up. That makes sense? Mm-hmm. Okay. So if you turn to page 5, there's the new language in subsection D. So that provides that
This is a policy position choice that the committee can make. The problem that we try to address here, and Britt and I talked about it, is what happens when there are multiple offenses and they want to run a consecutive on a person, and it would, so let's say you were 50 years old and you've got 2 sentences of 20 years to life. Well, if you run them consecutively, you've now got 40 years, and so you're 90 before you're even eligible to consider parole. So that would nullify the life without parole in a sense. So the idea here was say, okay, if you're over 25, you could have a consecutive sentence. If you're under 25, you wouldn't. And the thinking there is all the information we had about those under 25. If you remember back, we made an attempt to separate them in our prisons, and we tried to look at emerging adults differently from other adult offenders. So that was the I just flipped the coin, and that's what we put in. The committee's welcome to your testimony on whether that should stay or not, or what we should do. The second policy choice was to not make it retroactive. Part of the reason for that was that you have a number of cases where somebody may have pled guilty in order to avoid being charged federally and facing the death penalty. Or who knows what the plea bargains were and what things happened. So rather than going back and trying to do it retroactively, I believe there are, at the time that we talked about this the first time, I think there were 19 people in Vermont who are incarcerated with life without parole. I think it's actually fewer now. So it just seems simpler to introduce the bill that way. I did talk with the Attorney General about it, and he felt much more comfortable with it without having it be retroactive. He'll be testifying. There's somebody from the Attorney General's office will testify next week, but I think there's a lot of concern about anything you try to do retroactive, and then you've got victims who, for whatever reason, I think it just. So, anyway, those were 2 policy choices that Britt and I talked about when drafting this originally.
Although I do find myself thinking about somebody who's been in prison for however many years, let's say 30 years.
Yeah, I'm happy to listen to testimony on both sides of those issues, but for the purposes of introducing the bill, those were 2 areas where we thought there may be, there he is, the guy who caused all this trouble in the first place. Welcome back, Skylar.
Thank you very much.
Welcome to see you. Good to see you back.
Can I throw out another, and I don't know that this is even possible, and I'm not sure that I completely understand it, but I would like to know what constitute first degree and second degree, and ask and look at the question of minimum sentences for those, because I don't know if a minimum sentence of 20 years is pretty hefty, and I'm not,
You mean minimum or maximum?
no, minimum. So that's why I need to understand what first degree and second degree mean.
Okay.
In terms of why we would impose a minimum sentence on those. And there are some that might warrant that,
Well,
but I don't know that they all do.
Can we
So
have that
that's-
discussion afterwards? Because that would be a much different discussion. If we were to change the minimums for
I
various
realize that.
offenses, would be a much different discussion than.
From 35 here.
Yeah,
Well, I realize that, but as long as we've got this bill, I just circled minimum.
okay. I hadn't anticipated we'd be discussing
I'm happy to get you the statute and talk to you.
it. Yeah, we probably should understand what the
Yeah.
elements are of both crimes.
Yeah,
I'm glad to talk about that now, or.
No,
no,
I
at some
think we
point,
should.
yeah.
If there's any time afterwards, and you can, while the testimony is going on, if you can get copies of the statute that-
Right, I just raised that as,
for those two crimes.
thank you.
Absolutely. I might have to, if you'd like to know the difference between first and second degree murder, it's easy to, I can print out the statute, you can take a look at it.
Yeah.
Might be helpful if I put together some information about
Yeah.
the elements if you want to
Yeah,
go
we're
into
gonna
more.
Yeah, and
take this
not
up again
today.
next. We're gonna take this up again
Yeah.
next week and get testimony from state's attorneys,
Yeah.
defense bar, the whole, the whole usual suspects. So, I think we can certainly look at this next week.
Yeah, I didn't mean to have the discussion now, I just raised it as
Okay.
something.
But we can, if you can come up with the elements and all that,
Absolutely.
some examples of when it's first and when it's second.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay. Okay, so, yep, so Senator Sears did a good job explaining what that language in subsection D means at the top of page 5. Provides that people 25 or younger, if multiple incarcerative sentences are imposed on those people, the court can only impose those sentences to run concurrently. Section 3 is the life without parole prohibited for people who are 18 or younger. The legislature amended or added the statute in 2015 that prohibited life without parole for minors, and this change just makes it prohibited across the board. It's relatively straightforward. Section 4, another pretty straightforward change. This is the statute setting forth the purposes of the Department of Corrections. If you look on page 6, there's just a few words struck.
I just want to add one thing to your, I remember putting that bill on the floor, eliminating life without parole for those under 18, and we had 2 no votes. That was a roll call. It was an interesting discussion, but I will point out that one of the things that I sold, that most people were sold on, is the fact that no one has ever been charged that was under 18 with life without parole, never been convicted in the 200 and whatever years of Vermont history. It had never been used on anyone under 18. I found that interesting. We have laws in the books that have never been used.
Probably good.
Probably a lot of them, yeah, right? Anyway.
So the change in this section is on page 6. It just changes the wording of this sort of policy statute to require that the department ensure that any offender who's sentenced to a period of incarceration be given a plan for returning to the community. It just strikes those words other than life without parole. And lastly, section 5, this is, we're in Title 28 now, eligibility for parole consideration. The new language is on page 7, and it provides that if an inmate was sentenced to life without parole, that inmate should be eligible for parole consideration during the 25th year of his incarceration.
I thought we decided not to make it retroactive.
So I looked at our last email, and I think this is how we left it, but we don't, if this is not how you wanted to move forward.
Well, it's not consistent with the retroactive. So.
That's right. If this would make it applicable to people who are currently serving.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Okay.
We could discuss that, but I was under the impression that it wouldn't be in there, so.
Okay.
I guess I didn't read it carefully enough.
So what I'll do when I come back next week is come with a committee amendment that will strike this section, and it will just be a new bill for you guys to look at.
Okay.
I would like to have the discussion of this going forward.
Understood.
Because in a way, it reminds me of the legalization and what do you do with people who were sitting in prison for something that we have done legalized. So here, the only thing that we would be denying the person is a right to make their case to a parole board. We're not freeing them. So it doesn't seem like, I understand politically it's a bigger lift, but if we could just reserve the discussion for, at some point, this language looks good to me, in other words. So if it leaves this draft, I'm just wondering if we can at a later point have a committee discussion about it.
Yeah, and I think we need to hear from the victims of some of the crimes that, for example, what I was hoping to avoid was having a discussion of the Laura Sobel case murder. I've already heard from her family who are very worried about having any rediscussion of opening up that, whether or not she murdered 4 people. That's where seems to me that if we want to do a bill, that's where I have real concerns about doing that, knowing what the statement for that.
No, and I can see that, but
and some of the others are pretty gruesome. So they went under a different. I hear what you're saying.
Because going forward, I mean, God forbid, but if past is present, we will have other gruesome events in the future, but life without parole won't be available.
I would not have sponsored the bill if it was retroactive, just to make clear.
Okay. I'm just
that's fine.
I'm just asking that we have the discussion.
You're a co-sponsor and you want to have the discussion, and that's fine. But I personally don't support retroactivity.
So I'll plan to bring a new draft the next time this bill is scheduled, and maybe we can just put 5 minutes for me on at the beginning of the agenda to go through it.
You're already on it, actually. I was going to take you off, but...
Nope.
Right now I'm scheduled to not approve it Thursday.
I know, but next Thursday.
Thursday at 8:30.
Next Thursday at 8:30. So, yes, you'll be first.
Great.
I was going to take you off, but now I'll put you on to make the amendments. And you could offer that amendment also that you wanted to...
I'll do that.
And maybe try to explain.
I will, and I'll get in touch with some of the other people who are testifying, and we can maybe have a consensus prior to the hearing.
Send out that redraft ahead of time so they can respond to that redraft rather than this?
Will do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's good to see you again.
Nice to see you all.
All right. I'm going to step out of this chair because, number one, I wouldn't be able to see the presentation. And number two, I've got to go to another thing at 11. But you could take the witness chair, Susan. And welcome back, Susan Lawrence, who was here, I believe, spoke to the justice, was it justice oversight?
Yeah.
We had the discussion. And so I'm going to kind of turn it over to you, Susan. Get out of your way.
Thank you. I wondered what that was for. Seemed pretty fancy to me.
No, actually, I'll just need somebody to start the video.
Oh, do you want me to do the video now?
Yeah, I just want to say a couple of things.
Sure, do let me know.
I don't think we saw the video because it didn't.
Yeah, no, we didn't last time.
No, we didn't see the
Yeah.
I thought we did, but well, in any case,
It was on the website.
Yeah, technical issue.
but we can see it today. So, so I'm really glad to be back here. My name is Susan Lawrence, and I'm the founder and CEO of the Center for Life Without Parole Studies based in California. And our work is to end life without parole throughout the country, and starting with Vermont. So I'm very happy to be here and to give you this information that I think will help you with your legislative efforts.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Why did you decide to start with Vermont?
Oh, why did I?
Well, yeah, why did?
Well, actually, I was thinking about this even as far back as 2016, because Vermont is arguably one of the most liberal states in the Union, There's only 15 people serving life without parole in Vermont. Vermont already has very progressive criminal justice policies that don't exist in the rest of the country, or to a more limited degree. So I felt it had the best chance. I really felt it had the best chance to do this, be the first state in the country to affirmatively end this cruel and inhumane sentence, and then it would have a ripple effect on the rest of the country. So that's why.
Thank you. Just wondered.
Yeah. So before I start my presentation, I do have slides that I guess they're going to follow along on the paper slides, or we're going to show them up.
I could probably try and pull it up here, but I think it'd be very difficult to do slides from this.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of small, but they do have the handout.
Yes.
So I think it might be easier.
We can see that, but we might want the paper to write up notes on.
Oh,
Yeah,
we have it
paper
in
copies.
here.
Everybody has paper copies.
Oh, okay.
I think that might be better, because this is kind of small to be
Yeah,
reading.
but I do want to start with a short video that I made, kind of an overview of the subject, and so we can start that now. Might be good. Okay. Well, after that overview, I'd like to tell you just a little bit. First, I'd like to point out that we do have these slides in the packets that were handed out to you, so you can follow along if you'd like to. I'd like to tell you a little bit about myself and how I got involved in this work. So I'm a physician and a lawyer, and I started out my career as a board-certified internist and medical oncologist. And until 1993, I had a private practice of medical oncology in Lancaster, California. Then in 1993, my husband died of AIDS, and that changed a lot about my life. The year before he died, he said to me, you know, Susan, he said, I'm not dying of AIDS, I'm dying of the delayed effects of child abuse. My husband, Sonny, had come from a really difficult childhood, and for many years of his life was an IV drug user, and that led to his getting AIDS and dying at age 47. So he made that connection, and it was such a profound thing to me. I had never really thought about it before. I have treated people with AIDS in my practice because the treatment in those days was similar to cancer chemotherapy. But I had never thought about it in quite that way before, and it really changed the way I viewed not only the AIDS epidemic, but the world. After he died, I founded an organization called the Catalyst Foundation, which was at that time dedicated to helping people with AIDS in our community and doing HIV prevention. And through that, I started working with teens who were detained in prison. And they kind of taught me, they opened my eyes to the rest of the problem, which is it wasn't just AIDS that was the outcome of unhealed childhood abuse and trauma, but it was drugs and gangs and violence and really most of the most serious social problems that we face. And then in 2004, I started doing a program at the adult prison in our community called Creating a Healing Society, and it was focused on helping the people inside to understand the root causes of the crimes that they had committed by looking at their childhoods. So, and that's where I started to learn about life without parole, because in this particular prison where I was working, the vast majority of people there were serving life without parole. And they had been in there, some of them for decades. Most of them had been convicted when they were between the ages of 18 and 25, 26. That time period where the brain is not fully developed, yet you're held fully accountable for what you do. And now they were 40, 50, some of them 60 years old, and they bore no resemblance to the young person they were when they committed whatever they did. And these were people I would not hesitate to have as my neighbors. I felt safe with them. Many of them had an extraordinary insight into the driving forces of their crime. And but they were stuck. No matter what they did, no matter how they could prove their rehabilitation and redemption, they would never again walk free. And the agony and suffering that I observed among them was just astronomical. So I came to see that life without parole is a human rights violation that we conduct in plain sight in our country. Nobody hears about it. Although in the years since 2004, it's become a subject that is much more talked about, and it's probably one of the reasons that I'm able to be here today. But I feel it is a human rights violation, and it is something that I hope that we can all work toward to eliminate in our sentencing schemes. So, so that's a little bit about me and how I got to this point. So I'd like to give you a little bit of a history of life without parole in the United States. So the sentence actually dates back to 1851, when a man named William Wells, convicted murderer, was sentenced to die by hanging. But President Millard Fillmore commuted his sentence to life without parole. And Wells apparently did not like that, and he appealed the new sentence, saying that the president didn't have the authority to add a new condition when giving a commutation. It went all the way to the Supreme Court in a case called Ex parte Wells, and the Supreme Court held that yes, the president does have the right to add an additional condition. But one thing that was very interesting about this case was Justice McGreen made a very prescient comment, something that, still today many people don't think about. And what he said was, an act has been done entirely inconsistent with reprieve, as that only suspends the punishment for a fixed period. It is a perversion of the facts to say that Wells has been reprieved by the President. In other words, Justice McLean saw that life without parole is simply another form of the death penalty, death by incarceration. So the President had just changed the form of execution, or the manner of execution, but not the fact that it was still an execution. So after Wells, LWOP remained a rarity for over 100 years, until 1972, when the United States Supreme Court in Furman versus Georgia had temporarily ended the traditional death penalty in this country. And the states responded, I guess, to public pressure and fear of these convicted murderers of being let out of prison, responded by implementing LWOP sentences. So Furman versus Georgia actually brought about the unintended consequence of an enormous rise in LWOP sentences, which you can see on the slide here, which is from the Sentencing Project. So in 1972 was Furman versus Georgia, where there was maybe a handful of people serving LWOP at that time. 1992, there were over 12,000 LWOP sentences. 2003, there were over 33,000. 2008, there was over 41,000. And the latest statistics that we have, also from the Sentencing Project, 2017 paper Still Life, there were over 53,290 people in this country serving life without parole. And that doesn't even take into account people serving de facto LWOP, which are sentences which exceed the human lifespan if carried out in full. And there's 44 people who are serving those type of sentences. 44,000, sorry, thank you. 44,000 people serving those type of sentences. So in addition, there's racial disparities, as we know, all throughout the criminal justice system, but nowhere except maybe in traditional death penalty sentencing are the racial disparities more prominent than in LWOP sentencing. So in 9 states, African Americans make up 2/3 or more of the LWOP sentenced prisoner population. And these states are Alabama, Georgia, Illinois, Louisiana, Maryland, Michigan, Mississippi, New Jersey, and South Carolina. Among people serving de facto LWOP, people of color comprise over 65%, with African Americans more than half and Latinos nearly 12%. Then there is it's kind of counterintuitive, I guess, to people who may not have thought about this, but advocates who are working to end the traditional death penalty often advocate for policies that expand LWOP and make it even a harsher sentence than you can imagine. So many traditional death penalty abolitionists, and when I say traditional, I make that distinction because I view LWOP as a death sentence as well. So many traditional death penalty abolitionists believe that the only way that they can get people to get traditional executions to stop is by assuring the public that these people will never leave prison. In other words, that they will be sentenced to life without parole and they will never have an opportunity to go to a parole board. So in 2008, I was instrumental in working with a group of LWOP prisoners at that prison where I was teaching, and to help them found a project called the Other Death Penalty Project. And for 10 years after that, I was their free world liaison. And in so doing, I attended meetings and talked with many death penalty abolitionists, including Mike Farrell. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Mike Farrell. He's an actor and an activist. He played in MASH, and he's in California. Yeah, he's a leading...
BJ Hunt.
Yes, that's right. I could never remember that name, but yes. And he's a leading death penalty abolitionist in California, and he introduced an initiative in 2016 and was active in an initiative in 2012 to end the death penalty, traditional death penalty in California, and really made LWOP a much more harsh sentence. And I met him at a meeting, and I said to him, you know, what do you think? I mean, are you aware that LWOP is a death sentence too? And he said, yes, I'm aware of that, but you know, first we have to, it's a stepwise thing. First we have to eliminate lethal injection, then we'll go back and eliminate LWOP. And I said, well, you know, really that strategy isn't going to work because it's very difficult to go back to the voters, because in California it has to be an initiative for reasons I'll explain in a minute. But it's very difficult to go back to the voters and say, oh, we made a mistake, I'm sorry, the sentence that we just told you was a just and fair sentence, now we're saying is inhumane. So that's really not going to work. So that's been a stumbling block a lot in dealing with death penalty abolitionists and LWOP. It's a question, and it's not an issue that we have in Vermont because there is no traditional death penalty in Vermont, but in states that have both sentences, it is something that has to be contended with. So as well, another thing that has contributed to the expansion of LWOP, I believe, is of the prison industrial complex, because there are so many companies, for-profit companies that profit off long sentences, people who are in prison for long periods of time, and they have, they're very large companies, they have a lot of money, a lot of resources, and they're able to lobby effectively for policies that support their growth and expansion, such as the private prison companies, Core Civic and Geo Group. Although at least in California, for-profit prisons have been banned. I think that goes into effect in 2024, I believe. But they still are active around the country. I believe even here in Vermont. I think Core Civic is one of the companies that runs a prison that some of the longer-term Vermont prisoners go to, I believe.
Just a quick question. Is that ban going forward, or is it an elimination of all private prisons?
In California, it's supposed to be an elimination of the use of all private prisons. In other words, the state prisons cannot contract with,
Right.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. So over the past 14 years, the Geo Group gave over $6 million in campaign donations, including to gubernatorial candidates in states that have the largest prison populations, which Texas and California. Over the past 19 years, Core Civic contributed over $5 million for the same purposes, and they hired, both companies hired tremendous numbers of lobbyists. Geo Group hired 326 and Core Civic hired 462. That's a lot of power that they have. In California, although it's much less so now because the prison population has been reduced so dramatically, in California, the guards union was a very powerful source to keep the prison population large, so that and to keep people in prison for longer periods of time, so that their benefits and their salaries and all of that would not shrink. But it actually has shrunk over the past, I would say, decade. So I would like to talk a little bit about childhood trauma and life without parole, which, as I explained earlier, is kind of how I got into all of this. And I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with the Adverse Childhood Experiences study, but I'll tell you just a little bit about it, and then some additional studies that have come out more recently that focus more on the criminal justice system. So the Adverse Childhood Experiences study, actually the Adverse Childhood Experiences study provided scientific proof of what my husband Sonny said intuitively, that he was dying of the delayed effects of child abuse. And that's exactly what this study showed. But it was a medical study. It was conducted by the CDC and Kaiser Permanente, published in 1998 in the American Journal of Public Health, involved nearly 20,000 participants. And what it found was there was a powerful connection between childhood trauma and the leading causes of mortality in this country. So in the original study looked at just certain things that they considered to be trauma, although now we know that there are many more situations that are traumatic to a child. But this study looked at recurrent emotional, physical, or sexual abuse, recurrent emotional or physical neglect, growing up with a family member who is a substance user, alcohol or drugs, growing up with a family member who is or was incarcerated, family member who is mentally ill, domestic violence situations, which for whatever reason was limited to the mother being treated violently. I mean, it's an old study, so it didn't take into account other situations. Families in which the child has one or no parents, and the more subtle forms of trauma that we now know can be so devastating, like attachment trauma, which can be very subtle, were not included in this study. I don't think there was a lot of awareness at that time. But probably a more accurate current description of trauma would be a unique individual experience of an event or ongoing conditions in which the person's ability to cope has been overwhelmed, or a disruption of an important relationship, like a parent-child relationship, without repair.
Susan, can I interrupt you for just a
Sure.
second? I'm due upstairs at 11 o'clock, so I'm going to leave, but I just want to thank you for coming.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you.
Becky, do we need a computer fixed in here?
Yeah.
Okay, yes, I guess we do, Matt. Yeah.
I think we do.
Okay. Sorry.
Over there?
Yes.
So it's okay, then?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry.
So the ACE study findings showed that childhood trauma, even as they defined it, was extraordinarily common in our society. And that was really a revolutionary finding in those days. More than half of the Kaiser participants, and these were mostly middle-class people who could afford insurance, had at least one of these ACE factors that I described. A quarter had 2, a 16th had 4 or more, and so it really showed how commonplace these things are. And if you look at on your handout, another thing that was very important was the higher the ACE score, in other words, the more factors a person had, the greater their risk for the leading causes of death in this country. For example, one of the most common things was the higher the ACE score, the higher the risk for cigarette smoking. Cigarette smoking is the cause of heart disease, cancer, stroke, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. So that's how they made the connection between childhood trauma, smoking, and one of the leading causes of death in this country. But this was a medical study, so it didn't focus on outcomes as far as crime, violence, or life or death in prison, which I believe is one of the clearest examples of the impact of childhood trauma in our society. So more recently, in 2013, there was a smaller study published in the Kaiser Permanente Journal, which was conducted by the Correctional Service of Canada and Intrapsychic, a small nonprofit in San Diego. And this was a small study, only 151 participants, but it concluded that childhood trauma is strongly associated with adult criminality and called for more extensive studies to be done. And probably, and this is also included in your handout, the article that this quote comes from. This is a quote from James Garbarino, who was from the Center for Human Rights of Children at Loyola University in Chicago. This quote really sums it up. Makes it so clear. The best starting hypothesis in dealing with most killers is that they are, quote, untreated, traumatized children inhabiting and controlling the dangerous adolescents and adults that stand accused of murder. I think that really says it all. And to kind of put a face to that, I would like to share a story of someone I know who I've been working with on a commutation application in California. He has LWOP. He's probably in his late 50s, and grew up in a home that was, well, let me just back up a little bit. As part of the commutation application, I asked him to give me some photographs of his childhood, and he had very few of them. So I have a few photographs of his childhood. I have his booking photo in 1995 when he was convicted of murdering a man in a kind of a drug-fueled, horrible situation, shooting a man to death. And then the last picture that I have is of him in prison, graduating from college, shaking the hand of the warden at the prison. So, so what happened was this gentleman grew up in a family where his father was a very violent alcoholic, and he had 3 older brothers who were very abusive toward him. And the photographs include him at 1 year old in one of those little those bikes, you know, that little kids can ride. A picture of him at 3 with this innocent face, and then there's a picture of him at age 5 where he's wearing a cowboy hat and he's like in the background, and his 3 older brothers are like looking down at him. And he wrote on the back of his photograph that the cruelty inflicted upon him by his brothers was such that it caused him to withdraw until he got to the point that he vowed he was never again going to be a victim, which he did the following year at age 6. And at that point they were afraid of him and stopped tormenting him. So what his brothers used to do is they would tie him up and they would put him in a closet and lock him in the closet for hours at a time. And when he would cry out, and he would just be crying and no one came. When he would go to his dad and say, please help me, his dad, there were 2 comments that his dad made that were like striking to me. His dad said, are you looking for sympathy? That's in the dictionary between shit and syphilis. Go look for it there. And then his dad would say, did we hurt your feelings? That's what you get for having any. So there was that one day where he was able to free himself from the closet when he was 6 years old. And when he burst out of the closet, he said never to himself, he said, never again will I be a victim. And you can see from the early childhood pictures and then the booking photo, you could see the transformation of what this child had to do to keep himself safe and never be a victim. And his father also encouraged violence, and he would get paid 25 cents if he had a fight at school and gave somebody a bloody nose, 50 cents if he had a fight at school and hurt them more severely. So you could see how he was, you know, by the time he was, you know, 8 years old or whatever, he was just set, it was inevitable what was going to happen. It was set in motion, and he got no help with that at all. So, so then, you know, he went to prison and started taking rehabilitative programming classes, and he discovered a love for learning and a love for helping people. And this man dropped out of school in the 6th grade because he was already addicted to heroin and alcohol by age 8. He dropped out of school. He just graduated from college. He's a brilliant man, so much potential. You know, he's an excellent writer. If he's able to get a commutation, he wants to become a social worker. He's gotten a degree in human services with an emphasis on social work. So this is an example of someone who has been warehoused for decades because of unhealed childhood trauma, who has clearly rehabilitated themselves to the point where they are safe to rejoin society, who has no chance of ever doing so. You know, to me, it's heartbreaking to see. So anyway, so you know, and I should say also, in addition to the childhood trauma aspect, there's also, which I know you're all aware of, the fact that people between the ages of 18 and 25 or thereabouts, they're not dealing with a full death. Their brain is not fully developed. You know, in the 2012 the Supreme Court case, where the Supreme Court talked about the immaturity, the inability to extricate themselves from crime-producing situations, the recklessness, the inability to plan ahead of young people. And so now sentencing a juvenile to mandatory life without parole for homicide is unconstitutional, which, I know you guys all know that. So why should we end LWAT? It's a death sentence, which is imposed with enormous racial disparities. It's total deprivation of hope, regardless of degree of rehabilitation. Is cruel and inhumane, and it is the antithesis of restorative justice. And of course, ending LWAP does not mean all people will be released, only that they have the chance to be considered for parole. And I also wanted to point out to you that in your packet is a report about the Unger case. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the Unger case. So in 2000, it's like a natural experiment that shows that people who have been in prison for decades for serious crimes can safely be released with enormous savings to the government. So in 2012 in Maryland, there was a case, Unger versus Maryland, where jury instructions were found to be unconstitutional. And so about 185 people were released. Their sentences were overturned, they were released. These were people convicted of very serious crimes, murder and rape, and hadn't really particularly received a whole lot of rehabilitation, but they were released in 2012. In November 2018, a report was published by I think it's the Justice Policy Institute, you'll see it on your papers, that showed that during that period of time, only one person was returned to prison. The other people were reintegrated into society with no problem, kind of seamlessly integrated into society. They all got reentry services, kind of more enhanced reentry services to assist them in their recovery. But, it was kind of a natural experiment that showed that releasing people in those circumstances, even when they haven't been preparing for their release for decades and trying to rehabilitate themselves, it's still in the interest of public safety to do so. So, and bottom line, how do we want to treat the children who now reside in adult bodies among us, who really, our society failed them when they were little and they were being abused and they needed help. Our society did not protect them. Our society failed them. And then when they're an adult and they engage in behavior that is really, when we look at it, the natural outcome of what they went through, we lock them up and throw away the key forever. To me, I would hope that we would strive for a society that was more compassionate than that, or more understanding. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? And
sure.
Senator White and I were touching on this earlier, but you saw maybe the language that we're looking at, which eliminates life without parole, but leaves 35-year sentences, minimum sentences, standing. Is that something you're concerned with as well?
The length of time?
Yes.
The minimum?
The minimum. Yeah, 35 it's pretty long. It's pretty long. On the other hand, I think it's very important to do what has to be done in order to get the life without parole sentence, removed. I would be more comfortable with something like 20 years or 25 years, or that's just me, personally. I still feel, if someone kills someone, they do need to be held accountable for that and have, pretty significant time in prison. Obviously not forever. And so I think something about the length of time is something that can be debated and talked about. 35 is kind of long, but if you all feel that that's what is necessary to get this bill passed, I certainly understand that. If you think it could get passed with a lower amount, like 20, 25, I would.
It's a similar political strategy to Mike Farrell's, right? Where he's saying, let's worry about if we can get traditional execution done without touching life without parole.
Right.
And that, from his point of view, that makes sense. I guess I kind of worried that we would do a similar thing here where we would say, in order to get rid of life without parole, we'll leave the 35 years in place, the minimum, and, 35 years is
It's
a
a
lifetime.
lifetime.
Yeah, so.
Exactly.
I would be all for having a discussion about, 30 years isn't that big a change, but for that person, 5 years is a massive amount of time. So, anyway.
Yeah,
just wanted to-
also in California, we've done, they've made other laws that once a person is not, doesn't have LWOP anymore, let's say they got a commutation, they don't have LWOP anymore, there's other laws that soften the sentence that they were given. Like, for example, we have an elderly parole law, which obviously doesn't apply to people with LWOP, but if someone has served 25 years, and they're 60 years of age, they're eligible for parole. And there's similar things for people under the age of 26. There's juvenile offender parole hearings, which...
That's a good point. We've been, and Senator Sears has been groundbreaking in a lot of these areas, especially around youthful offenders and modernizing and making more humane our view of them. But you could say the same thing about inmates who have gone to the end of their lives. And, if somebody's 60 or 70, shouldn't we be formalizing an approach that recognizes that, is this person who committed this crime when they were 24, at 64, going to still represent any kind of the same risk?
Well, I think from the Unger case, you can see that clearly, no. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I think what I tried to say by saying that, I think there may be some way to, once LWOP is off the table, there may be some way to pass other laws that address that.
There is a bill in here called Compassionate Release, and I sponsored that, but and it can be tweaked. It's just the way it is now. I don't think it's the way we want to end up with it, but it would address some of those situations. People who have served not even their whole minimum, but if they're of a certain age and they have, we have people. I'm doing this on behalf of a constituent, is how it came up, whose husband actually shot somebody after being bullied mercilessly. Actually went to the place to confront the guy and then shoot himself. And the guy started bullying him again, and he just, and now he's not a danger to anybody at all. But so anyway, that's the impetus for that bill. But it could be expanded to deal with other situations.
So it's not just about like terminally ill people?
No.
Oh, okay.
It's called Compassionate Release, and to be quite honest with you, I'm not even sure what it says, but it is a placeholder for us to have the discussion about what we want to do with people who really don't pose any threat anymore.
Right. That's awesome. So, why should we end LWOP in Vermont? I think we've already talked about that. One thing I didn't mention is about restorative justice being the law of the land in Vermont, and LWOP is really the antithesis of that. I also wanted to mention that there is a recent report by the Alliance for Safety and Justice. I don't know the exact date, but the report actually didn't mention the date. It is on their website, and it's the first Crime Survivors Speak, first ever national survey of victims' views on safety and justice. And what they found was that the overwhelming majority of people who have been impacted by crime feel that the criminal justice system relies too heavily on incarceration, and they strongly prefer investments in prevention and treatment, in other words, rehabilitation, by a 2-to-1 margin. So I think we all know that the views of people who have been victimized or impacted by crime are very diverse. But this study shows that the majority of them actually would prefer rehabilitation and prevention, ways to prevent the crime from happening in the first place.
Do you have that report on the slides here?
I wish I did. I just looked it up last night.
Oh,
but
can you tell me the name of it?
yes, it's the Alliance for Safety and Justice. So if you just Google that website,
Okay.
and then the name of the report is Crime Survivors Speak.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's really good. I wish I had thought about including it earlier. So, and I think earlier on I talked about why should Vermont be the first state to affirmatively end LWAT. And these are some other things that I didn't mention. So LWAT for juveniles was already removed from the criminal code in 2015. You know, the criminal justice policies, and there's only 15 people serving LWAT. And so I think that pretty much ends my presentation. So if anybody has any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
This might not be a question for you, but where does the opposition to this come from?
Well, I think if not addressed, I don't want to say appropriately, but addressed in a way that is like open-hearted and compassionate, it may come from people who have been victimized by crime and who are still suffering from the impact of that. I think it may come from that. It may be coming from, I can't even say that in Vermont because I know Sarah George is opposed to LWAT sentences, but it may come from prosecutors who feel that they owe it to the families of the victims to put the perpetrators away forever, to provide some kind of healing for them. It may come from that. But otherwise, those are the only two places where I can think of where it would come from.
I can think of people who have said, if you don't have life without parole, you should have the death sentence. Because people are afraid. It's fear.
It's fear. It's fear. It is. That's another reason I feel that we need to continue to humanize people who are in prison, who have, committed sometimes really horrible crimes, but have done the important work on themselves. I guess the other thing I want to say is that life without parole creates victims across the board. It's not just the person who was killed or seriously injured or the family members of that person, but it's also the family members of the person who's incarcerated. They have a life without parole sentence too. It's also that person who most likely experienced severe trauma that they're still suffering from. So the whole thing is like a trauma vortex. And if there was a way to communicate to people that we need to look at the root of it, we need to create strategies for healing of trauma in our society, but that's like a huge undertaking.
I think that also there's a lot of misunderstanding that if you get rid of life without parole, it automatically gives people parole. And that isn't true. They still have to go before the parole board, and they have to and as we begin to rely more and more on kind of risk assessment, that people who remain a risk aren't going to be given parole.
Exactly.
So, but I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about that it means that they'll automatically be paroled.
Right, right. I know in California, Governor Brown issued a lot of commutations for people with life without parole before he left office in 2018. I think it was something like 78 people, really unprecedented. And I know a good number of these people, and a substantial number went to the parole board and were denied the first time, even with the commutation from the governor.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a ticket out.
It is a misunderstanding, I think, and it's important as we deal with this that we get the real story out there about what we're even thinking about.
And because people are afraid, I mean, your point is really well taken. It's true. People are afraid, and in some circumstances, they should be. Perhaps building in some additional safeguards as far as the parole process. That would help people to feel, more reassured that like the criminal justice system is the one that sentenced them in the first place, so we should be able to trust the criminal justice system to decide when they're ready to be released. But maybe some people need additional reassurance as far as the length of time of parole, the kind of supervision. Maybe there should be some enhanced services for victim families, for them to be able to process the fact that whoever injured their family is up for parole. I don't know, just like kind of throwing some of these ideas out.
There are a lot of things I think that could be done.
Right, I think the other thing is, one doesn't know if the person has gained insight while in prison, went through some programs, went through anything that has gotten them beyond maybe their character flaws that were there when they committed the crime.
Well, the parole board should be able to determine that.
But I mean, not all.
Oh, but the person doesn't know. The person who's been injured, you're saying, doesn't know.
Right, and other, maybe not everything is offered in prison that might have enabled somebody to think differently about themselves.
That's true, and that's another reason why more programs need to be offered. Yeah, absolutely.
And it is going to be a case-by-case basis, and the person that I'm thinking of, for example, we've asked if they can't have an electronic monitoring bracelet on, I don't know, I would call them bracelets because they're on their ankles, but, and so he would be monitored. He would be at home with his family.
People don't have confidence in that.
Oh, I'm going to tell you that.
Oh, I know someone very good on it,
but and that part of that is because of the way we've done it now.
Right.
But when it was under the sheriff's,
yes,
they had the victims had.
Yeah.
It was only done in conjunction with the victims,
and it was a lot of monitoring.
And it was a lot of monitoring, and it was a really well-run program, and people had confidence in it. It just doesn't now because of the way we run it. But anyway, that's a different topic that I feel very passionate about. So thank you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, and no doubt I will see everybody again because I intend to keep coming back and working with my collaborators, Tom and Skylar, who are we're all a team. Without them, I would not be here. So thank you.
Good, thank you. Are you guys testifying
today?
Because I would like to ask you, Skylar, how you, as a young student, got, I mean, I remember when you came before and talked to us, but how you got so involved in this topic.
That would be thanks to the guy I'm sitting next to right here in Vermont.
All right, okay. Well,
Came begging for some work, and I got all that I asked for and more. So.
Okay.
I said I have a project for you.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Okay.
Chelsea.
Hi, Chelsea.
On the topic of probation, Charles Manson had life with parole, but he never got out.
Yeah.
Because every time he'd come before the parole board, there was no way he was going to be able to establish, and the burden's on the person coming before the parole board to give evidence that to convince them that it's safe for them to be released.
Right.
And so obviously he was never able to reach that bar. So and this is a Skylar point, is, that we should trust the system. If we trust the system to convict people and lock them up for decades, we should trust them to also go through a process and, that to determine whether it's safe to let them out. And there's a lot of fear on the part of parole boards about making mistakes, so they tend to be conservative.
Sure.
And I think that the point that Susan was making about for the idea that which we've talked about, of having enhanced services for people that are coming before the parole board with very serious crimes, that would give extra resources for assessments and evaluations by psychiatrists, that type of thing. Enhanced re-entry services and enhanced services for the victims' families, so that they can be, very much part process and have access to mental health counseling if that would help them through the process, and also the restorative aspects of, because Vermont is very committed to restorative processes, but there are some programs in other states that are working with really serious crimes, like we're talking about, that have successfully used restorative processes. And I was part of the committee that was looking at using restorative justice for domestic and sexual violence and stalking. It's another example of where the victims are not feeling satisfied with the current system and actually often feel better about a restorative process. And so, there's a diversity among victims of what works for them, and so we should have a diversity of options for them. But we definitely, we all want to be responsible about how things are implemented. So I think those are some of the ways that might be enhanced.
We were told that the electronic monitoring system would not be applicable to domestic situations, and our sheriff worked with our state's attorney and defense down there, and in fact it worked really well because the victim knew exactly what was happening, and so we make assumptions that assumptions are, we know how that spells out, right? But, okay.
No, I think this is an opportunity to continue to reframe what is truly in the interest of public safety. And, taking violent offenders and locking them up with no, impetus to rehabilitate themselves, no opportunity to, is not really truly in the interest of public safety, for the society outside of prison, but also for the community that's inside of prison as well. And we're all going to be better off economically, societally, if we're able to rehabilitate people. And if they're ready to come back into society, great, then we have another contributing member of society. But if not, we have at least, made people inside the prison safer and contributed to not, supporting a practice that is tantamount to torture, as Susan talked about. And so I think this, along with other criminal justice reform legislation, is contributing to reforming and reframing that conversation about what is truly in the interest of public safety.
Have you decided to go into either law enforcement or judiciary or law or
Still
something?
thinking about it.
Okay.
And Philip, did you have anything you wanted to?
I just wanted to say, I think there's this bizarre schizophrenia where we say, we're going to sentence you to life without parole, and then we're going to have guards watching to make sure you don't injure yourself, and we're going to give you health care to make sure you live as long as possible, with the idea that you will never be allowed to leave this facility. That makes sense to me if parole is a possibility, but there's a weird sense in which we're going to extend your life as much as we can with basically armed guards around you, and we will never let you out no matter how long you live.
Right.
If you think about it as a rehabilitative process, potentially, for everybody, so everybody has the hope, 30 years out, 40 years out, then it makes sense. We're preserving your life because we think it has value, and you may one day offer that value to society.
But we're going to preserve your life.
You might offer that value to society in prison.
Well, there is that.
There is that. There's a lot of that actually
People
going
can write
on.
in prison and send their works out.
Yeah, I know.
There's a lot of work in prison by prisoners,
I know
prisoners.
I know that. I've seen a lot of that.
Particularly the elderly and infirm.
It's totally true, but still, it's still heartbreaking to see these people with such potential. In California, we do use restorative justice for even the worst crimes. And there's one program that is in many of the California prisons. We have 34 prisons. It's called the Inside Prison Project, and they run a year-long weekly program, victim offender education programs, and it helps the prisoners get in touch with, what was the driving force of their crime, what are they going to do with their life now, and to develop empathy for the people they harm. And some of the people who are taking these courses and now facilitate these courses are just extraordinary. But at the end of the day, they go back to a cell, which is 6 by 9, that they share with another person. You know, it's heartbreaking.
That's my guy. He is doing everything. He's working in the library and he does all these things and he mentors people and he's just a wonderful person.
Does he have life without parole? I can't remember.
No, he does not have life without parole, but given his age and his everything, it's but
Just for next week.
and in the meantime, then you're right, he goes back to his cell and he can have a hug from his wife once a month. That's our,
It's an improvement.
which is an improvement because until a couple months ago, he couldn't have any hugs from his wife, any physical contact at all, ever.
That's touching on the tragedy vortex that is this entire situation.
Yes, yes.
His wife is a victim as well.
Exactly.
Exactly.
All right, I think we'll.
He was up at, this evening.
Thank you so much.
Want to call to order the regular meeting of the Brattleboro Housing Partnerships on Monday, January 13th, 2020. We're meeting at Samuel Elliott Apartments. First order of business is to review and approve the minutes of the meeting of December 16th, 2019. Are there any revisions, any corrections, any comments?
I'll move to approve them.
Do I hear a second? Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye and shake.
Aye.
Raise your hand. Thank you. Resident and citizen participation. And our resident has gone to get some pizza, so she's not here at the moment. When she comes back, if she wants to participate, that's fine. The next order of business is to open the public hearing on the 2020 annual and 5-year plans. They were in our packet. I'm wondering if it might be useful just to read the description of how the PHA is Public Housing Authority plan is consistent with the consolidated plan or state consolidated plan. Brattleboro Housing Partnership remains committed to providing housing to community members with very low income. In 2019, Brattleboro Housing Partnership converted to RAD, rental assistance demonstration for 4 of its public housing properties, including Hayes Court, Ledgewood Heights, Moore Court, and the Samuel Elliott Apartments. In 2020, BHP will begin making capital improvements to all these properties. The Melrose Terrace project of removing residents and buildings from the floodway continues with the goal of rehousing residents by 2021. BHP will demolish the remaining buildings along the stream to allow for it to be widened for water storage in the case of future flooding. Brattleboro Housing Partnership is committed to offering 3 programs focused on housing the homeless and hard to house. Brattleboro Housing Partnership continues to broaden and strengthen its supportive services programs for residents across its portfolio. Additions, comments, questions? It is very extensive. Good evening.
Good evening, I missed it all?
Have you missed anything?
Yeah.
Not much.
Oh, good. Yeah, I'll just sit here.
We're having a public hearing on our annual 2020 plan and the 5-year plan for work.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to sit?
I'm gonna sit right here.
It's certainly very thorough and very well stated. Well, the reason I read aloud that very beginning was that it was a good grasp of who we are, where we are, and what our intentions are. And it's so hard to remember that Hayes Court, Ledgewood Heights, Moore Court, and Samuel Elliott's apartments are no longer public housing, but they're under the rental assistance demonstration project, which means we'll have the resources that we need to do the upgrades. That's very Christine, any more comments, thoughts for us on this?
No, this was the first official HUD document that I had to work on.
Well, I was
so
just
that was
thinking,
great.
this is your
and
first
so it was a great opportunity for me to do both the 1-year plan and the 5-year plan. And really, outside of the potential idea of moving to work, at this point, we're really avoiding any big projects. I mean, we already have our big project of Red Clover Commons 2 that's underway. But since we've gone to Bratt, the staff has really decided we want to shelve anything and really just focus on the nuts and bolts of the organization and implementing RAD, implementing the capital needs assessment under the RAD program, and just continuing to offer all the supportive services that we have.
And as chair, I am delinquent in not saying we really celebrate our new executive director meeting with us, Christine.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Any other comments, questions? Tom, it's been a while since you've been here, so any more thoughts on the plan?
No, it looks fine to me.
Then do I hear a motion to close the public hearing? I'll move. Okay, this is moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, Tom, second. All those in favor of closing the public hearing, please say aye. Aye. Do I hear a motion to adopt the annual and 5-year plans as presented or with changes? We have no changes. Liz and Tom. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed,
Nice
no?
piece of work.
It was quite a piece of work.
That's why we'll have you at the end, just.
Yes, it was very well written.
Thank you, thank you. And one piece as well is that we did send it to the Resident Advisory Communication Committee. Everybody received a copy of the letter asking if they had any comments, we do not. So,
Staff reports review, property portfolio manager, property managers. It's nice, bright yellow.
At some point, can I ask a couple of questions?
Absolutely. This is a good time just to break in because we have had resident and citizen participation before you arrived. We'll open it right now for you. And your name?
Kenneth Holden.
Kenneth Holden.
I live here in 401. And this place has got disgusting. The carpets, I think they're the original carpets that are in here. They smell so bad and they're so dirty. It's just unbelievable. You go up and down these halls in the summertime, and if you don't have the windows open, you gag. The other thing is, we seem to now have somebody that likes to spit, inflict their snots on the walls. And it's on the 4th floor. There's one place right across from the elevator. Looks like somebody got a big old snot in their mouth and spit it right on the wall. And two down by the garbage, one on the outside of the garbage on the 4th floor, and the bloody booger on the inside where somebody wiped their finger on it. And I talked to Courtney about these snot stuff a week ago, and she told me, oh, that's gross, I'll take right care of it. Well, it's been a week and nobody's taken care of it yet. And I would say that's pretty gross.
Well, I know Christine is taking notes on that. And the other thing I could comment, which is not to be defend, but to say why it's so important that we made the change to the rental assistance or the RAD demonstration project. Because we'll have the funds to do the renovations that are needed in all of these buildings, because they're not, I mean, I may be 84 and they're younger than I am, but they are definitely showing the age when they were built.
Yeah, I helped build this.
Did you really?
Yeah, I carried brick for 2 weeks, and that's all I could do with it. I quit, that was it. That was too much work for me. That's when you had to hand carry the brick. But
Thank you for bringing those things to our attention.
And the other thing is, there was a real big thing last year or the year before about putting these new 8-foot sliding glass doors in. They were going to be so much more efficient that we weren't going to get the cold air through them like we did the other ones. These ones that we got in are no better than the ones that they took out. You go up there and in my apartment and you open those curtains and you can just feel the cold air just come blasting right at you.
Is that something that Jack might do?
Yeah, we certainly can have Jack look into that again. I didn't know that, so thank you for bringing
May I
that to our
say
attention.
something?
Of course, yeah.
Do
you mind saying your name?
Oh, Carolyn Malello, I live in 404. Oh, I'm sorry. The dryers that are in the laundry room, they're never clean, they're disgusting, and when they break down, we can't have our money back, and which is not our fault that the washers break down.
Dryers.
And the dryers. And the, sorry, I got a sore throat. The tube that goes out the dryer through the window, the heat where you clean it, they never cleaned it.
You have a vent for the dryer that goes out through the wall.
Yes, uh-huh.
Yeah. And the mop sink.
And you can't even let your dogs or on the leash when they come out because the carpets are so bad. And you gotta be careful where you step because people drop little pins and stuff all over the place and stuff. And I think it's a good idea. It's up to you guys, but if we could have tile instead of the carpet, because this way it'll be more easy to, you know, like to mop up, and we also need more cleaning people here.
We used to have somebody came in and vacuumed once a week. Now we have somebody that comes in and vacuums. Sometimes it's once a week, sometimes it's once every 2 weeks. Sometimes it's been as much as 3 weeks without them coming to vacuum.
And especially the second room, on the second floor here, on the ladies' room and the men's bathroom.
It is disgusting. Go
They
and use those
have their,
bathrooms.
you know,
Those
they
bathrooms
put their
are
cats in the
nasty.
garbage can and they end up on the floor. Nobody flushes the toilet, there's no soap, no
Toilet paper,
toilet
paper
paper.
towels.
Yeah, nothing. And people are stealing the toilet paper out of the bathrooms.
The urinal has a black ring around it.
Well, certainly we'll talk to them about cleaning and adding more cleaning. I'm guessing in the winter we probably need more cleaning because so many people have, you know, their shoes are dirty from outside as well. I'll definitely talk to them about that.
And we also have spiders all on the, our floor, right?
Yep, the 4th floor.
The 4th floor, spiders. And Courtney said, oh, we'll take care of them, we'll take care of them. She never did.
Well, you can't say she didn't try. I don't know what she did.
Well, we
But
didn't, we haven't
they
seen
haven't been
anything.
done yet. The spiders are still there.
And then the bricks are like, just put up there, if you can see it, it's like, there's a bunch of them around the building that needs to be fixed.
Oh, it's ceiling
Yeah, I don't know
tile?
what they're called, but they're.
The ceiling tile.
Yeah.
The
It's just-
spiders are coming from, on the 4th floor, the spiders are coming from up over the ceiling tile. They come in and they, Todd or one of the maintenance men, come in and they brush the spiders that are there all down.
Get there and clean it, you know.
But they don't spray up inside of the tile where the spiders are coming from. A couple days later, there's more spiders and spider webs there.
And then we had a bat that flew in one time last year, a real bat.
So there's nothing they can do about
It was
that.
around Halloween too.
Oh, very appropriate. Yeah. Well, I will certainly, thank you very much, I will certainly give this information to them. It sounds like you've already shared it with Courtney, but I will review it. We have a staff meeting tomorrow morning, I'll let them know. And you're right, the cleaning, I know that we have been down at one maintenance person, and we're just in the process of hiring someone right now, so we should.
Well,
have
in the meantime, why can't you get one of the, like, what's his name? The newer guy? He's got long curly hair. The one on Facebook.
I don't know what his name is.
Well, anyway, why can't they have them come in on a slow day, like on another day, and do it? Because that's part of their job too.
Yeah, well, we have hired a cleaning company, and we do have a cleaning company that comes in and cleans here. And I think that the maintenance staff is pretty busy right now with turnovers and with, you know, we have snowstorms and dealing with ice outside. This property's a little bit easier, but some of our other properties are really hard to manage during a snowstorm. They take a lot of time. And then that delays our turnovers, and so, but I will definitely pass this information on.
Because I'm
and
really
see if-
embarrassed to bring anybody of my family in here because the way this building looks. And then you walk the dog by the pole outside.
That, you know, that real big pole right outside the door, the main door, when
You
you're
gotta
going
do
out to
both.
the parking lot.
You know, it'd be super helpful for me, if you don't mind, I know that you've given this to Courtney, but I know we have those pink complaint forms, if you wanna just write everything down that you're saying.
Yeah, we've already done that, yeah.
Well, if you could give it, and I'll
Okay.
put my name on it, my name's Christine
Okay.
Hazard. Yep,
That would work.
yep, you can put it right in the office box, and make
Okay.
sure I get it, okay?
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, thank you so
Because
much.
our eyes don't see the things you live with, so this is very helpful.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I said our eyes don't see the things you live with.
Oh, yeah,
So
that's-
this is
yeah.
very helpful.
The other piece is we're always looking for people to be representatives on our resident advisory communication committee. And that would be something that you would talk to Lorelei about, but we're always looking for people, especially at Sam Elliott, to come and represent their building.
What did you say your name was?
Christine,
Yeah?
my last name's Hazard, Hazzard. And if you're interested in the resident advisory communication committee, you could speak to Lorelei and she could give you information about
Yeah,
that. And
she's
that's
a real sweetheart.
that's a great
Yeah.
way to communicate information about your building directly to us.
And also, when she had the door, I've already filled out the paperwork. And when she had the door decorating for Halloween, somebody just came up and took all my snowman off my
The
door.
Christmas one.
Yeah, the Christmas one, and the candy canes.
They just took them right out
We
the
do
door.
need to go back to our wider agenda.
See, that should be on the camera.
The report form will be really helpful, even if you put it in once.
Yeah,
Do it
yeah,
again.
I just
and
I
that will
would bring
help.
it up because I already did it earlier.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
once
that's
doesn't
fine.
hurt. Okay,
Well,
we're going to look
everybody
at
here.
the property portfolio manager, property managers, the yellow phone. Comments, questions? I know you highlighted that the rent collection performance, move-in, move-out reports down due to a few residents in litigation.
That is what, yes, specifically at Moore Court.
Are those collections usually tougher than Ledgwood?
No, not necessarily. It varies depending. It really does. Sometimes Ledgewood would be a little bit lower, and sometimes Moorcourt will be a little bit lower. But it would be, Moorcourt's so small, it's only 24 units, so
Yeah.
it will affect that percentage more quickly, you know, than Ledgewood. It's about twice the size, so it does. So a few people in litigation will make a drastic difference
Yeah.
at Moorcourt.
And the vacancies, 8 one-bedroom vacancies.
Yes.
1 2-bedroom and 2 3-bedroom vacancies.
Yes. And so we've had we've had quite a substantial amount of turnovers, and so we have been trying to turn over the apartments as quickly as possible. And I know Courtney, they do have people online. The 0 are tough to fill,
Yes.
but I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will come on eventually. That is a big number, so it's a lot of turnovers at once.
Excuse me, because of the noise back here, it's hard to hear. If you could.
I'm trying to make.
I know,
as loud
just
as I
talk
can.
a little louder than you
Okay.
normally would.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
The resident wellness and services, family self-support, resident services coordinator, and SASH coordinators.
Yes.
And this is written by you in a different hat.
Yes, a different voice. So this is the last of my wellness and services manager duties, and I put together just a brief summary of some of the allocations that different staff changes. And so as I left my position, we broke my position up into several positions, and Lorelei Morissette received a promotion, so she will now be our wellness and services manager. Shauna Baugh will now be leading the SASH program, and Ashley McHale was made a full-time SASH coordinator. Outside of that, Lorelei's report talked about a lot of the programs that she's been offering. The Art in the Neighborhood program is very successful. She also offers programs here. Your karaoke program was really fun. They had a great time. They had sparkling wine, not real wine, not alcoholic wine, sparkling cider. They had a really good time. And then she's recently joined the BA, which is the Brattleboro Area Affordable Housing Board, which is wonderful. So it's very exciting. That's knows that well.
And Ross is, we are no longer able to apply for resident, Ross is resident
Opportunities of self-sufficiency. And yes, unfortunately, that program is a HUD program, and so we are not allowed to apply for that grant any longer. And so that is not, once we were undergrad, we can no longer apply. So her role will stay within the supportive services program, but it will change somewhat.
This is the trade-off of doing RAD.
It is, yeah.
And not public housing. I hope that our redoing these buildings will be seen as a very great advantage, because it sounds as if it would be very useful.
I hope so, yeah, absolutely.
And the FSS Family Self-Sufficiency Report.
Yes, so we have received funding for an additional year, so that's wonderful, great news. And Lucy has a good amount. She's meeting her grant requirements. Given that we have such a small pool of people, I think she does a really great job. She really has been working well with the property managers, meeting and greeting new residents as they move into the housing sites.
I'm impressed in the program that where people get a job, increase in income, if they're in this program, instead of having higher rent the amount that's the difference between what they had before and what they are earning now will go into escrow for them. And we have somebody who has already $6,000 in escrow. It's really great.
Yes, and we had 2 graduates last year with substantial amounts, which was great. And then for the SASH program, I don't think that Shauna listed it here. However, we have just, we have started a pilot project through SASH with the Department of Disease, Vermont Department of Disease, now I'm not gonna remember what it is. But it's around hypertension. And we are getting funding to work with Hotel Pharmacy as a pilot project to incorporate the pharmacy into the SASH program. They come to some of our SASH meetings, and they work specifically with people who would like to work with them around hypertension. And so it's great. It's a 25-week grant program, and so hopefully we're trying it here, and then it could potentially be offered around the state. So it's a big undertaking, and Shauna has been spearheading the whole thing, so it's really wonderful.
When you say here, you're talking about in this building?
We're talking about all the SASH program. So here, and Red Clover Commons, Hayes Court, Melrose Terrace, and in the community, yes.
Okay.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
I really love the papers, SASH
She has
flash.
one more comment.
We need security around here, especially on the weekends, because there's a lot of people that are letting people in to stay with them here, and they're selling drugs, and you can smell it, like, weed, and somebody needs to be at that door, like, somebody needs to have a pass or something, the people that live here. And then, because everybody's just letting everybody in, and I know there's a bunch of dealers in this building.
So outside of having a locked door?
Yeah.
The locked door is a really good idea, but it's not solving the biggest issue is that people that live here, if somebody buzzes them, they let them in even if they don't know them. Or if they're down, like checking their mail or they're coming in, they'll let somebody come in behind them, even though they don't know who it is and never seen them.
Washer dryers down here, people come in from anywhere.
Yeah, they use the washer and dryers.
So again, if you want to put it on a pink form, the same form, and write down all of these comments, that would be helpful.
Okay, but we do definitely need some kind of security around here.
Well, we have cameras in the building, and we have.
Yeah, well, that doesn't really.
Every time we've asked about something to be looked up on the camera, they say it's too late.
Too late, or they can't find it, or.
Well, this is why we collaborate with the Brattleboro Police. And again, if it's helpful to have it in writing. It's helpful to have specifics at such and such a time, this happened, and that's why I'm presenting it. That enables them to take more effective action.
Okay.
We're going to go on to section 8, shelter plus care and transitions to housing.
So there is one piece of this, I know in David's report, he mentioned that there was an approximately $42,500 shortfall that he had reached out to HUD about, and we are still going back and forth on the emails. So we were hoping to hear by the 6th, we did not. So, and I was hoping to speak with him today a little bit about it, but he was out in Springfield, so we have not heard yet.
And my understanding in reading this is that the shortfall has come from HUD basically shorting us on what we expected to receive for the first 3 months of the RAD demonstration project.
Yes, and it looks, from our estimate, what it looks like they just left Hayes Court off of the RAD. And so I think that we're hoping that on the HUD side, they're going to look at this and just realize that it was a an error.
That it was their error, not our error.
Yes, yes.
They
So we are
haven't-
staying on top of it.
They haven't disputed it.
They haven't disputed it at all. We are disputing, we are asking them about it, and they're doing an investigation at this point.
Transitions to housing. We're now serving 8 once homeless families, an increase of 1 from last month. We're able to house a homeless family of 5 in town for the 1st of January that have been searching for a month. That's really quite remarkable.
It is
Because,
It was a big triumph.
I bet. We'll be looking to add another family to the program in January after reviewing the budget, which I think is an appropriate lead-in to looking at accountants advisors. Financial review. Review the independent auditor's report. And I wondered why my purse was so heavy when I began to hold it out in it.
I have a question somewhere in here, but I'm not finding it.
So if you excuse me, I did all the business I need to do.
Okay, thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
You'll be getting some of those pink
Sounds great.
corn.
Sounds great. I'll be looking for it.
Okay, thank you.
Would you consider joining the
RAC board, the Resident
Yes.
Advisory Communication Committee.
Yes.
I'll ask them about that. If I go,
Excuse me?
I go to that.
Good. So even if they don't join, you can bring some of their concerns.
Yeah.
That's right.
I take it this is a new relationship with these accountants.
A new relationship? I don't think so. I think that we've used them before. What makes you say that?
Oh,
Oh, no, that was the other piece. That's for our executive session.
oh.
Yeah. I'm not sure if that's what he means or not.
I don't know what it was. It was something simple, but I'm not seeing it, so I didn't write it down.
Is it in the actual?
It was somewhere in the,
In the auditor's report
yeah,
rather than the.
it was just a simple question, but it's not coming to me. I was reading it without a pen.
Basically, difficulties encountered in performing the audit. We
there
encountered no
weren't any.
significant
Right.
difficulties.
Yep.
And throughout the report, they indicated that they did not see any problems. Pleased to report there are no such disagreements that arose during the course of our audit with management. And
It's a very clean report.
it is, a very well stated, very thorough. And then the more extensive financial statements for the year ended March 31st, 2019.
I ask what, maybe a dumb question.
Byron, can you speak up?
On page 14, it refers to management fees from A.W. Richards and Red Clover. I promise I won't go on being bewildered by things, but that's I understand a totally different relationship we have with those two
Yes.
properties.
They are public-privately funded. The Red Clover Commons and the A.W. Richards building. So
And we
they
have
are
a
not,
management contract
yes,
with them.
And then we receive we receive fees to manage those buildings. And so I think when they were looking at the, the grant-funded positions, those were also allocated in that we receive funds to offer those services. And so we receive funds to manage the Red Clover Commons and A.W. Richards building, which is different from our RAD. You're right, it's different from our RAD properties. We don't, we get the subsidy off of the rent payment. This, we receive a set amount of money just to manage the buildings themselves.
I'll get there.
We'll do it together. I learned a lot from reading this, so this was very timely for me. This was helpful to read all of this as well.
are these reports put out like this every year?
They are.
Okay.
Yes.
So this isn't a brand new, contract, it's just it's the annual?
Yes,
thing.
yes, and we will also be audited specifically for our tax credit buildings.
Right.
They're set to come in soon, this
Okay.
month, and they'll be auditing specifically those two properties.
Yeah. Yes, I said that incorrectly. Tax credit buildings are ones that the private companies get tax credits and enable us to do that building.
So you will see another audit specifically to that.
Yeah, okay. It did say summary. Summary of the auditor's results is uniformly none reported, and we do qualify as a low-risk auditee, which is very good. Good place to be, right? There are two parts to a report like this, being thorough but also being clear.
Yeah.
Yes. It's both. And then the last, if we, do we need to?
You do a motion to accept the,
Okay.
I'll make a motion to accept the auditor's report and the, who's this called? Yeah. The
Second.
independent audit.
So there was a second from this. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. This carries. And the monthly check listing. Tom, you have been signing checks in January?
Yes, that's the month with 5 Fridays.
Oh dear.
I had one of those once too.
Okay.
do we have somebody for March? I wasn't sure if we had.
We don't yet.
I think it's gonna be me. I think it'll be me.
Would you like it to be you?
Sure.
Okay.
I think I'm next.
I'm always available as a backup if somebody has to
Thank you, Tom.
not go. You know, being retired, I have lots of free time, so.
Okay. And I suspect that it would be appropriate for me to be in April. I did November. So why don't we do that?
And I can do May,
Great.
unless somebody's dying to do it.
Would,
Did we figure out about the last week in February?
yeah, I'm gonna take that.
Thank you.
Large projects in progress.
So, I believe that next month we'll have a little bit more of a detailed report because Chris Hart will, she's now actively working in the development phase and she has already started working very hard, so it's great. So there's not much to report from what we had last month. The FEMA, FDMA, the 4 buildings have been removed down to the slab, and I know that Chris is just talking to community members. She's been continuing to talk to community members about projects around that property, and so they are going to be putting. She's going to be putting in Brattleboro Housing Partnership has been really thinking about the history of the land and bringing in community members to really think about the best use of that.
And when you say community, is this mainly the West Brattleboro Association?
Yes, the Vermont Historic Preservation, as well as some, I think that there are some local art groups that she's also talking about. But Chris, I'll be honest, I can't speak to 100%, so she would definitely be, next month she said that she would have something for us to review, so that would be great.
Is the West Brattleboro Association involved?
Yes, they are. Yes, absolutely. Very important for them to be involved.
Red Clover 2.
The permitting, the funding, and the design remain underway, and the DRB has been approved, has been received. And so Chris is actively working on that piece. That's a big piece. And again, I think we'll have more to report next month. She just didn't have anything.
Started.
She didn't have anything.
She was busy being a grandmother.
She was, yes.
Which is great.
Yes, and then we have heard nothing about moving to work. And so.
And when you say we remain in the lottery, it means that as far as HUD is concerned, we still have a potential?
We still have a potential.
Or not? Okay. And then number 7, enter executive session to discuss legal matters. Do I hear a motion to enter executive session? Well, we can go into executive session with Mary here, and she pulls up her camera, and then we go do the work we need to do. So,
gotcha.
Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
No.
Second.
And Byron, second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And thank you, Mary.
I see Weston here, Bennington, Wilmington, a lot of far-flung places, so Wardsboro. Is Reedsboro in the house? Did they make it? I know see Whitingham. So folk made it over the hills and dales and got here in the snow. Good. So Sue Westa is going to pass around an agenda, and then she's going to pass around the RSVP sheet that we have to facilitate your signing in. If you're not on that sheet, if you would, just somewhere on the back, write in your name and contact information. Okay. Well, thanks to everybody for coming out. I'm very excited about this. I've been with the Wyndham Regional Commission for almost 10 years now, and broadband has been an issue since before I got here, high-speed broadband. And of course, technology has changed radically just in that 10 years. And how we use it too, right? Not just email and the internet, but now everybody has the high-definition televisions and other things. And also the way we're doing business is changing. So, but one of the things that's driven me nuts, which I'm sure has driven you nuts, is all the talk about broadband without the capacity to actually do anything about it. And so the reason why we got involved in this, Wyndham Regional Commission, is the Broadband Innovation Grant were made available, and ValleyNet and Rural Innovation Strategy, we'll introduce our partners here in just a second, they had actually submitted a letter of intent. And so we reached out to them to say, hey, you put in this letter of intent to develop a regional broadband strategy. We can be the means by which you reach out to the municipalities and do this work. And we thought it was a great group to team up with, because ValleyNet is behind EC Fiber, and Rural Innovation Strategy, technology is what they do. So it seemed to be the right people. And their goal is to extend high-speed broadband to unserved and underserved areas, really agnostic of who does it. And so the idea here is to develop, it's pretty straightforward, but there are a lot of moving pieces to it, a feasibility study, and then see what the feasibility is to run high-speed broadband to unserved and underserved areas, then develop a business plan that reflects what was found in that feasibility study, and then we'll know what pieces need to come together to actually get it implemented. And so we're going to be getting down, so this will be getting down to actual technology, actual dollars and cents, what will actually pencil out to make this work. And ValleyNet has experience with EC Fiber, and these folks will be able to answer all kinds of technical questions that you might have. Welcome. All right. Make yourself at home. Oh, if I turn it on, see, I'm technology challenged. So the agenda is I'm going to introduce you to the project team. We're going to go over the purpose and scope of the project, talk about what communications union districts are, town participation and expectations in this process, the project timeline, and then field any questions you might have. I'm Chris Campany, Executive Director of Wyndham Regional Commission. Sue Westa is our Senior Planner, and she is our staff lead on this. Rob Fish is with the Public Service Department. Alex Kelly is with Rural Innovation Strategies. Carol Monroe is with ValleyNet. And then I also want to introduce Sarah Lang. She's with Broward Development Credit Corporation. They've partnered with us on a lot of this too. Everybody's coming in, just make yourself at home. And we've got a sign-in sheet coming around, which we'll explain a bit more about. So what is the Wyndham Regional Commission? So we were established in 1965. We serve 27 towns in southeastern Vermont. It's all the towns in Wyndham County, Reedsboro, Searsburg, and Winhall in Bennington County, and Weston and Windsor County. And our mission is to assist towns provide effective local governance and work collaboratively with them to address regional issues. And in the absence of county government in Vermont, the regional commissions are essential link between local, state, and federal government. But the commission, just so you know, it consists of town-appointed commissioners. We're actually a political subdivision of the state. And so for those of you who don't know much about us, the people that we answer to directly, the commissioners, are actually appointed by your respective select boards. And so you have a voice within the commission. And now I'm going to turn it over to...
Sure. Hi, everyone. Alex again. I'm with Rural Innovation Strategies, Inc. You might know us by the Center on Rural Innovation. We're kind of sister organizations. What we do is we help towns across the country diversify their economies and build digital economy ecosystems. And broadband is obviously the foundation of that. So, we're here partnered with Carol and ValleyNet to drive the business plan and feasibility study, as mentioned. Excited to get into
Could
that.
you speak up louder and slower, please?
Sure. I apologize.
I'm older.
So I'm Carol Monroe, and I had been the CEO of ValleyNet. I'm now the chair of the ValleyNet board. ValleyNet is a not-for-profit, and it is the company that does all of the construction management and operations for EC Fiber, East Central Vermont Telecommunications District, the very first CUD in the state. And it's also the entity that does the same type of work for Lime Fiber, and that's from Lyme, New Hampshire. A little bit different strategy there. Lime Fiber is a privately held group of investors. It's not a municipality, but ValleyNet does the work for them as well. And to give you some idea, it's like EC Fiber is now, the end of December, came in with its fourth revenue bonds for another $10 million, and that should be all of the revenue bonds that we've requested have sold out in just days each time we've done that. And this is the last of the revenue bonds that will fund the Fiber to the Home project for 1,400 miles and to all the unserved areas, underserved, unserved areas in the EC Fiber district. There are some other areas that it doesn't cover at this moment in time that are well cabled, and it's not that we won't do that, but it's a different business plan and a different business model to hit the cabled areas, and that's so those areas will be built, but they'll be built under a different business plan. But it's been pretty successful. It's been cash flow positive, EBITDA positive since 2015, and about 250 miles and 2,000 customers. And as of today, they're very close to 4,300 customers. By the end of 2021, they should be at about 7,500 customers. So it's been a great experience to be working with them to see how this could happen. Their startup money came from private investors in $2,500 increments. They raised $7 million in that way to build out those first 225 miles. It was a difficult time. We learned a lot of lessons, and those are the lessons we hope to impart to all of you, so we don't make the same mistakes. Certainly, there's no reason to do that.
Keep the volume up. Don't get tired.
Okay, I'm trying.
Yes.
So we were going to go around real quick and just have you say your name and what town you're from. Or back there.
Stephen Marlboro.
Bill Ashford, Marlboro.
Phil Edelstein, Whitingham.
Allie Edelstein, Whitingham.
Malcolm Moore, Marlboro.
And Bartlett, Marlboro.
Omar Smith, Leesboro.
Wayne Forrest, Whitingham.
Caroline Calvin, Jamaica.
Chris Roberts, Jamaica.
Dave Jones, Brookline.
Chris Olson, Dummerston.
Jeff Gouger, Newfane.
John Sebastian Wardsboro.
Peter Sebastian, Wardsboro.
John Muse, Townsend.
Patrick Borland, Town of Brattleboro.
Jennifer Burnell, Whitingham.
David Jones, Halifax. David Scholes, Town of Brattleboro.
Court Trowbridge, Putney. Ann Manwaring, Wilmington.
Sarah Lang, Brattleboro.
Gretchen Haverlund, Wilmington, and Whitingham.
Lauren Harkowitz, Wilmington. Allison Peterson, Stratton.
Betsy Wadsworth, Stratton. Tabby Friedman, Dover.
Shannon Wheeler, Dover.
Vicki Capitani, Dover. Carolyn Shea, Wardsboro.
Andy Snelling, Townsend.
Bob DeServo, Townsend.
Lisa Fortin, Wardsboro. Don Fernandez, Wardsboro.
Paul Spector, Wardsboro.
Greg Melmans, Jamaica.
CJ King, I live in Jamaica, but I'm here representing Grace Cottage Hospital, Family Health and Hospital in Townsend. Ron Lockever, Vernon.
Munson Hicks, Vernon. Jim Linville, Weston.
Todd Horner, Key, New Hampshire.
Bruce Robert, Londonderry, and background for the Central Telegraph.
Charlie Goodwin, Weston.
Eddie Fucci, Weston.
Joe Prugnano, Marlboro.
Joe Blooming, Jamaica.
George Mora, Londonderry.
Toby Fitch, Londonderry.
Russ Hodgkins, Westminster.
Sheila Morris, Guilford.
Zon Eustis, Guilford. Peter Rood, Guilford.
Karen Astley, Putney.
Tom Rinskell, Wardsboro.
Chris Lynch, Matrix Design Group. Roger Turner, Dummerston.
Lynetta Powling, Newfane.
Eric Hatch, Bennington. Tim Scoggins, Shaftesbury.
Pete Van Allen, Newfane.
Steve Lemke, Guilford.
In case you're curious about me, I live in Newfane. Our offices are in Brattleboro. So just for folk who just come in, we've got the RSVP list going around as a sign-in sheet. If your name's not on there, you can just check your name if you find your name on there. If it's not, please write your name and information on the back of the paper. And there were agendas going around too. We may have, looks like we got more turnout than RSVPs, so we may have run out of agendas. But that's okay, you don't necessarily need a paper agenda. So we're gonna turn this over to our colleagues here. Here you go.
Great.
Cool. Well, as we mentioned, and let me know if I'm too quiet or too fast. As we mentioned, we're developing a business plan and a feasibility study for participating towns. And I think the best thing to do would actually just be to dive right into what is involved in each of those. So I'll take the feasibility study and you take the business plan. Great, so the first thing, and one of the most important foundational things is what is called a take rate survey. And that's where we ask the residents of towns a number of questions which will inform basically everything else we do. The survey gets at what their current speeds are, what they would like to have, it gets at who their providers are, what they would be willing to pay, and it just is a foundation for everything else that we do after that. We do an analysis of the served and underserved areas. We also look at what the bandwidth needs are and what the tiers of bandwidth the customers want and what we can deliver. We do a vertical asset inventory, which vertical assets are poles. We figure out where the poles are, where we can lay the fiber and string the fiber. We do an analysis of what the backhaul providers could be. We develop deployment routes and methods. Yep.
What's a backhaul?
Great question.
So backhaul would take this network to the web, to the internet. And so the network here would be built with redundancy from town to town, hub to hub. Within that network, probably from at least 2 locations, if not more than 2, there would be access to the internet, also providing redundancy to the network. So we take it from wherever the main location would be here, which has to be determined, to Springfield, Boston, New York, Montreal, all those various areas that have locations, central locations for all the internet providers. So that backhaul is the fiber taking you from this network into the web.
Right. So it's not the provider, but it is connecting the provider and all the fiber to the main web. Right. Is that correct?
So we'll be looking for providers who have fiber in this region. So we know First Light has some fiber in this region because they bought SovereignNet, and SovereignNet built some of the assets to the schools and so on. As an example, we know CCI has some fiber in this region. And I think there's 1 or 2 other providers that have fiber in this region. So we would be looking at partnering with them to take it out to the internet as a whole, and then from different locations for redundancy.
So again, deployment routes and methods. Where do we string it on poles? Do we need to bury it anywhere? Where are the channels that we take it? Communication union districts. Robert is going to talk a lot about that in a bit, but that's an element of this feasibility study. And then lastly, the technical design, and we need to do this obviously because we need to know how much it costs and to incorporate all of that in the business plan. Before we move on, this is a lot of information. Any other questions about what any of these elements of the feasibility study are?
So our town is very rural. There are a handful of residents that are in town, and everyone else is out on dirt roads. So what are we talking about here? How do we get to those people?
In the same way you would get to the people on the main road. So the commitment here is to serve those that are, well, your district will decide this as a whole, if you go to the route of a communication union district, but to serve those unserved first, and that includes those out a mile or so, out on the edge of town. Those are the least served premises today.
It's not a mile, it's 20 miles.
A mile? It's the least served today. So if you want to look at examples, take a look at Granville, or Hartford, or Hancock, or Pittsfield, at the base of the Green Mountains. All of those towns are extremely rural, about 250 premises or less in those areas. Rochester has a few more than that. And there is fiber built to every premise that's on the grid. Okay, and I say that because it's not that you can't serve people off the grid, but that's a whole different story, and you take them one at a time and determine how to do that. Yes.
So which elements of the feasibility study would be conducted at the high level, like by Wyndham Regional or whatever other organization, and which elements would be up to the individual participating municipalities?
In gathering the data, so Wyndham Regional has already provided us with the data that's fairly public data you can find easily, miles of road, how many households in every town, the economic average household income, that type of information we already have. And so what we're looking for the towns to do is, number one, to have a representative that can answer questions where we don't have the data or it doesn't make sense. Sometimes when you look at that data, there's some things that just don't make any sense. But more importantly, to participate in the survey. So the survey, we all know, I mean, when you get a call, what do you do with it? You get a call? Right. So we need to figure out how to get this survey done in a way in which we can get enough participants to make it valid. And that may mean tackling it from all sorts of different directions, whether it be town meeting, a person at town meeting taking surveys, or a person at the local recycle center doing surveys, hopefully on a nice sunny day, and so on. Mailing them out if we have to do that, online if we can do that. We're talking about broadband here, so people who might have to do it from work from their work offices in order to take the survey, but we want to make sure that we get those results in to make it a valid survey, because that's going to also kind of tell us what we need to know. Feasibility, I look at EC Fiber. I know what percent of subscribers I can expect in any given town based on the data that we've collected. And so we have a history there from towns that are just like you.
Is this going to be location neutral? In other words, whether you're 20 miles away from town or 20 feet away?
The goal is to provide universal, ubiquitous service.
So there won't be charges for laying cable up to the end of the road?
No, but there may be charges for laying it up to that person who has a mile driveway.
Okay, that's
okay, right? Because so for access, that would be part of the projects, but for access from the road or the last pole to your home up a driveway will be sort of your responsibility. They would look for a clear path, is what we call it, whether that be on poles or through conduit, but a clear path to get to your home.
How does this all concur with the overall policy that both state and Wyndham Regional and towns, that we try to concentrate in our existing village centers? I mean, that's part of our land use, our energy planning, is that we want to have a much greater concentration actually in the existing core villages. And the whole concept here of supplying high-speed internet to rural areas that are 2 miles or 3 miles, whatever, out for 1 or 2 residences seems to run contrary to that to me. I would think we'd want to encourage people to maybe have good service available in the actual villages, but not subsidize the very rural areas.
I'll feel that. Yeah, there is a I guess what's the term, moral hazard here for running fiber everywhere. But the fact is, we already have people who are demanding it, including school children who are relying on internet access now to do their homework, people who are doing telemedicine who may be in that house they've lived in 5 generations at the end of a class 3 town road, or even a class, well, if we're going to class 4s or not, we'll talk about that later. Like you say, where the poles are. But we've got a lot of people who already live where they live who need access. Now, the bigger issue, frankly, as far as really achieving compact settlement, has more to do with like water, wastewater, other infrastructure. Because right now, the path of least resistance is out class 3 town roads. And that's not going to be fiber that drives people out into the class 3 town roads. It's going to be that you have no capacity in the villages to actually add additional housing units or add any commercial space. And you can't necessarily send everybody to the downtown. So we're talking future land use patterns. We're not talking about uprooting everybody in rural areas and sending them to the villages. But this is just as essential as copper telephone or electricity used to be. I can tell you that growing up as a kid, I grew up in rural Appalachia, and I go to my family's home in the rural Mississippi Delta, and they had cable before we did. In part because they recognized the need related to human health and well-being, and we're kind of at that point now with high-speed broadband. So that's the answer I can give you. Yes, sir.
Carol, thank you for coming to Whitingham in the past. Correct me if I'm wrong, but as I understand it, there are member towns in the EC Fiber District that are well cabled. They're members of the Communication Union District, but you're not putting fiber there now because they're served by the existing cable. And you're putting your resources to the towns that don't have cable or anything else. So in Wyndham, we have Brattleboro and some other big towns. So are we going to take the same approach here, where we're going to try to connect the underserved to the unserved and wait, as you were doing at EC Fiber, before you tackle the cable towns like Brattleboro, for example? Is that the plan?
That would be a plan that the district will decide upon. But yes, that's the goal from a state perspective, to go to the unserved, underserved area. Let's just call them unserved, right? Because really, if you don't have cable connection or fiber connection, you're pretty unserved, no matter what other kind of connection you might have, with the exception of a few wireless connections that are very good, but not universal. And so all the unserved areas are needed first, and that's part of the purpose of the feasibility planning from the state level, as well as any funding from the state level to start up a district. And so that the focus will be on those areas first. EC Fiber does go through some cabled areas. We just had to connect our network in West Windsor to our network in Barnard, and we go right through Woodstock. Woodstock's one of our towns, and you can be sure there's a lot of cable along those routes. But that isn't our priority at this moment in time. Outside of that infrastructure need, that's what we've built in Woodstock at this moment in time. And even then, if you look at the route, it's not like straight down from Barnard to West Windsor. It kind of follows this unusual path, and if you look at that path is, the dirt roads, the edges of town, and so on to get to West Windsor.
And later on, we're going to talk about communications union districts, but what she said is important. It's going to be the districts that determine the strategy. It's not, and then whatever company, whoever you hire to actually do the technical work. And so that's important. The communities are going to be in charge of the prioritization.
I do want to say one thing about the communication union districts here, though, because through this feasibility study, we're going to be able to determine critical mass. And what does it take, and how many towns need to be part of a district? What is the logical arrangement of towns to be in districts? All of that would be recommendations. We're not going to force a town to do anything, of course. And it may be one big district, which is really something they're thinking about in the Northeast Kingdom. They're thinking about 2, and recently they've started talking about maybe even 1. So we will be looking at that as part of our study. What makes the most sense for where communication, what towns should belong to what districts, or should it be 1 district or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5? But we need to make sure we have critical mass in each district in order to be feasible.
Let's take a question from Peter, he's had his hand, and then we'll go back into the presentation. We'll be plenty of opportunities to ask questions.
For the survey, what type of population percentage would constitute a valid survey?
I'd like to see 30%.
Okay.
And I'll just note one thing, as we go through this process, that's the main thing we really need the towns to think about right now, is you know your town's best, you know your community's best. So what is the best way to reach as many people in your community as possible to get surveys out and get surveys back? You're the experts on that, not us standing here. And so that when we're going to talk about what we're going to rely on the towns to do. But that's where, as far as energy and effort right now, that's where your heads need to be at, and like your broadband committees and other things. How do you get the surveys out and get them back? Charlie's a quick.
Real quick, are there any model surveys?
Oh yeah.
We got lots of model surveys. So remember, February 6th, we're going to be having another meeting to go over what's in the surveys. We're going to be soliciting your input for the surveys, and we're going to want towns to share your thoughts on how you're going to reach out to your people, so you might give some ideas to other towns. So we're going to have a whole training around the surveys, but there are models out the, yes, Wazoo. Go ahead.
Great, so we're going to move on. The last thing I'll say about this feasibility study is that we will also be submitting it to a reputable third party to validate it and make sure that they agree with our conclusions. So just wanted to make sure you knew that as we moved on. You want to copy of this.
Okay, so the feasibility study goes back to the state. This is part of this whole grant process. So the grant is divided into two sections. One section to do the feasibility study, and the next section to do business planning. And so the feasibility study has to show that it's feasible before they will fund the business planning piece. Right? So the study goes back to the state, whether we show one district as being feasible or two districts, whatever that looks like in the end, we'll go back to the state for review and to Rob's group, and they will determine whether or not we can continue down the path and do business planning. And you'll see some of this in the timeline at the end here, because they want to look at these very quickly as well. There are 3 BIG grants out there, so they'll be getting at least 3 feasibility studies back, and then we can continue and do probably a better business planning process, a more in-depth business planning process. One of the essential elements for a business plan is who is going to operate this network. And that hasn't been determined yet. And so we'll be looking at that in feasibility. We'll be looking at it in business planning. It could be a private for-profit entity. It could be a not-for-profit entity, like ValleyNet is a not-for-profit. But we want to make sure that we find out we want some ideas about what that will look like, because that will affect the business plan. So ValleyNet is a not-for-profit. Our costs are very low to our districts, but a for-profit company might be different. And so we want to try and outline that and get that done very quickly if we can. We don't have to choose one, we just have to have an idea of what that would look like if we chose a for-profit company.
And we don't know the exact dates yet, but we'll be reporting this back to you.
Quick question, is the business plan done at the recommended CUD level, or is that done at the regional level as well?
Well, it'll be at the CUD level, but it will be for each CUD.
When you say for each CUD, ones that are already talking about forming, or what some possible configurations are based on the feasibility study?
We'll work with those that are already going to, that have it on their ballot for the town meeting, because they'll form a core CUD. But what we'll try and determine is how the other towns relate to that, and determine how many. We'll make a recommendation as to how many should be in which CUD or in
Good job. Keep it coming.
Okay, I'm trying.
Yeah.
So if your recommendation is 3 CUDs, you're going to do a separate business plan for each?
Yes.
And that's why we stressed in the communication about this. Wherever you are in your CUD process right now, I know a lot of the town warning, were printed, a month ago or before. You're fine wherever you're at right now, right, Carol? Because the whole point of this is to figure out the geography, based on the technology, the geography, what CUDs make sense. And we're not going to dictate that either. I mean, if other groups, we don't have the power, we don't have the desire to say, you don't do that. Towns can do whatever they want to do. But what we're going to advise is based on the feasibility analysis for the region as a whole, for this 920 square mile, 27 town region, how many CUDs make sense so that we can serve the unserved. Does that make sense?
How many make sense regardless of how many have actually formed?
The result is going to be a business plan that you could take to possibly get the revenue bonds to help start building the network.
Speak up, say that again.
Oh no.
Stand up.
So one of the results of this business plan is going to be something that you can take to lenders to get the funding you need to build out the network.
Right, yes.
Would this be a partial solution to areas that do not have cell phone service to connect through a Google Voice, Skype, but internet and telephone? Because I guess in our area, our biggest concern is we have so little cell service, but would this be able to serve through internet phone services?
So most of these, most of the results for service will include probably a voice over IP plan, but more importantly, almost every cell phone now is network capable. And so it's bringing in enough bandwidth into your home to be able to connect your cell phone to your network and use it in your home. That doesn't help when you're stuck on the road.
Well,
that's sort of another type of solution. But what will happen is there'll be fiber throughout the region, right? And that gives easy access to those providers to connect into a network. There'll be fiber available if AT&T or Verizon or US Cellular or some other carrier wanted to put up repeaters or cell towers or mini towers, which a number of them would like to do, then there'll be that opportunity to do that because that fiber will be there already.
Is that happening in the EC fiber area? Is AT&T building out because of the work you've done?
Yes and no. We're not providing them backhaul, but they do have the CCI, for the most part, is providing backhaul to them. But yes, there are dead spots within our region, and we all know what happened when the provider left Coverage Co., right? So there are areas within our EC fiber territory that also doesn't have cell service. They're working on that as a district, but it's hard to encourage a cell tower to do that. I can tell you that you can put a device in your home that will bleed out, if you want to call it that. So you can there's a device in your home for both Verizon and AT&T that will allow you to, it's like a mini cell tower. It's not even a tower, it just looks like a modem device. I used to have one in Royalton. And others on our staff had them as well. And they would say people would stop across the street from their house because they had a signal. So you get priority on that device, but the signal actually goes out further, and it is secure in that your conversations and it isn't interrupted by somebody else's. But you can start to do that within some towns as well, particularly in downtown areas. So there are some solutions there, but really we need the big providers to participate.
Is this going to be competitive with cable and cell?
In terms of pricing structures?
In terms of content? Yes, and pricing.
Yes, it will. Product pricing will be competitive with those services, and it will offer you some alternatives where they are existing if you build out over those cabled areas. We're experiencing a 17% take rate in cabled areas versus 30 to 40% take rate within 2 years in non-cabled areas. So you have to keep that in mind.
I'm sorry, you said, did you say sync rate?
17% take rate.
Take rate, oh, okay,
Take rate
sorry.
in cabled areas. So as much as you don't like Comcast or whoever your cable provider is today, turning that off is a hard decision, and learning how to stream is difficult, but people are doing it.
I'm having a, help me understand, do we figure out whether we want to be the town of Weston, 500, 400 earnest, wonderful souls? Do we decide, do we do our survey first, or do we decide to do a CUD first? How's this going to work for us?
You don't need to participate in the CUD to do your survey. Okay, so the more survey results that we can get in from the various towns, the better our data will be, the better our recommendations will be. And what was I going to say? That you want towns, though, to provide a representative.
Right. So.
You're going to take care of that?
Yes.
Okay.
You want? Are we there?
No, we're not there yet. We're getting okay.
Do you want to cover
Let's go through
that?
this.
Let's continue with the presentation a bit more, and then we'll get into that.
So the business plan includes a market analysis, a high-level market analysis. It includes high-level engineering and design plans. It does not include having done that. That's a cost in itself to do that. But we have a lot of experience and can do a high-level plan. Financing models, at least 3 years of projected pro forma projections. Estimation of construction costs. Valiant has a really good handle on that in the state of Vermont. And building, as I said, we're very close to over 1,100 miles of fiber now, and we'll be at 1,400 very soon. Like operational models, what are the choices to have an operator or a construction management operator? What will those choices look like? Who wants to participate? We will have contacted some of those companies to see if they're interested in doing that. We have to provide a risk management plan. So this is a business plan that you can take to the state for VITA financing. That's the goal. So you have a business plan, the VITA financing for the startup CUDs. That plan should be sufficient enough to take to the state for that purpose.
Hi, everybody. My name's Rob Fish. I work for the Public Service Department, and I've met many of you already. I'm the person the state has hired to try to connect all the different groups in the state that are working on broadband. So I'm going to talk a little bit about communication union districts. A lot of it's been covered already in the questions, and I'm sure there's going to be more. So tell me to slow down if you need me to. So first off, as you probably figured out already, a communications union district is a way for 2 or more towns to work together to provide a solution to our lack of broadband. So how many towns here are part of a sewer district or a solid waste district? You get the concept. So why would you want to create a communication union district? The same reason for any of those other districts. What do you gain by working together? You're able to aggregate demand. You'll be able to get to a point where you have a better business case to make to get a better deal from a provider. It's also a way that the entire region can benefit. Otherwise, each town has a different business case. Towns that are less dense are less likely to be served. This is a way for the entire region to benefit. Another reason, funders are familiar with municipal districts. So a lot of the funding is going to be coming from VITA or from USDA. Do you think they want to get 28 different applications for a small project, or have one body that is coordinating that effort?
And Rob, could you tell them real quick who VITA is?
VITA is the Vermont Economic Development Authority. They have a broadband expansion loan as of this year that's up to $4 million per loan. So it's not necessarily bridge funding, but it's more startup funding. Okay. So to turn that around the other way, how many of your towns want to apply to USDA for individual funding and compete against all of your neighbors? So efficiency, when you're looking at an entire region, you can build out the network in the most efficient way possible. And town boundaries are irrelevant. How many roads go from one town through 4 other towns? What are the settlement patterns? What is the topography of your area? That's more important than town boundaries. And working as a region allows you to maximize the efficiencies that that gains. Risk mitigation, individual towns are not on the hook. Funding opportunities and just not reinventing the wheel. EC Fiber pioneered a model that is working. Around the state, this is working. So this is a way to benefit from that rather than taking everything on as an individual town. People, I'm going to pose a few questions that I'm sure are coming up. How many towns should be in a CUD? This varies, and thankfully there's a feasibility study that's going to look at what the best makeup is for the towns here. As Carol mentioned earlier, in the Northeast Kingdom, they were considering doing 2 communication union districts. Now they're going to do 1. That could potentially be 50 towns. So there's a lot of different factors to consider when it comes into it, but it also considers how many towns do you want to be looking at across the room. Like there are models of executive committees and everything, but it's finding that balance. Cost to the taxpayers in the town. To just say it bluntly, communication union districts, they can't tax the residents of a town. Any funding for any of these build-outs is going to come from revenue bonds or possibly from private funding. How does the town join a CUD? How many people here are representing towns that are already voting at town meeting? There's quite a few already. There's a Deerfield Valley CUD that's forming, and then in Bennington County, there's about 10 towns that are already voting. If you didn't get it on the ballot, no big deal. Once the CUD is formed, you can join the CUD by just a simple select board vote. It doesn't take a town meeting vote to join an existing CUD. So this is the language. It's a little bit past the deadline for being able to put something on town meeting, but it's all spelled out in law. And it's based on an existing model. There's existing bylaws in place. There's suggestions, and a lot of it's figured out with this model. So I know I went really quick through that, but any questions?
Can we go back 1 slide?
Sure.
And by the way, this presentation is going to be on BCTV, but we'll also have it on the Wyndham Regional Commission website. You'll see it right there on the home page.
I can also email this language to anybody.
What are the outer geographic parameters for a local CUD? Could somebody in Guilford join a CUD in St. Johnsbury?
Well, it's the entire town, but yes, technically St. Johnsbury could join with a CUD in Wyndham County.
Right, so
there's not a restriction.
That's the point that I'm saying.
Logistics.
Is that once you have a CUD formed someplace, the town could join. You can always join a CUD.
You can apply to join. That's the key.
The existing CUD would have to bring it to their governing board for a vote. One of the issues that EC Fiber had initially was West Windsor was part of our communication union district. Getting there meant that we had to connect them to us in an unusual way initially. Montpelier is supposed to be part of ours as well as CD Fiber. They belong to 2 CUDs. But getting to, if we were to build Montpelier, we'd have to have a link directly from Montpelier back to Royalton. So they need a link from St. Johnsbury to your town in order to make that happen. More importantly is if you have problems, how far do you want that truck to roll? So an hour, 2 hours? I think that's one of the important pieces there.
So the towns don't have to be contiguous. They can also cross boundaries. You could also look to Massachusetts, New York, New Hampshire. A lot of different options, but there are logistical concerns.
Is it actually true that we are past the deadline for including including an article on the town meeting ballot? My understanding is that we're close to the deadline, but not there now.
Yeah, I think it's very close. I think it's a 30-day warning is the minimum.
And 40 is the maximum.
Yeah, so it really varies. a little bit from
So
town to
there is
town.
time for any town that
Yes,
will be
there is.
considering an article to get it on their meeting agenda for this year.
Yes, correct. Yeah, you still have time.
But just, and not discouraging you from doing that, but for those of you who for your towns that haven't contemplated it yet, that's fine too. So that's why
I brought it up because I know that there's at least one town here that is considering whether to do so and was going to decide after this meeting.
Yeah, and that's great. But I just want everybody to, you're fine wherever you're at, whatever your town wants to do, you're going to be okay.
Yeah, really what the most important thing right now is the survey of getting these results back to this group to come up with a feasibility study and ideally come up with a business plan after that.
I guess that's kind of the plea. I mean, if your town has limited bandwidth, no pun intended, sorry, it was not intended, I really did not mean that. But if you've got limited capacity to make decisions right now, focus on how to administer the surveys, not so much on necessarily on the CUD right now. Because and this is going to be, this is a 6-month process. It's going to roll fast because that's what the grant that we have requires. And so the only thing that's going to extend that 6 months is the amount of time that it takes the Public Service Department to review the feasibility study. And so that's why when we have that second meeting on February 6th about the survey, we're going to need towns and everybody to act fast. So again, if you have limited time to talk about this in your town, talk about the survey.
And using town meeting as an opportunity to collect survey results is going to be key, whether you're voting on it or not.
Yeah.
So I certainly hear the interest in having participating communities get involved with the survey. I'm hearing that loud and clear. I've got a couple of assumptions, I think, about the survey, but I'd like to make sure that those assumptions are correct or find out that they're incorrect. My assumption is to facilitate demand aggregation, you are going to be wanting each community to be distributing the same survey, is that correct? Okay. And for the purpose
Somebody
of...
say that out loud?
Yes.
Thank you.
And for the purpose of facilitating and aggregating demand, I'm guessing if there's going to be a web-based survey tool, that would be available to all participating towns. Is that correct?
Yep.
And that the regional commission would likely make that available, that we could all sort of link to, or something along those lines?
It's probably going to be more through Valley, I mean, rural,
Yes,
yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
One thing to emphasize about the web version is like you want to have paper versions too.
Yeah.
So we want to make sure we get the people.
And we're going to take a deeper dive on this on February 6th, is that right?
Yes.
Outstanding.
They're going to be due when?
I think that you look at the timeline at the end, I think we're looking at the third week in March.
But, orange flag.
Do these CUDs have to be contiguous areas?
No.
And a related question, are multiple connections to a backbone provider possible?
Yes.
I have questions on the feasibility study, particularly the first 3 things you wrote down: the take rate survey, analysis of served and underserved areas, and the bandwidth needs. We're all underserved, technically. So the question is, what is the what's the aim? What's the goal? Are we talking that the goal is 1 gig for everybody? Are we talking that because everyone's underserved? The take rate survey is going to be based on, gee, what I'd like, and when I don't even know what I need, it seems to me to be a problem. And bandwidth needs, particularly, what we said, I mean, right now, the federal 25.4 is inadequate for anything, right, and beyond really one household. So how do we project, how do we use this survey effectively to get to a place where we need to get to, which is a 1 gig or to get fiber optic to everybody when they don't know what they need?
The construction of a network today would include all the equipment being at least 1 gig capable and 10 gig on the backbone side. So on the side that connects all the hubs together would be more like 10, and out to the internet would probably be more than that. And so part of what we would expect is that the broadband deployed will be up to 1 gig. And so
Up and down?
Up and down, symmetrical. So as a district, if we do, and through this, as we do business planning, we'll probably look at different tiers of offering, and that's part of the survey as well. Meaning a 25.3 tier would be the very lowest basic level. That is what the FCC says is broadband today. You and I don't agree with that. I understand that, but that's the minimum. And then probably tiers taking you to 1 gig at different price points.
Can I just ask a follow-up on that? Because that's something I've never quite understood. The tiering, that's artificial, right? Because you could provide 1 gig up and down for the same cost to everyone. So that's simply a marketing decision about what we'll charge for everybody. But it could be 1 gig to everybody at the same cost.
That's correct. If the business plan allowed for that, to say, in order to offer 1 gig to everybody, this is the price we would have to charge. How many? Now that may reduce how many people actually sign up. So
why would it cost more?
By offering different tiers, people can sign in at various levels.
My question is, why would providing 1 gig up and down cost you more than providing 100?
On the backhaul.
What other people charge?
Yes, so we have to buy service out of the area to a major carrier, right? And that will depend on how much bandwidth is being used internally. So if everybody has a gig and everybody uses 700 meg, that backhaul is going to be a whole lot more expensive than if it's tiered. If the business plan allows for that, that is what some municipal networks across the country are doing. They're offering a gig, one price, $50, $75, $100, whatever it happens to be, across the board. So it's possible. We'll take a look at that.
I'm just concerned that the survey is a little too small or not comprehensive enough to really get us there. We know that, just one quick one, we know that, for example, in Chesterfield, New Hampshire, the data was inaccurate from the coverage, so the man who was in charge, who was putting it, went to everybody and found, okay, theoretically they had 100 gig, but they didn't because they had no service at all. But the map said they did.
Right.
So
if you look
the
at
survey,
the FCC maps, you're probably all covered.
The survey is going to have to be comprehensive enough to really understand the area.
So remember where we're starting from. We're administering surveys that have been used in how many towns, and where this has been done, how many places now?
Several places here in Vermont, but also in New Hampshire. And the third partner on another grant that we're working on deals with, it's called CTG Communications out of Maryland. And so they've provided us with some survey material as well.
So it's not like we're starting from scratch, our partners know what we need to gather from the surveys.
It's really to try and determine who's interested in it, who would take service, at what price points. That's the main purpose of the survey.
Let me ask that we do this. So we're about at the end of the presentation, and then we're just going to open it wide open for questions.
All right, so you folks are asking about the survey and what you need to do. If you saw the invitation to tonight's meeting, you saw that you saw the first things that we're asking you to do. We want each town to decide if they want to participate. Of course, it's up to you. We hope you will all participate. And we are asking your select board to pass a simple resolution stating that. We're also asking them to identify one specific person to be the broadband point of contact for your town.
And let me just clarify, I can already see the hand going up. We're talking about participating in the study.
Right. I need you to tell us what you mean by participating.
Okay, yep.
Participate, set up a CUD, yes, we're all in on
No.
broadband, or yes, we want to do a survey.
So first, yes, we're all in on broadband. Second,
No.
I mean, I'm
Please
sorry.
help me.
Yes, we're all in on this effort to be involved in the project.
Which is a survey.
Which is the feasibility and plan.
And the feasibility study and the business plan
Whoa,
development.
whoa, whoa. But if you do a survey and you decide it's not feasible, you don't want to do it.
That's true. That will be the
Right,
end.
Exactly.
Correct. Absolutely. And we hope that as many of you as possible will participate throughout the process. We'll be holding multiple meetings, as Chris mentioned. The next one being the February 6th meeting that will focus on the survey. But once we complete the survey, we'll have a meeting to share the results with you, and we'll also be sharing information about the feasibility study. And if it is decided to go ahead with the business plan, we'll do that as well. But we just want to have one contact person that we know we can reach out to. We have their email address, can send them information, they can get it on your website, whatever is needed to be done. And we are asking you just to send that information to me in an email, and my address is swest@wyndhamregional.org. So that's just the first thing. The survey meeting is the second thing, and you've heard a lot already about the help that we need from you on that survey. You want to talk about it?
If you want, yeah. Oh, I don't know. Sure. We've talked about the survey a lot. I guess the only other thing I would add is that we need to do the survey right the first time, right? We can't survey everyone multiple times, and thankfully we've got really experienced partners who have done these surveys before. They know exactly what we need to ask, and so it's a robust survey, which means we'll need all of your help making sure people fill it out, right? It's going to be definitely longer than a page, and so this is really the important foundation to everything else we do. So happy to take more questions about that at the end, but there is going to be a special meeting about it as well on February.
And it will be one survey. We need the same survey to go out to all of the towns.
And we will help as much as we can with disseminating it, providing links, language for the listservs, physical copies, organizing groups to make sure we get as many responses as possible.
Let me just underscore why we need the resolution by the select board. It's just, we're a political subdivision of the state. We work with towns at their request for us to work with them. We don't just jump in from above. So we're not, so if a town doesn't, the reality is that the select board says we don't want to participate, and remember, it's just participating in the study. You're not committing to any CUD or business plan or anything else. You're just committing to, yes, we want to participate in getting out the study and being part of the discussions about what the feasibility study finds and discussions about what the business plan suggests. But we just need the select board to say, yes, we want to participate, because otherwise, if we were just show up in a town and start surveying residents, the towns would probably say, why are you here? We didn't ask to be a part of this. And so basically it's our way of getting permission from the select board, from your legislative body, saying thumbs up, and here's our primary point of contact. Why the primary point of contact? Because it's really difficult when you're expected to communicate the same thing to 5, 6, 20 different people. And so the idea is to communicate to one person who can then disseminate that back out to the rest of the town. Whatever network you have in your town to do that is fine. So if from that one person, they then communicate to 1,000, that's fine. However you want to do it internally, it doesn't make any difference. But we just need that kind of the select board official point of contact so that we know who to reach out to.
And isn't it true that the meetings aren't just for that point of contact?
Absolutely.
You can
Right.
bring alternates, you can bring whoever you need to from your town to the meetings. All of that is fine. It's just that there should be one official point of contact.
Yep. Okay, a couple questions?
Yeah, we've heard that landlines are kind of in peril. Do you know anything about that? Are they likely to disappear like I
Hey,
might
Peter,
see on-
before that, can we, before we get into the peril of landline, let's finish the,
Okay, real quick, what can you expect from Wyndham Regional? Our role in this project is really as conveners and communicators, as we often are, to all of our communities, a role we often play. We'll be leading the survey development. We will be able to meet with some towns individually if that's really necessary, but we're really hoping to use these regional meetings to disseminate this information. So hopefully, you'll be able to come to these meetings and bring that information back out to your towns. And then we'll wrap up with the timeline.
So the state says 6 months, right? 6 months from the day that we signed the agreement.
which was last Monday. One of the reasons why you didn't hear from us a lot is we didn't even have a contract to do this until last Monday.
So the broadband survey training for the towns on February 6th. We'd like the survey information all complete by March 17th so that we can be compiling that information. A feasibility study should be complete by the end of April. And then the business plan will take about 2 to 3 months following approval by the Vermont DPS on the feasibility study. So we're looking at, if all goes well, sometime by midsummer, I was going to say mid to late summer, we should have, plans in place and be ready to rock and roll and move things forward.
Can I ask how large is the grant that the regional received from the state?
Just under 60,000.
Just under 60,000.
60,000.
And the majority of it's going to them because they're doing all the technical work. We're actually basically going to get just reimbursed for Susan and my time. So we're getting like 5,000, I think it is. But that's the total. And then they're actually putting a lot of, you want to say something about the USDA grant that you guys have that kind of helps set the foundation for this?
So we also have a grant that, as I told you about, our partners in Maryland, that allows us to do some like pre-feasibility types of communication and planning and development of surveys and so on for both Vermont, 2 regions in Vermont and 2 regions in New Hampshire. The other 2 regions, by the way, are Pine Bluff, Arkansas, no idea, and Western Maryland. So it covers these 6 regions. But the idea is to create these models that can inform other communities in other states about how to do this. And so that's the purpose of that grant. But there's there's three of us working together to make that happen, all bringing different experience to the table. So we have this great wealth of knowledge that we have available to us.
What's the timeline for putting those models together?
That's a different grant, and I think it's 2 years. Yeah.
And?
Do you anticipate that the survey questions will let folks decide the level at which they would be willing to step into this as an uptake? And if that's the case, in the communities that have income levels that are at or below state averages, which are pretty low, I'm anticipating that we would get a lot of folks who might take the basic but unable to get too much. Will that have anything at all to do with the level of technology that is rolled out? So theoretically, that means, I heard a no there. So somebody on a given street, and all the folks on that street basically signed up to say they would take the basic, and enough of them do. But those same people could then, if they all of a sudden win the lottery, could upgrade, and the technology will be there for them to go all the way up to the top.
Yes.
Thank you.
And so if you use EC Fiber as an example, those customers can call any day of the week and say, I need more service, please increase my service, or I no longer need as much service because my children have all gone to college and they're not home anymore, and so could you reduce it? There's no contracts. They allow them to do that and prorate the month in doing that. We have a lot of customers, not a lot, about 25 or 30 who call us before Thanksgiving and call us back in January because all their family is coming home for Thanksgiving and they need far more bandwidth during that time period.
To Ann's question, correct me if I'm wrong, the pipe, the fiber cable that's going to go to everyone's house is the same.
Yep.
It's how much the CUD or the company, whoever it is, pushes through that pipe. So, right, is that a fair statement?
Not only the pipe, but the device in the home is going to be the same.
Right.
The device on the pole is going to be the same. The device in the cabinet, hub cabinet is going to be the same. And it's all depends on how it's provisioned. So we can provision you for 25, 100, 100. I think EC Fiber is just out. So it's 25, 25, 200, 200. I think it's 400 and then now 800.
But, okay, the pipe is the same as
The pipe
everyone's
is the
house.
same.
It's just how much you bring in from the internet to give to the customer,
Right. We provision each device for whatever they purchase.
And as she is saying, again, maybe this is clear to everybody, but just in case, and I'm partially saying this to make sure I understand it, it's kind of like whoever the provider is, as part of the business plan, they're buying that backhaul, where you're actually connecting to the internet. And so that's what's the cost driver as far as how much it's going to cost you, whether you got the 1 gig or whatever package you get. It's not the local service provider who's making the money. Or who's driving the cost. It's more on what that backhaul cost is. Is that right?
Now, the local network is going to be what the market will bear, right? And I think that, but the equipment will be to allow for at least a gigabit of service.
Yeah, just a question on the survey. So you mentioned the other group that you're part of, and Greensboro being one of the beneficiary areas of that. So we already have a sampling of the survey that you folks provided. One thing I noticed about the questions that we received is a lot of it was about current usage for people. It didn't really talk about what people were willing to do or what people wanted to do. And it seems like there should be more questions about that. And the reason I say that is because if you're surveying people in a town that's unserved, then obviously their usage is pretty low. It doesn't, so we don't really know what they want compared to what they actually are getting now.
That's a good point.
So I think what I'm hearing in a couple of different places is, does the survey educate respondents on what the possibilities are, as well as asking what they do? Because there's so many people, I mean, I've tried for 4 years to get internet on our road, and I've had to have conversations over and over again with people who don't know what they're missing or how their bills would differ if they had fiber instead of 3 megabytes going down or down up. So there's a whole education process for people who aren't really aware of the possibilities or the necessities.
I think it's important to note that, like, this is the first step. Driving demand is going to be something that the CUD is going to have to figure out, of teaching people how to use the additional bandwidth that's available.
And the survey is just a piece of the pie for this feasibility, right? We need to know things like roads and household income, and there are other pieces of that pie. How big of a network it is, how many premises, what's the likelihood of a rural town, how many miles out of town do the roads go, and so on and so forth. So there's a number of pieces to that. This is just a piece of that feasibility study.
And as she noted earlier, we've already gotten them, Wyndham Regional's already gotten them that information.
More hands keep coming up. What's going on? Are we supposed to be answering
A lot of questions.
Education.
True.
Go ahead.
We live in Vernon, and we are well served. We are one of those people. A couple of years ago, we had a fiber optics subcommittee, and we did a survey. We reached out to Guilford. Sheila can tell you that. And we learned about CUDs. We did a survey. We got that many, 4 responses, because like Sheila just said, even though we are well served, people don't know what they're missing, even with Comcast and now Consolidated, which used to be Fairpoint. And not only that, because the plant has left or is closed and a lot of people left, we are now getting an influx of newer residents who are younger, who need this technology. So I second the idea of the education component of the survey. And it's not easy, because we have some people who just don't know, and they don't know what they don't know.
No, I agree with you. And I think we'll all do the best we can to do that during this survey period. As someone mentioned here, they've done it a number of times on their road and had to repeat it over and over again. But that is a concern that we have, is you don't know what you're missing. How about?
I have 3 quick questions. One going back to Rob, and maybe I just missed it, but I think I missed both of these. But the go back again over the funding options. You know, we can't tax, but you said you can use other means, but I guess
Sure. Sure. So whether you're an individual town or whether you're a communication district, any build out of a network has to be funded from the revenues or projected revenues from the project. But you are also allowed to accept grants.
Or private funding?
Or private funding, yes.
Or private funding, or RUS loans when they're willing to work with you on that.
Yeah. But the point is that a CUD can't tax your residents.
So we're going to do Steve Munson and the fellow in the orange flag.
So Carol, is there a correlation? You said you raised $7 million and we're happy to have done 225 miles. Is there a direct correlation between $7 million and 225 miles?
No, some of that $7 million was for building beyond the 225 miles.
Is there a correlation between the 7,500 subscribers that you're looking for and $7 million?
Well, no. But I can tell you that our rule of thumb at ValleyNet for Vermont has been $30,000 a mile, which includes 6 drops, meaning 6 houses, the equipment going to 6 houses. And that has held true for the last 7 years.
And just coincidentally, the numbers you gave us was 31,000 a mile. And if you take 7,500 and divide that by the 7 million by 7,500, it's $933 per person. So, if you want to do it, all in favor of that.
So, yeah. So it's, but that that's held true for us, and even with the changes and poll make ready work and all that. So, if anything, that access to the polls, with the changes taking place this year in the legislation for that process at the DPS, it's perhaps those costs might come down a bit, but it's been fairly stable, a little higher, a little lower. The guy at the end of the road, I say 6 drops in a mile. Well, sometimes there's not 6 houses in a mile, but in town there's 30 houses in a mile. So it all averages out.
Munson?
Yeah, my question really lies, probably not to you guys. The state of Vermont has in its wisdom said that essential services such as internet cannot be funded by municipal bonds, but have to be revenue bonds. In New Hampshire, again, where Chesterfield successfully is putting together something, they're allowed to use municipal bonding on the assumption that an essential service like a bridge or a road shouldn't be required to pay for itself, but there are other ways of doing it. Do you foresee any chance for either towns getting waivers if they can prove that they are financially capable of handling it, or getting a change in the law? Because it seems right now that the state is being somewhat paternal and protecting us from ourselves from making the horrible mistake of spending the money the way we might want it. And I wonder if there is any chance that methods of funding may change.
Are there any representatives or senators in the room? That's who you should talk to. There was just a report that looked at a lot of these issues, and it was determined that we need to wait and see how the current mechanisms work. That doesn't mean there's not going to be a change in the future. It just means now, in order to protect taxpayers, you can't put your grand list up to fund a broadband build-out. You can use those types of funds for the part of a broadband build-out that's specific to municipal uses. That's the one little thing in there where there might be some room, but that's something for every town to address with their town attorney.
Just to
I'm
give
not
everybody-
a lawyer.
Just to give everybody a chance.
Follow up. There's just one quick, there's a way around that, which the town can buy their own bonds. In other words, a town in Utah did that. They sold the bonds, then they realized that the bonds were getting a whole higher amount of money than they were, so they bought their own bonds and became the owners.
So first we have the fellow in the orange plaid, then Ann, and then we'll come back over this way. Okay, fellow in the orange plaid. All right, what's your name, by the way?
Chris Robbins.
Nice to meet you.
Am I right in assuming that the different pricing tiers are going to be sensitive to aggregate bandwidth demand within the CUD? So if everybody in our town wants just basic service, the cost to build out has to be amortized over something. Would our price tiers for basic service be higher than if everybody wanted?
The business model of EC Fiber, it used to be that about 70% took basic, and 20% took standard, and 10% took everything above that. Today, it's 50% who take basic. You see that there's this great need going on, and another about 30% take standard, which is the next level up, and then about 15 or 25, I'm out of percentages here, but the rest of them take the higher level services. So the business model works on the bulk of the premises taking a basic or standard service.
Ann?
Correct me if I'm wrong here, but my understanding is that the limitations against using municipal bonds and using only the funding sources that were provided in the legislation only applies to communication unions districts. If a municipality itself chose to run a broadband within their town, are they prevented from? I mean, we do have a municipal model, the Chesterfield one, for example, but Burlington Telecom is a municipal model.
I think that's one of the reasons why there's restrictions on the use of general funds. I wasn't around during that history, just to say, but I'm thinking that that's where it came from. But
It is true in New Hampshire, they can use general obligation bonds, but they can only use general obligation bonds to build those areas that are unserved today.
Well, that's
They can't use it to build overbuild anything, any areas that are served. And the reason it's become popular is because CCI has come to the table with plans that pay those bonds with a small access fee. $10 or $11.50, something like that, a month until the bonds are paid back. And now, you know, if you think about that model, the first 4 years, as you're ramping up service, you're not going to have enough money to pay the bond, and so they've also guaranteed that they will pay the difference between your access fees and so on. I don't think the towns in New Hampshire would be going forward with general obligation bonds if there wasn't a way of paying that back that didn't rest on the shoulders of the taxpayers.
But my question that was about Vermont specifically is whether the prohibition against using them is only directed at CUPs.
No, it's everything.
It's everything. The law prevents it everywhere.
Now, having said that, if you look at West Windsor, in the EC Fiber district, they actually provided some funding to build part of their town. They provided the funding to connect all their municipal buildings together, and then they leased that network to EC Fiber when it built the rest of the town.
And they did that with general obligation
bonds. But that was specifically to connect all of their town premises together.
Andy? And then we'll go to the...
Okay. I guess I want to clarify. What we're talking about here would not involve any content cable content? Is it strictly internet and voice over internet?
Unless, in response to an RFP, a carrier came back and said, we'll help you build your town. In addition to that, we'll offer broadband, and then on us, we'll offer voice over IP and streaming services.
Okay, well, based on that assumption, what advantages other than municipal revenue bond financing, which would be cheaper than commercial financing, does going with the CUD have, seeing it has to be provided by subscriber fees, over existing providers that are providing both internet and cable services over the same pipeline?
They're not willing to go the last mile.
So it's a subsidy from congested areas to more rural areas. That's really what we're talking about.
You may partner with an existing carrier and we'll work out the funding of how to build that out. They've decided that this is where they are, and they're not going to go any further based on houses per mile and based on their return on investment. So if you subsidize that next step, they might be willing to do that.
You can certainly try for cable line extension. It's a process, and in general, most of Vermont is built out to the extent that Comcast or Charter is going to want to build out with their business model and what profits they need to make. It's not saying it can't happen, it's just saying what it is at this point.
So we know that Comcast is looking to buy a cable company in their area, right?
Is the survey going to ask people about whether they have satellite television? Because if you're spending $100 a month on satellite TV, you're paid for your internet already. Is that part of the survey question? I think it's an important thing to know.
Yeah, it asks about what's bundled with your internet.
David Jones, Halifax.
Probably the internet or
I have one question about the study and one question about the survey. The question about the study is, will you be studying the feasibility of setting up an operational affiliate like ValleyNet is to EC Fiber, as opposed to contracting with ISPs? As I understand it, ValleyNet basically buys wholesale and integrates the parts and pieces into a working product, as opposed to contracting for end-to-end service from an ISP. So will you be, the question is, will you be studying the feasibility of establishing an operational group like ValleyNet for the Windham County? And the question about the survey is, will there be included in the survey questions some indication of the ability of the respondent to pay anything? In other words, there could be some people who don't have internet because they can't afford it. Will that be, will capturing that information be part of the survey?
Yeah, we wouldn't necessarily phrase it like that, but it's, if they want to, would they want to buy internet if they don't have any? This will be part of it.
So and once it gets to a point of that you're trying to find a provider, that's certainly something you can include in your RFP. Of like, do you offer a special service for low-income individuals that are on the school lunch program or during certain things? So it really comes down to later down the line.
To get to the reason why they might or might not have service, affordability, their ability to afford it might be something to understand.
And that could also be, wouldn't that be a benefit of the CUD, is to, you're closer to your community, and so the CUD can decide what you want to do to help subsidize those who need service who don't have it. That'll be within the control of the...
Right, so we know that EC Fiber is struggling with this question as well, right? Because there are a number of individuals in their territory that can't afford the service. And so the governing board is looking at that as an issue, and they're looking at it at the potential of at what point in time do revenues start to exceed expenses, and then that's one of the options that they have to put on the table, is some sort of subsidy or lowering prices or those types of things.
Okay, and can you also answer the question about whether you're going to be studying the feasibility of setting up an operational affiliate?
You know, we can look at that, but I can tell you it's far less costly to go with somebody who already has business systems in place and customer support help desks in place, and operation systems in place. So when you add the costs of that software and hardware and the space and so on, it really would add significantly to the cost of setting up a district. So it would be better to be able to partner with an ISP that already has those services, that already has that in place, that already has a BSS and OSS, and has a help desk and so on and so forth. It would be better to do that, because the cost of starting from scratch would be high. I mean, a bucket truck alone is $100,000, just as an example.
The woman in the back?
Is that what you asked?
She had asked a question, then we'll come to you.
Sorry, go ahead.
So our select board in Stratton has voted to proceed, but they would like to warn the town on town meeting day and have asked us to come back from today's meeting with a name of a CUD, which obviously listening tonight, that's not going to exist until the surveys, but we would like to warn our townspeople because we all know we're all
Deerfield Valley.
Deerfield Valley. Okay, Ann gave me my answer. Thank you, Ann. She's always a great resource. Thank you.
I just was a little confused as to what defines the 6-month project. Does that mean the end of the feasibility study and not necessarily creating CUDs?
This is a total of 6 months. We have to be done with the business plan by the end of the 6-month period. That's under our grant with the...
Have everything defined within 6 months.
The whole, yeah, everything funded on this grant has to be done by ostensibly 6 months from last Monday, whatever that was.
That's pretty ambitious. Now, will this PowerPoint be available online?
Yes.
I want to go back to the importance of the education of people before they take the survey. Because in order to have a valid survey, what everybody's been saying is that people have to understand what they're getting if they answer yes, no, or maybe, right? What are the supplemental materials that go, it's one thing to have a survey, but what are the supplemental materials when somebody gets it? Can we have some input as to what we're saying and say, for example, under the basic, you would be able to do this in your household. Under the standard, you would be able to do this in your household. Because we have to let people get what they want, not necessarily what they ask for. And they, out of ignorance, they won't ask for what they really want because they don't know what they want. So what are the supplemental materials that have gone out with other surveys?
Yeah, well, our particular survey is still in draft form, and all this feedback is really helpful to make sure that we get it to a good spot. But I would also say that we need to provide as much context as possible at the start of the survey and with all the materials we send out. So if it's a post on a listserv, if it's a post on social media, every single copy of the survey has to have all the context right up front so people know exactly what their responses mean, why we're doing the survey, what the results will be used for, and so appreciate the concern, and that's something we'll make sure to account for when we make the final draft.
And let me just add that another thing that we're going to be doing is, obviously, because for those of you here representing towns, you're going to want your towns represented as well as possible in this. But we're also having conversation with CORE, with BCCTV, about how we get surveys out. One of the reasons why we're asking supervisor unions and schools to be here is to help them push the surveys out. Libraries, we're going to be trying to ask them. So, and basically any social network out there, right? And not just relying on the electronic, also paper. One of the things that we're going to, if your town has the capacity to do it itself and like hand out cards at town meeting, that would be great if you can print them yourself. If you can't, let us know. I don't think we can print 100,000. We don't have 100,000 people in the region, but anyway. But we'll work on getting cards to you for that, so then your effort, part of your effort, would be organizing somebody to stand at the door at town meeting and hand that out. And then the idea is like work with the libraries to say, hey, libraries, can you push out there that if people want to do this electronically or by paper, come to the library, or you at the town. It's like the clerk will have this on the desk at the town office, or you'll have it if you have a transfer station You can fill it out at the transfer station, and it'll be a really pretty clean box, so you can put it in. But that's the kind of thing that we need towns to think about, but we're gonna ask other people to keep pushing this out. So it's not all on the towns, and I'm a little nervous about saying that, so you don't go, oh good, we don't have to do it then. But you guys are know your neighbors best, and that's how to get that out.
I actually have a question about the survey. So
Sure.
just step over here for a second. So what about part-time residents? I know a lot of the towns have seasonal residents. How do you suggest reaching those, and how will those results be accounted for?
One way to do it that we've done throughout other areas is to take from your grand list who you send the tax bill to, and send either postcards with the link to the electronic survey. That's probably the most effective, efficient, and low-cost method to have those individuals be able to complete the survey. But you all have contact with those individuals because they get a tax bill every year. And you know who they are because the tax bill doesn't go to somebody in the account.
I'm gonna go this fellow, David Jones, Brookline, and then Peter, and then you.
My question about the seasonal homes was not so much about how you reach them, but their responses and what impacts you may have seen from other surveys that has on feasibility within a particular town.
But I can estimate in a given town what proportion of the seasonal homes will take service. I mean, in the EC fiber territory, there is about, I think it's about 30% of the homes are second homes that have service. And they are the most, those are the people who really want it the most because they want to come up here and stay longer than what they were able to stay before. And that's good for the state, right? So they come on Thursday night and stay Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday instead of just the weekend, or extended stays during the summer months. And the longer they're here, the more they spend. And so I think it's good for all of us. But those individuals are so accustomed to having great service, usually in their densely populated areas that they live in, that when they come here, one would think, oh, some people say, well, maybe they don't want any service at all. And not true. They want to be connected. And we're finding that they are very much connected in the EC fiber territory.
David,
I wouldn't rule them out as a connection.
So a practical question about the physical things. Who is going to pay for if it's determined that the best way to reach a whole bunch of these seasonal people and other people in the community is to print and mail surveys to them, who is paying for that cost?
Well, let's determine what we're talking about, right? So if you could all let Sue know how many addresses on your grand list for premises, not for land, go to.
I thought you had all that. I thought the regional commission already had all that information.
Well, we don't have the addresses. We have the numbers.
We don't have all your grand list information.
Right. So
we have 911
accounts.
We have 911 addresses and miles of roadway.
What we need to know is where do you how many premises in your town does a tax bill go to somebody outside of your town?
Right. Well, what about people within the town? There are going to be many people in many of these towns that, if you really want to reach them, the most effective way is going to be to physically send them something. It won't just be people who live out of town.
I don't think we have the budget to send a card to everybody in the region.
Okay.
Marlboro's paying for it.
Marlboro's paying.
You want to get it done, you pay for it.
I mean, getting back to something that someone else said, I mean, obviously, the irony of this whole thing is you really wouldn't think that mailing things to people who are underserved for broadband is not a fairly logical thing to have thought to do. I mean, I know that there's overlap and many of these people do, but obviously if you really want to get to people who are not served by broadband,
It's true. I mean, reading about what
they're going to have to do
other
that.
states, in some communities, they actually go door to door. You basically create canvassing teams and you go door to door and do it that way. That's why we were talking about transfer stations. Brookline actually has a transfer. I guess you guys still have. You don't anymore.
We have an unmanned.
Right, but have somebody. But if you know a particularly busy time, have people down there We can get you some cards. All right.
Everybody's got a town report, the mailing going.
What's that?
Everybody's got to mail out a town report.
Yeah, if you haven't already mailed out your town report, that's possible. Yeah, so.
But this isn't, we're not meeting until February 6th to even start to discuss the survey, right? So
That's as soon as we can do it.
it won't be, oh, no, I know, I'm just saying, for the
Right,
town
so
report, that's going to be.
can't go out with the town
That's
report.
too late for any town report.
Again, this is where, part of what we're going to talk about February 6th is what kind of ideas you're coming up with in your own town. So you may have other ideas, but this is why we're asking folks to kind of go back, and we're happy to talk to you too, to kind of brainstorm ideas. But you know best. I mean, in another situation, if something's critical, how have you reached out to other people in your town? Maybe you want to look. Maybe you want to look at your local emergency management plan and say, hey, how have we said we're going to reach out to people in the event of a pandemic flu situation, and we're trying to get people in to get vaccinated?
And I assume we could also, even if the survey's not available yet, you could put something in your town report of come to the town offices or come to town meeting or the libraries to fill out the survey, and potentially that you can even provide a web address for people to fill it out online, but say it's not available until this date. Like, there's ways around this.
Is it going to be is this a blind survey we're talking about, or is this a controlled by address survey?
I think we're asking for address.
You're asking for address, so it is a personalized survey.
Because we want to be, we need to know on the map, where are you?
But you also want one survey per household, right?
Right.
You don't want 6 people in one household filling out the same thing, and
Exactly.
6 other people don't do anything. So
Right.
that's what's going to be tough to control.
Unless there are 6 households in the building.
That
Peter?
Comcast does when they you can have 5 different bills within your property. That are 5 different bills that are, and so that node of the network is actually not just one person, it's actually 5
Like-
separate.
The survey, I think, tries to address multi-tenant
Right.
situations, so.
Peter?
2 questions. The first one is, are we sending the survey to businesses, organizations, religious institutions, et cetera? We all have people who live in our towns who own a business in town who may want it at home and at their business. And we also have people who may be a minister in town who wants it at the church or other religious institution. So that's my first question.
That sounds very Guilford-esque. I know who you're talking about.
So far, we haven't decided to send it physically yet.
Well,
right?
to get it out there.
Yes, we want every premise that has the potential for being served to do a survey, if at all possible.
My second question is, have you determined what the minimum response rate is to have a viable survey, both per town and for the region?
As I said earlier, I think we're looking at about 30%.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I missed that.
Roger?
In Dummerston, we have a quarterly newsletter, and the next issue is going out at the end of February. So we'll put an article in there about this. And I know that Wardsboro has one. There may be other towns that have them. So I encourage everybody in your towns to talk to whoever does that newsletter to get something in there. That'd be a good way to get the word out.
Also, Front Porch Forum, any neighborhood Facebook groups, different nonprofits in the area. There's a lot of ways that we can brainstorm to get it out. And we're going to talk about that in early
I
February.
mean, a lot of the smaller towns, I'm thinking Athens, you have only a few entry points in. Brookline, you only have a few entry points in. Consider sandwich board signs. I know it's snowing. I know it's not perfect, but it's probably cheaper than flying a banner behind an airplane. But there are lots of ways to try to get at this. And some are going to be somewhat non-conventional.
And the more excitement and energy behind it in the communities, the more the word will get out. So, don't hesitate to tell people about it tomorrow.
So, just a comment on the survey. You mentioned that you want all the results for your survey by March 17th. I think was the date you put out there. I mean, it seems like it's still valuable to continue that survey if you only have 30% or 40% of the results. To keep pushing to get more results from your town after that, because that information would still be valuable to your actual build-out, assuming that it's feasible and you're actually going to do a build-out. So I just want to mention that, just think that, okay, March 17th, that's it, we're done. I think you want to continue beyond that and try to get as much information as you can from all of your residents.
I just want one thing I just want to note, I mean, the timing is not perfect, the time of year is not perfect, but we couldn't actually start this until we actually had authorization from the state to start work. And that's why I'm not knocking the state, it's just, this whole process has been kind of, hurry up, and I mean, ever since the legislation passed, and I'm not exactly sure why it's been hurry up the whole time, but as opposed to kind of thinking through like where we are in the time of year. But it is what it is, so just we'll work with you to try to help augment whatever you got to make the most of this, and we just hope you'll work with us to again try to make the best of the situation. I know it's not perfect, but it's the way the dice roll. So let's take a few more and then we'll wrap up. Munson?
Just a quick question. I'm sure that should some ambitious town decide they needed more information, you wouldn't have anything against us or someone having a supplemental survey going alongside?
No, as long as it was,
Separate, right. We didn't send it to you.
I would
We'll
just
let
be
you-
wary about a
we'll
survey
let
that's too long, might reduce overall take rates.
Yeah.
It's the only word of caution.
Yes, sir.
I just have a question more for the EC Fiber folks. Since you've had this model that you have, how many times have you increased rates?
just.
Because broadband, I think broadband is not regulated, correct? Okay.
January 1 is the very first time we increased rates, and we did it minimally, but we also increased speeds. We've been increasing speeds every year, and this is the first time we increased rates. And partly because there's only so many things like healthcare and operational costs like that that you can absorb without increasing rates. But this is the very first time that we've done it.
And how long have you been?
Since 2011. Yeah, most of the time we just increase broadband. So,
Any other
as
questions?
I said, in most cases they
We
want
haven't
$5.
seen the sign-up sheet. Yeah.
Sign up sheet, where is it in the room? It's Excel spreadsheet. There you go.
Please make sure you sign that before you leave.
So it looks like we're winding down.
A lot of us did not get that sign-up sheet.
So if you don't have the sign-in sheet yet, whoever's got it, where's the sign-up sheet right now?
We got a long way to go.
We're not going anywhere.
that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I want to hope gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 354th episode of Energy Week with the appallingly slow George Harvey and the amazing Tom Fennell.
In the flesh.
In the flesh. I'm in the flesh, too. But, you know, I got up this morning and I was thinking, am I really in the flesh? I'm getting old. Anyway, today is the 16th of January. It's a Thursday morning. We're doing our recording for the show, which will probably come up later today or tomorrow and stay up for a week. I'm going to start out with an appeal for money. At the end of this month, our account comes due, and I've been appealing for money every week. This is a tax-deductible donation, not to Energy Week, not to me, not to Tom. It goes to BCTV, and in order to keep our accounts straight, we have to get $105.
By the end of this month?
By the end of the month.
Wow.
Wow. Tough one. Well, if nobody else will give it, I will. So Energy Week will keep going. It will take the onus off me if you donate. That'll be nice. If we have excess donations, they will go to BCTV, which, by the way, spends a very large multiple of what we're being charged for Energy Week, what the amount that Energy Week has to raise. They spend a multiple of that keeping the show going.
Keeping the show going.
So we're only giving a small portion. So, you know, any excess would go to BCTV and help keep the show on. Anyway, that is that.
Well, that's a community service. Think of it that way.
Yep. If you want to give, go to BrattleboroTV.org. Brattleboro is spelled out Brattleboro TV.org. And you can click on the support local broadcasting, and when you put in the amount, go down to the box below that and put in a note saying that it's for Energy Week. And as I said, today is the 16th. We're starting our reports on Thursday, January 9th.
And we're going to start with a picture.
We are going to start with a picture. If you hear something that you want to look into more, go to the blog, geoharvey.com, geoharvey.com, and you can click on the calendar to get to the day, and that'll limit you to about...
Some of these are real good.
Some of these are really good.
At least one I can think of that is almost mandatory. It's
oh, yeah.
well worth reading.
Yeah. Okay, we're starting out with a picture. There it is.
And there's the picture.
Oh my gosh, that looks like something out of... This is not the worst. We've got another picture coming up that's worse than this. But this looks like something out of a bad dream.
Well, it says after a fire, so it could be what's happening in Australia. It could
It's
be
in
somewhere
Australia.
else.
That title I put on because the only thing that I could find for this was COO public domain.
Well, if you've been following this show and if you've been following the news, Australia's in deep doo-doo. I mean, they're
in
fires
trouble.
all
There's
over
no
the place,
question about it.
which we will be talking about on this show.
More than once.
Because it's probably the biggest news item right now in climate going on anywhere.
I would say so, yes. What do you have for a title for this? This is
Pathway.
Go ahead.
What were you going to say?
I was going to say this is phys.org, phys.org.
Yep. Pathways to changing the minds of climate deniers.
This is an interesting article. Researchers at Stanford found that those who deny human causes for climate change can be swayed through conversations that appeal to their different identities, reframe solutions, or even embrace their climate views. They have 4 suggestions for breaking down the barriers, and I bet you can tell us more about those.
I got the 4 suggestions written down here, and I guess since it's early in the show, we can talk about it.
We can talk about it.
Well, you start by acknowledging and respecting people's beliefs.
Yes.
Duh. And the items are, the first one is reframing solutions to climate change as ways to uphold the social system and work toward its stability and longevity. In other words, think positive.
Right.
Okay, the second one is reduce the ideological divide by incorporating the purity of the earth rather than how much we harm or care for it.
Right.
Okay, the third one is having conversations about the scientific consensus around climate change with trusted individuals. Okay, and the last one is encouraging people to explicitly discuss their values and stance on climate change prior to engaging with climate information.
Yeah.
And from a different website, but a very interesting aside, this says that better educated Republicans were more skeptical of modern climate science than their less educated
I
brethren.
think there's a reason for that, and the reason has to do
Let
with...
me finish.
Oh, I'm
finish that
sorry,
and
go
then
ahead.
tell us. Only 19% of college-educated Republicans agreed that the planet is warming due to human actions, versus 31% of non-college educated Republicans. For Democrats and independents, the opposite was the case.
You know, I'll bet
What's going on here?
those,
What's going on,
those
George?
well-educated Republicans are probably not going out into the woods much.
I would say.
Yeah.
I think the article said they are not doing what they believe, but they're doing what they think they should believe.
Yeah, that makes a certain amount of sense. One of the things that happened early on when I started doing my blog work, which is 8 years ago now, I found out that there were 2 different kinds of websites, 2 different kinds of news media. One of them was all over the map. They had people writing in favor of renewable energy, against renewable energy, in favor of you know,
in other words, objective.
Yeah, they were trying to be objective, and they had lots of different points of view. Another one was adamantly against, well, I have to say there were certain websites that were adamantly in favor of renewable energy and climate science. But there was a group that was adamantly against anything that was renewable. If it had renewable attached to it, it was wrong as far as they were concerned. It didn't work, it was a scam, and you know, and they also were adamantly against anything that said that there was human-caused climate change. And one other thing that I found in that group that was adamantly against renewable energy and so forth was that they tied those beliefs to socialist politics, which
Oh
they
my
were
God.
against. Yep. And one other thing was they were all financed by the same 4 or 5 people.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
Yeah. This was David Koch, Charles
Yeah, I was
Koch.
going to say the Kochs. Yeah.
People
And
at
I wouldn't be surprised
ExxonMobil.
if Exxon wasn't throwing some money at him.
And also Rupert Murdoch.
And Murdoch.
Yeah, and Murdoch says that there's no climate denial in any of his news media, including Fox.
Well, I don't watch Fox, so I don't know.
Well, I wonder if he isn't getting too old. I know I am.
Well, let's move along here. This
Okay,
is
our
an
next
interesting
item is
article.
from Clean Technica.
It's an interesting article.
This is an interesting article.
Tesla is the most valuable auto company in the history of America. I wouldn't have thunk.
Barron's noted on January 7th, 2020 that Tesla had become the most valuable auto company in U.S. history. Let me repeat, not just currently, we're talking about the most valuable American auto company ever. Congratulations to Elon Musk.
Well, this is what they mean there. Tesla, at nearly $89 billion, beats out the old automaker market cap market.
Yeah.
Market cap.
Yeah.
And a market cap is the market value of a publicly traded company's outstanding shares.
Which you get by taking the price per share and
measurable
multiplying.
item. I mean,
you multiply it by the number of shares.
And if Tesla is now $89 billion, the old leader was Ford in 1999 at $81 billion. So Tesla's got doing
Times
something
have
right.
changed. Well, people are betting on electric cars, and the fact is that Tesla's way out ahead.
They're
of
way
everybody.
out ahead. Well,
Except-
sometime during 2021, Tesla will have produced more than 1 million vehicles within a year. So they're growing rapidly.
They're growing very rapidly. There is one car company that might be bigger that sells electric cars, and that's BYD. But BYD,
Yeah.
I don't think BYD is selling as many cars. BYD sells big vehicles, though.
Well, they sell buses.
They sell buses and earth-moving equipment.
They're
and-
in China. Their market is China, and that market is huge.
Yeah, They have a market in the United States, but, you know. Anyway, we are still on November 9th, and we've got an item
We've got
from
another picture
CNN.
coming up here.
And there is a picture of a guy in Australia, and I want to explain what this is. That's not just a fan he's in front of. That is a misting fan.
It's blowing water on it.
Yeah, that's right. And there was a really interesting article today. We're going to have next week about irrigation, but about, you know, the evaporation of water cooling the earth.
Okay, that sounds interesting. I can't wait.
Yeah.
Well, what this thing is saying is 2019 was the second hottest year on record.
That's what it says. From France to Australia, from India to Alaska. If you stepped outside almost any corner of the globe, you'd feel it. 2019 was hot, really hot. In fact, we just lived through the second hottest year ever on record, according to the European Union's flagship climate monitoring organization.
Well, the only year that was hotter was 2016.
Yeah.
And only by a hair.
Only by a hair.
And a hair means 0.02 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a pretty small
Not
hair.
an amount that we'd really notice.
And the last decade was the warmest ever recorded.
And the last 5 years were the hottest 5 years ever recorded.
That's correct.
Man.
And nearly every region on Earth experienced above average temperatures.
And you know what? There are still people out there that say the climate change is on hiatus.
Yep. Well, let's
I don't know
move
what to
along
say.
here to
We're up
Friday, January 10th.
I was going to say that, January
Oh, yeah.
10th. That's okay,
How
you can
about
say
that?
it. CNN has this.
Trump announces overhaul of landmark environmental and climate rules.
He's just doing this in order to...
He's trying... Well, it looks like anything Obama did, he want to undo.
Well, it's not just Obama. He's undoing stuff that was done by Ronald Reagan and Richard Nixon. And oh, man. President Donald Trump announced changes to the National Environment Policy Act rules, which requires federal agencies to assess the environmental impacts of projects such as the construction of mines, highways, water infrastructure, and gas pipelines.
Yep.
That's what he did.
Well, Trump has taken significant steps to reverse Obama-era environmental protections. As
Yeah,
just
we know
said.
that.
New regulations will relax government efforts to fight the climate crisis and make it easier to build infrastructure.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what he's all about.
And people are going to go broke on this.
I think so.
And the reason why they're going to go broke is because it looks like it's going to be easier to invest in things that are obsolete.
Yeah.
And they don't put that together. Donald Trump tried to resurrect coal without thinking, maybe this is not a good idea because it's obsolete technology. And now he's doing it with gas.
Well, the Center for Biological Diversity called the new regulation a gift to the fossil fuel industry.
Well,
yeah, it really is. Forcing federal agencies to ignore environmental threats is a disgraceful abdication of our responsibility to protect the planet for future generations.
Well, it stands the law on its head. It's like saying we have a law against people stealing things, but we're going to make it easier for people to do it by changing the regulations under which that law is enforced.
Redefine stealing.
Well, you know.
Something like that. Well,
Yeah.
we got another picture coming up here.
We do.
Let's
And
see
this
if I
is
can find it.
you know, every time I see these things, I get a little bit irked.
That's a Cadillac.
That's a Cadillac. It's a Cadillac EV. It is a Cadillac electric vehicle. GM is putting a lot into the Cadillac electric vehicles.
Yes, they are, as I read in the article. Well, GM and LG Chem, 30 plus gigawatt hour Ohio battery gigafactory highlights rapid EV industry progress. And I said before, whenever you see gig, think big.
Think big, unless it's a gigajoule. a joule is, a
It's
Joule, is an amount of
That's
energy
small.
that is so small that a gigajoule is still not very big. Okay, there are a few measurements like that. A month ago, GM and LG Chem, I think LG stands for Life's Good.
It does.
And
yeah.
it's Chinese.
Well, it's in China, but it's American owned.
Oh, okay. A month ago, GM and LG Chem announced a joint venture to build a 30-plus gigawatt-hour battery factory in Ohio and drive down battery costs in the process. The announcement shows how clearly and how quickly the EV industry has changed. This is from Clean Technica, by the way.
Well, I got a little note here, I'll just repeat it because it repeats what we just said. Giga is a prefix indicating a billion.
Yeah.
So the batteries will be used in GM electric vehicles, and they're coming out with 4 new fully electric Cadillac models.
All Cadillac.
Well, this is just Cadillac, okay, within the next 2 years. So
Okay.
this is combining GM's manufacturing expertise with LG Chem's leading battery cell technology, okay, which sounds like a smart move to me.
Yeah.
And it's going to accelerate the pursuit of an all-electric future, which is
Right.
coming, folks.
Well, our next item kind of comments on that, I think, a
does.
little bit.
This is interesting,
This is
too.
also from Clean Technica.
Ride-hailing group Free Now buys 60 Tesla automobiles.
Free Now is a mobility service owned by 2 car companies jointly, Mercedes and BMW.
Yep.
The Handelsblatt report says Free Now decided to expand its fleet of electric taxis in Germany and will begin that by adding 60 Teslas to its fleet in the cars in Hamburg, where Free Now has its headquarters.
It's interesting there. I don't know why they don't call it a taxi service, because that's what a mobility service is.
Yeah,
It's a
well,
taxi
it's
cab company.
it's a little bit more. It's
Well, you can use your cell phone.
you
and
can
get a
use
taxi
your cell
cab.
phone, and they
Well, Free Now has about 30,000 drivers throughout Europe, so they're not small change.
Yeah, they have billions of dollars of income.
It grossed over $2 billion in 2019 from
Yeah.
300 million trips. So they're out there. Neither Mercedes, this is the interesting part of it, neither Mercedes nor BMW, who owns the company, has electric cars of their own they consider up to the task. So the score in the electric taxi revolution stands at Tesla 60, Mercedes and BMW 0.
Zero, yeah. Okay, we're up to Saturday,
And we got
January
another picture
11th,
coming up here.
and we have a picture coming up.
Yeah, let's
This
look
is
at
a
that
scary picture.
It is a scary picture. And if you haven't guessed it already, that's Australia.
Oh, you can tell just by looking at the countryside.
I guess you can.
I want to point out that at the bottom of that screen are meadows of some kind. They're parts
Kinda
of
looks like that,
farms,
doesn't
and
it?
farms in Australia are, by American standards, anywhere other than Texas, they are absolutely huge.
Yeah. Well,
So-
when they started these farms, Australia had a lot of vacant land. Still does, but you can't grow on most of it. But all the good land's been taken already. But
Yeah, well, that's I think been the case for a long, long
Oh,
time.
yeah.
But see, did you?
And I haven't read what it says, so
Oh, okay.
I will. Australia is burning. The Arctic is melting, yet Trump keeps gutting climate change regulations.
Yeah. So the article that we're talking about here really doesn't talk about Australia. It just came with that particular picture, and I thought that picture was significant enough that it was worthwhile. It was worthwhile putting up so people
We'll
can
leave
see
it
it.
up for a little while.
That is a picture of a fire, which by the standards of the fires going on in Australia right now, it's actually a rather small fire. There's a mega fire, which we're going to talk about. that
Yeah, there's a merger.
it's
the
20
fires are merging.
Yeah, it's 20% bigger than the state of Delaware. This thing is not that big, but it's big enough that it's actually causing its own weather. And that's what's going on there.
Well,
Okay.
it says Australia is burning, the Arctic is melting, yet Trump keeps gutting climate change regulations.
Yep. Increasingly, the world is feeling the dangerous impacts of climate change, but the Trump administration is steadfast in pursuit of one of its signature policy goals, gutting environmental regulations, including those aimed at curbing climate change.
I think we got time to talk about this.
Okay.
I have some of Trump's rollbacks
Yes.
to mention. First of all, he's overhauling a landmark law requiring environmental assessments. Huh?
So you don't need to do environmental assessments
Right.
before you,
Yeah, go,
you know,
just go
build
ahead
your
and do it.
strip mine or put in a natural gas pipeline or whatever it is you're going to do.
And he's replacing the Clean Power Plan.
Well, he's been working on that
Been working on
from
that
the
one,
day
right.
one. You know.
And this one is cool. Opening public lands and waters offshore to oil and gas drilling.
Why would we do that?
Money.
Yeah, except for one thing, and that is we're opening these things up to an industry that isn't doing exploration anymore. And the reason they're not doing exploration anymore is because the price of oil and gas is so low.
So low, it isn't worth doing.
So it isn't worth doing. Okay.
Well, he's pulled out of the Paris Climate Agreement.
Yeah, he did that.
He's loosening restrictions on methane emissions.
Yeah, why bother
and
about
methane's worse
methane?
than CO2.
Yeah, why bother about methane emissions? You know.
Delaying ratification of a treaty on hydrofluorocarbons, which has been a foregone conclusion. These are the things you use in refrigerators and air conditioners.
Yeah.
And if they get out, they're bad news.
They're bad news for the environment. Yeah.
1,000 times greater warming potential than CO2.
Yeah.
And
they,
as far as
they
I
also,
know, they're not using them in modern
well,
refrigerators.
they are, but they're not the same hydrofluorocarbons that are fluorochlorocarbons. Or it used to be that they used Freon.
A little bit better for us.
Yeah, it used to be that they used Freon, and Freon was banned while Ronald Reagan was president. And Ronald Reagan,
he wouldn't do a thing like that.
Well, no, you see, Ronald Reagan looked at this and he said, okay, what is it going to cost to ban it? And, on the other hand, what will it cost if it turns out that these guys who are saying that the stuff is so nasty happen to be correct? And he looked at the one figure and he looked at the other figure and he said, we can't afford not to do this. And that's a thinking that the Trump administration is not
he
willing
was
to
more
do.
practical and Trump is more ideological.
See, the thing is, the way Ronald Reagan was working, if you presented him with the data on climate change, he would say,
I actually read it.
We have to stop this.
Yeah.
We don't. He might even take up the line. We don't know what's going on, but if that's going on, we have to stop it. We can't take any chances. And what's happening with the current administration is they're saying, okay, you're telling me my house is on fire, and I'm going to tell you I've canceled the fire insurance, and I'm not going to get it back because it costs too much, and I happen to know that the house isn't on fire. I don't even have to look. Okay.
Let's move along here.
Okay.
California's renewable energy targets slashed carbon pollution. Now there's a proposal to pause them.
Yep. Analysis shows...
And this isn't Trump doing it, although he's trying to do it too.
Analysis shows California's renewable energy targets helped drive a large drop in emissions and pushed the state past its 2020 climate goals early. Yet one California lawmaker wants to put a stop to the mandate for now. Okay, it's for now though. This is from Lost Coast Outpost.
Well, the deadly 2018 campfire burned through the districts of the two lawmakers, the one that you mentioned and another guy. And they say California needs to free up utility funds to harden the electrical infrastructure that stopped that blaze.
Which is a little different from what Donald Trump is doing.
Well, it's having the same effect, but yeah.
They want to make the infrastructure harder. And you know what would make better sense would be to install batteries that are islandable locally so that if you have one of these fires, you can shut down the grid around the area.
Yep.
Or you can keep the grid going around the area and shut it down just where the fire is.
So the fire doesn't start somewhere else.
We're going to have a different paradigm for transmission. You've talked about this many times, where
well, it's going to be distributed.
It's going to be distributed, absolutely. And people haven't got it's complicated to think about, and people haven't quite got that yet. Now, do you want to go on?
Well, while emissions from electricity have dropped, emissions are ticking up in other parts of the economy, like transportation.
Transportation is a
and we're
problem.
going to talk about
We are going to talk about
transportation
a little bit right now.
We got a picture coming up, and I just love this car. This is elegant. What a car.
What a car.
That is elegant.
That was a car that was built at a time when the word coupe meant something massive.
I meant a two-door something massive.
Yeah, well, that was a coupe. That didn't have a back seat.
Well, a little tiny back seat. Or maybe it was a rumble seat.
It might have had a rumble seat. I doubt that Chrysler had a rumble seat. But a Model A Ford coupe had a rumble seat, and that was my ideal car.
Huh?
I always thought the Model A Ford was my ideal car, at least from an aesthetic point of view. It's absolutely gorgeous.
They used to call it a mother-in-law seat.
Yeah. And we used to call the Model A Ford, the guy across the street owned the puddle jumper,
Oh, yeah?
He had a...
Well, Fiat Chrysler will basically fund Tesla's Gigafactory 4.
What does this mean? This is from
Well,
Clean
big means
Technica.
big.
Yeah, right. Last year, Fiat Chrysler Automobiles made a deal
I'm going to put that
to
car up
pool its fleet with Teslas in order to comply with Europe's stricter emissions rules. According to a U.S. investment bank, the deal was worth $2 billion. They're going to be paying Tesla $2 billion to allow their fleets to be combined so that they can get through without fines. Just imagine what those fines must be. So,
yeah, they're playing games here. Really.
They are. And this will basically fund Tesla's new German factory. This is something that I think is just mind-boggling. It means they don't want to change the way they're doing things, so they're going to pay $2 billion to be allowed to continue, and that money is going to go into funding their competition. Now, is this
It's
smart
an interesting
thinking?
way of looking at it.
Is that
It's
smart?
accurate. Well,
Right.
Fiat Chrysler has coming plug-in hybrid versions of the Jeep Compass,
Yeah,
the Renegade, and the Wrangler,
yeah,
plus a fully electric Fiat 500.
yeah.
So they're going to be making electric cars,
But,
so they
you
need the
know,
batteries.
They need the batteries, but for crying out loud, that Gigafactory is going to be building cars in addition to batteries. So we are up to Sunday, January 12th, and we have an item from the Observer Reporter,
This is interesting,
which I
too.
think is a Pittsburgh publication.
I would expect. I would expect it's Pittsburgh. Well, traffic on the Monongahela River slows due to a slump in coal demand. A little geography lesson here. The Allegheny and the Monongahela meet in Pittsburgh.
And the Ohio.
And they form the Ohio.
Which
And
comes
that's why
out.
Pittsburgh is there.
Yeah, absolutely. Pittsburgh's three rivers have dropped from being the #1 inland port in the United States. If you had asked me what's the #1 inland port, I would have said probably Chicago, and if not, Detroit. No, it was
Pittsburgh.
To fourth due to a slump in demand for coal. Shipping on the rivers has dropped from nearly 52 million tons in the early part of this century, that is the 21st century,
Yeah, that's
to
not too long ago.
Yeah, 27 million in 2017. That's almost a drop of half because coal is not being
People
shipped.
don't want it anymore.
What does
you
that
can't make
tell
money
you?
on it.
Wow.
Well, hauling of coal by barge made up most of the tonnage that was shipped.
Yeah.
Okay, so rapid expansion of natural gas in southwestern Pennsylvania dealt the blow to King Coal. Now, Cincinnati has replaced Pittsburgh as the largest port.
Wow.
I wouldn't have thought that. But
I
Cincinnati
never would have thought
No.
it. Never. Absolutely never.
But it's
You
on
know.
the Ohio River, isn't it?
Yeah. And it's like, okay, there are certain things about which I just don't know. Okay, our next item is from The Guardian. We're still on Sunday,
we've got a
January 12th.
picture coming up here.
We do. Let me put that up. That is a picture from Dante's Inferno, actually taken by a guy named Sam Mui. Okay, he
take your word
went
for
down into the nether reaches and found the people who were being, well,
Well, specifically, it's called the Dunn Road Fire.
man, isn't that horrible?
Wow. Look at that. Look at that.
There's a picture later on that is also, but anyway.
Well, Scott Morrison
Yeah.
can't afford to waste bushfire crisis when Australia urgently needs its own New Deal. Now, he's the prime minister.
Own Green New Deal. I just want to repeat those words.
Australia needs its own Green New Deal.
And
that's what
we have to explain this. Scott Morrison is the current climate change denying Prime Minister of Australia. He's no longer
For now.
climate change denying.
He's not going to be in there long.
I don't think so. He says he's
They're
not a
shooting
climate
at him.
denier.
They're really shooting at him.
He says climate change is happening, and then he follows that with, yeah, but it doesn't really matter. And I'm making fun of his words. Those are not his words. His predecessor was Malcolm Turnbull, who was of the same party, but who,
but a different mindset.
a different mindset, who followed Tony Abbott, who was of the same party and was adamantly opposed to anything that was renewable. And this is what the blurb says: the lies of climate deniers have to be rejected. This is a time for truth-telling, not obfuscation and gaslighting, writes the former Australian Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull. He calls for a Green New Deal in Australia. That is the equivalent of an important Republican saying he wants a Green New Deal.
I would say that's a good analogy. Yeah.
And if you don't mind my breaking in here, I know you have something to say, but I also happen to know that you've got it written in front of you.
Of course.
When I think of people who are influential, obviously Greta Thunberg comes to mind.
Oh, absolutely.
But Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
She's important too.
Oh, wow, is she ever? Do you remember who co-sponsored that call for a Green New Deal with her?
Off the top of my head, I don't. I should know. I've known that, but I don't. I can't.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Okay.
You know, Senator Markey. And
of course, Markey, right.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez called for a Green New Deal, and it got a lot of hype. And I got news for you. It's getting hype all over the world. This is an important movement worldwide, and Green New Deal was not new with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, but it's important.
It rings a bell, though.
Its importance tracks back to her, and I think she's far more important than people give her credit for being.
Well, this particular article from The Guardian is basically a political speech.
Yes.
The whole article is this one guy talking.
It's an opinion piece by Malcolm Turnbull.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And a quick takeaway is how much of our country has to burn?
Yeah.
How many lives have to be lost? Homes destroyed before we resolve as a nation to act on climate change. And he goes on from there.
Yeah.
Our priority should be our own Green New Deal in which we generate as soon as possible all of our electricity from zero emission sources.
Yeah, well, all of our electricity and all of our transportation and all of our heat. Not that they need heat, but you know.
Well, yeah, he's only talking about electricity, but eventually everything's got to, we've got to stop burning carbon.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that.
Okay, we've got...
Well, we got a scary one here.
A scary one from Live Science. I didn't want to include the picture.
Australian megafire engulfs nearly 1.5 million acres.
You know, this is something that's frightening.
Oh, yeah.
On one of the shows that we had recently, I did the math. The fires in Australia amounted to being about this, close to the size of, comparable to the size of the state of Vermont. 1 week later, they were comparable to the size of the states of Vermont and New Hampshire put together. 1 week later, they were about 60% of the size of New England.
These are all of the mega fires
this is
together.
all, yeah, and this is, it's just spreading. And, you know, this thing here, this is what they're, well, let me read this. 2 fires in southeastern Australia have merged, creating one megafire that spans 2,300 square miles, which is a little bit bigger than the state of Delaware.
It's about a quarter the size of Vermont.
One fire.
One fire. It's like all of, you know, from Bennington to Brattleboro and up to Rutland.
It's just one of at least 155 fires that are burning in New South Wales.
Just in New South Wales.
And, you know, I mean,
whoa.
Yeah. According to the Sydney Morning Herald. This is from livescience.com.
Well, the article has 3-minute slideshow with maps of Australia, and you can see all the fires burning in Australia. It's just a click, 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 click,
Oh,
click.
it's sad.
And related in photos is a devastating look at raging wildfires in Australia. This is also from that website. So Australia is really getting hit hard.
Mm-hmm.
They are getting hit hard.
Okay, Monday, January 13th, we have a picture here.
Yeah, this is interesting.
It's an interesting picture.
And it makes a lot of sense.
It sure does.
Largest electric school bus program in the United States is launching in Virginia.
Okay, this is from Clean Technica. Dominion Energy partnered with local Virginia school districts to begin replacing diesel buses with 100% electric school buses in phases. Thomas Built Buses Incorporated has been selected as the provider for all 50 of the initial electric school buses. Now that picture is not a Thomas built bus. That's a Proterra bus. But nevertheless, the Thomas built bus is going to look
very much like that.
much like that. I mean, that's recognizably a school bus.
It's a school
to
bus,
just
yeah.
about anybody. But this is, you know, the times are changing.
Well, it's about Dominion Energy.
Yeah.
And they're a utility.
Yeah.
And they're operating in Virginia, obviously, but they also operate in North Carolina. And they supply natural gas in Virginia, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, North Carolina. So they're a big utility.
But they're not dealing for natural gas burning buses. They're dealing for electric buses.
And this is about electric buses. And
Yeah.
electric buses make a lot of sense
Yeah.
because of the way they're used.
Yeah.
You know, they're sitting around all day.
Yeah.
Probably half
absolutely.
the time they're idling.
Yeah.
You
I
know,
mean.
And they go back to their headquarters where they could be recharged.
Yes.
The run of taking the kids to and from school
Yeah.
is short.
Yeah.
They go back and they can recharge. I mean, it's a natural
It's
for
a
electricity.
natural, absolutely. Okay, our next item is from
Let's see
Gulf
this-
News.
Let's see if I got any more about
Oh,
this.
okay.
Well, I do, but I'm not going to bother because a lot of it's evident.
Okay, our next item is from Gulf News.
Well, before we hit this one, in this article, there's
Yeah.
a quote, and it has nothing to do with the article, but it's from from Thunberg.
Oh, from Greta Thunberg.
Yeah.
Well, let's hear what Greta
And she
Thunberg
says,
had
we
to
don't
say.
want these things done by 2050, 2030, or even 2021. We want this done now, as
Yeah.
in right now.
Yes. Well,
She doesn't mince words.
she doesn't, and she happens to be right. And, you know, we can show that, and we've got more stuff coming up that's going to talk about that. Even as we've, you know, we're 2/3 of the way through the show. And anyway, our next item is from Gulf News.
It is that. Renewable energy must double in 10 years.
The International Renewable Energy Agency, which is also called IRENA, or IRENA, said that to address climate change, renewable sources need to grow from the current 26% of global power to at least 57% by 2030. This will require annual investment in the sector to double from the current $330 billion to $750 billion a year.
Well, what they also, ARENA now, calls for a change in attitude toward renewables.
Yeah.
The key to sustainable development, which is with the renewables, because of their stability, affordability,
affordability, amazing. That's
availability,
what
and
yeah.
scalability.
And this is what everybody's complaining about. They're not having who
Yeah.
who is against them.
Well, falling costs strengthen the case for renewables as well, with photovoltaic costs having decreased by almost 90% over the last decade.
Yeah.
And offshore wind prices having halved over the same period.
Yeah.
So renewables are getting cheaper, folks.
Again, we've talked about this in the past.
Absolutely.
It's the right curve. It is the technology curve. The prices will just keep going down
Absolutely.
according to Wright's law. Okay, we have an item here from the Japan Times,
We've
and we've got a picture
here.
of a wallaby.
Tiny wallaby down.
A wallaby, by the way, is
It's like a small kangaroo.
It's like a small. They're not small animals, but they are
Well,
like
anywhere
smaller
from
than-
18 inches to 4 feet.
Right, and 4 feet.
A big kangaroo can be 7 feet.
6.5, 7 feet. Yeah. So a wallaby is like a kangaroo, but maybe half as tall.
Yeah.
But
It's a
here's
miniature kangaroo.
Yeah, miniature kangaroo. This is a picture of a wallaby eating a carrot.
Well, they've been airdropped.
Yeah.
That's what they've been doing here. Australian firefighters say mega blaze near Sydney is under control. Well, that's a little bit of good news.
Yeah, it is some good news. Exhausted firefighters said the largest mega blaze is under control as wet weather promised to deliver respite that is much needed. The vast Gospers Mountain fire on Sydney's northwestern outskirts has been burning out of control for nearly 3 months. This is a fire the size of Delaware, which is sitting on the edge of a city with 5 million people living in it. This is...
Well, yeah. The fire and several connected blazes total over 3,000 square miles. That's
Almost
about
half-
a third of Vermont.
Yeah.
Okay? Dozens of other fires have yet to be brought under control.
Yeah, and I want to point out here in this picture, that wallaby is eating a bunch of carrots. And what's been happening is that the people who are doing this, and I don't know what agency or organization is doing it, but they're flying helicopters over areas that have been burned, where animals who are already traumatized don't have any food.
Yeah, they go back to where there's been burnt and there's no food.
There's no food. They can't eat.
That's why they're
So
doing that.
what they do is they drop these things out of helicopters. They don't land. They just drop them.
Drop the
so
food.
they can drop lots and lots and lots of them in a short amount of time. And they don't have to worry about landing because when they come over with the helicopters, the animals are scared away. And
Oh,
so,
so they're not
they
worried
can just
about-
drop whatever
yeah.
they want to drop and don't have to worry
So
about
the
hitting an
carrots
animal.
aren't landing on the wallabies.
So the carrots, well, they're not just dropping carrots, they're dropping bales of hay. And you know,
Yeah.
those big bales of hay, I have no idea how much they weigh. But you need a front end loader to pick one of those things up.
Well, they say that the only recorded instance of death from marijuana is when somebody dropped a bale of marijuana out of a helicopter and hit somebody.
Oh, no. Okay. Let's get past that. We're up to Tuesday, January 14th, and we have an item from the BBC.
Australia fires will be normal in a warmer world.
Yeah, this
Wow.
is scary. UK scientists say the recent fires in Australia are a taste of what the world will experience as temperatures rise. Professor Richard Betts from the Met office, Met is what's Met?
Metropolitan?
No, it's not Metropolitan. It's
I don't know.
It's the weather.
Meteorological. Yeah. Okay.
Office
Makes sense.
Hadley Center said we are quote seeing a sign of what would be normal conditions under a future warming of world of 3 degrees Celsius, end quote.
Well, from the article, it says what we are seeing in Australia is not the new normal. There's a transition to worse impacts.
Yeah.
57 papers show links between climate change and the increased frequency of severity of fire weather.
You know, we haven't even hit 1.5 degrees yet, and this is what we're getting. And
Yeah.
when we get to 3 degrees, if we get to 3 degrees, hopefully we won't. I think we're going to have situations like what's going on in Australia in the United States.
I think we have them going on already in California.
The thing in Australia is a multiple of what happened in California.
Yeah.
But the Peshtigo fire, which happened the same day as the Chicago fire in the 19th century.
Well, there's a lot of large forests in the west, in the mountains in the west.
There's a lot of
And they're
large
very
forests in
vulnerable.
Vermont and New Hampshire.
Well, it's not as vulnerable as the west. Though.
It's not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Okay, we have a picture of the Moy Wind Farm, which
We do that.
that looks like some weird geological thing going up on the left side. You see that snaky stream going up, and it looks like there's an escarpment of some kind.
Yeah, yes, it looks exactly like that.
And you see those kinds of things in the UK.
Sort of there's a river valley there between them.
Yeah.
And there is a snaky river going through it.
Yeah. Okay, we're still on January 14th, and this is from CNN.
Business leaders must help fight the climate crisis.
This is an interesting article. This is a make or break year. Global emissions have risen 3 consecutive years when they should have been dropping. If the world is to meet the goals of the Paris Climate Agreement, I'm an optimist, and I believe we can respond with material action, but we are running out of time. And who was it that said this?
Well, I was just going to mention that. There's a statement from Grant Reed, who's the president and CEO of Mars Candy.
This is Mars
It's
Candy.
worth reading.
If you eat a Mars bar, you're supporting him.
Well, yeah. My nephew works for Mars.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and as a matter of fact, I was just with him over Christmas. He
Yeah.
was talking about it. It's a big company.
It's a big
Mars
company.
is not, they make more than just Mars bars.
Yes, they
well,
do.
for one thing, they just recently absorbed Wrigley,
Yeah.
the chewing gum people,
Yeah.
who themselves were a big company.
Yeah.
So these guys are the biggest company in the world in candy.
Yeah.
They really are.
But they do more than candy, don't they?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But candy's principally what they do.
Candy.
But there is a lot of other stuff, too.
I used to work in a chemical factory near Hackettstown, New Jersey, and there was a big Mars plant in Hackettstown. Big local employer.
Well, that's where the headquarters are.
Is it in Hackettstown?
I think so.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Well, it's definitely in New Jersey somewhere,
Okay.
because that's where my nephew works.
Okay.
Well, there's a statement, as I mentioned, from Grant Reed, who's the president and CEO, And it's worth reading.
Yes, it
His
is.
statement is worth reading.
Yeah.
And a quick takeaway from it is, if the scientific data compelling us to take urgent climate action in this new decade isn't motivation enough, then the threat to human life, the loss of biodiversity, and the economic impact of extreme weather and natural catastrophes should surely make the case.
Yeah.
Global businesses, which he is one, of course, have a crucial role to play.
They have a crucial role to play, but they have to protect themselves, and which is one of the things that he's talking about here.
Oh, absolutely.
We have to be protective of our environment, because otherwise we're in
We
terrible
won't have
trouble.
anything. Yep.
Yeah.
That's just what he's saying.
Okay, our next item is from CNN, and it's kind of scary.
Oceans are warming at the same rate as if 5 Hiroshima bombs were dropped in every second.
This is a
They've
study.
taken a look at the numbers, and this is a different way of looking at
It
the
sure
same
is.
numbers.
A study showed that 2019 was another year of record ocean warming, and this ocean warming thing is a real, honest-to-goodness problem. The world's oceans are now heating at the same rate as if 5 Hiroshima atomic bombs were dropped into the water every second of every day, the scientists
Well,
say.
there's a 7-minute video in this website that's worth looking at.
Yeah.
And basically it says how climate change impacted the world in 2019. And it shows pictures from all around the world where there's been climate change problems.
Yes. And this is one of the things that's a problem here. We've been doing this show now for, I think, 6 years, and we didn't really start talking a lot about ocean warming until maybe a year ago.
Well, that's true, but as the article says, oceans serve as a good indicator of the real impact of climate change.
Exactly. What's happened is these oceans have been absorbing carbon dioxide, and they have been absorbing heat.
They absorb the vast majority of the world's heat.
Right. And what's happening is, as they absorb heat, they become less able to absorb heat. As they absorb carbon dioxide, they're less able to absorb carbon dioxide. I worked in a factory where one of the guys called it carbon dioxide.
Okay, carbon
Carbon dioxide.
Carbon dioxide.
You got to use carbon dioxide for that. Okay.
Well, this is just a different way of looking at the numbers.
It is a different way.
And the amount of heat we put into the world's ocean in the past 25 years equals to 3.6 billion Hiroshima atom bomb explosions. It's just another way of looking at the numbers.
Yeah.
And looking at them this way, it kind of wakes you up a little bit.
Yes.
Which is what it's intended to do.
It's what it's intended to do. Okay, we
Well,
are
we
up.
got 11 minutes left, and we're on the last day.
Yeah,
So we got a little
but
bit of time to talk.
Wednesday, January 15th was kind of a special day for my blog.
Was it really?
Well, every
we
day,
got a-
I
we got a picture here.
We
I'm
do.
gonna put the picture up, and you can talk.
Yeah. Every day I put up usually 15 items. If there's not a lot in the news, I'll put up 13 or even 11, but usually it's 15.
Yeah.
And every day I get bad news and I get good news. And on the 15th of January, there was 1 or 2 mildly bad news items, but the rest of them were all good.
That's unusual.
It sure is.
I mean, it's good news.
Hopefully, we're going to
Good
be...
news that it's good news.
Yeah, we're going to be moving to a different zone or something. And we have an item from the Weather Network, which, by the way, is a Canadian. I think it must be a public
I think it is
organization.
Canadian, yep. I
But
think
it
it
is.
is.
It is Canadian because the money that it talked about was Canadian money.
Canadian money, right. Transitioning to 100% renewable energy by 2050 would pay for itself.
Would pay for itself.
Yeah.
Okay. A global effort to eliminate the world's greenhouse gas emissions implies a transition to 100% renewable energy by 2050. That's not 100% renewable electricity. That's 100% renewable for everything, which means you drive a truck, it's going to be electric. You fly a plane, it's going to be electric or in some other way renewable.
Or you're going to heat your house. It's
Yeah,
gonna be electric.
absolutely. According to analysis, that would cost 95 trillion Canadian dollars, which is 72.7 trillion American dollars. but the investment would pay for itself in 7 years. That
sounds
astonishing.
like a good deal.
Now, the story behind this was,
People spend more time paying for their car.
oh, do they ever? The story behind this is material that came from Stanford University, but from other places too. And
well, it's a good article. There's
is.
a couple of videos in it worth looking at.
Right. Yes.
Well, the transition includes redesigning power grids.
Yes.
Requiring manufacturing, transportation, and other systems to run on renewables.
Yes.
And have enough storage capacity to keep the lights on overnight.
Yes.
This is perfectly doable using solar, wind, and hydropower alone.
Yes, and you throw batteries in and it becomes easy.
The proposal does not include nuclear power, carbon capture, and
This is,
biofuels
again,
for economic reasons. They cost too much.
Yeah, Mark Jacobson is not in favor of nuclear power. He's never advocated nuclear power, as far as I can tell. I've been following this guy for years.
This is the author of the article?
Mark Jacobson didn't write this article, but his work was part of what went into this article.
Okay.
And, you know, his position on nuclear power is, look, we're talking about something here that is very, very expensive. Nuclear power, new nuclear power, you're talking...
That's very expensive.
12 cents per kilowatt hour and up, where if you're combining solar, wind, and batteries, you might be talking about 5 cents per kilowatt hour down.
And it goes lower than that.
It goes lower than that. And
I've seen as little as 2 cents.
well, that's for solar. But you throw the battery on and you got it up to almost 4, you know. So 4 cents, you know that big thing that they had in California where the city of Los Angeles signed a power purchase agreement to buy 300 megawatts and 400 megawatt battery. It was just in the last few weeks.
Yeah, we just talked about it.
Doing that, in order to do that, they had to get rid of capacity that was expensive. So what did they get rid of?
Coal.
Natural gas.
They get rid of natural gas.
Well, it was peaking plants.
Ah, yeah, they are expensive.
They are really expensive. And this is something that people don't understand. They advocate for, we need baseload power. Well, I got news for you. We really don't need any baseload power. We need to cover the base load, but it doesn't have to be a traditional baseload power plant. It can be a lithium-ion battery or a pumped storage or whatever. But
it doesn't care where it's coming
from. It doesn't
from.
care. But the thing is, you cannot run a grid like we have in the United States on baseload power alone.
Well, baseload power itself is not totally unreliable, but it is unreliable. I mean,
it's unreliable.
Plants go down.
It covers the minimum load that you need. But the thing is, those big power plants, nuclear plants, coal burning plants, combined cycle natural gas plants, those big plants are built for economies of scale. And renewable energy is undercutting the price of that plant that's been built for economy of scale.
Mm-hmm.
And those big plants are built to, in order to get them to the economies that they've got, they build plants that can't be ramped up or down easily. And I do my reports on nuclear energy every day, or at least every weekday, and when I do this, I watch those nuclear plants as they come online. Sometimes it takes 2 or 3 weeks to get them up to full head of steam.
Up and running, up and running the way they're supposed to be.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, there's a takeaway here. Worldwide, the transition would save the lives of 7 million people every year.
7 million people a year.
And an additional $30 trillion, that's US dollars, in health costs.
You know, not doing this is unconscionable.
The total cost, this is backing up what you just said.
Yeah.
The total cost of not transitioning is in the order of 75 trillion US per year.
Yeah.
When you add up the energy costs, the health costs, and the climate impact costs.
Yeah.
And they're real costs.
They're real costs. Yeah, and unfortunately, you know, one of the things that I keep coming back to is that the American Lung Association in California, the study they did that included the state of Vermont, where they were just looking at the health impacts of vehicles burning fossil fuels, our transportation sector fossil fuels, which would include, you know, diesel-powered trains and whatnot. $330 million a year for the state of Vermont, which is $480 per person per year. Who gets charged that? Well, all of us, except that we don't see it because it's covered by taxes and medical insurance.
Okay.
If we have a child who's suffering from asthma, we see it, and we may not realize that that's what the cause was.
You wouldn't know what the cause was, but you kind of examine things, and
Yeah.
you got to really decide: is this causing the asthma or not?
Yeah.
Pretty high probability that if it's not causing it, it's exacerbating it.
You know, one article that I came across, I think yesterday or the day before, was a really sad article about a girl who was 19 years old, went to bed and died up dead.
Huh?
She woke up dead in the morning.
Woke up dead.
Yeah. And she was
19 years old.
19 years old. And the reason they think was she had her asthma stuff next to her.
Yeah.
You know, when they
Yeah,
found her dead.
yeah.
She had her asthma stuff next to her. She was trying to use her cell phone. And the reason was because she was living in Sydney, I think. And so the smoke from all those fires.
Wow.
You know, and this is something that you have to start dealing with this. You know, this is a real problem. Okay, should we go on?
Well, it's something you don't even think of very much, and it's a very real problem. I mean,
Yeah.
We have talked about on this show many times the health effects of bad air.
Bad air, right.
And they're real.
They're real. They're absolutely real. And we pay, all of us, because we live in a country, all countries really are like this, but in our country, in our state, the state has expenses that have to do with the public good that are health expenses. Yeah. And anybody who's got health insurance, you know, is paying for other people's medical problems.
Well, that's the way insurance works.
That's the way insurance works. We have to take that into account. Do you think Donald Trump has health insurance? You can bet your bottom dollar he does.
I would guess.
Okay, our last item is from Green Tech Media, and this is a
the last
good
item
item.
already?
It is.
Yeah, it is. Well, it better be a good one. Three-quarters of new U.S. generating capacity in 2020. Guess what, folks? This is 2020.
Yeah.
Will be renewable. Three-quarters.
We have a picture going up.
We do.
I didn't include it
get
there.
that picture.
Yeah, somehow. Oh, there it is.
It's there. I just didn't bring it up. Oh, it's because I included
items.
it with the next. It could have gone with either one of these items.
Okay. We have to get that last item too, so we're going to have to get through these two quickly.
Well, we got 11 minutes left.
No, we don't.
Oh no, I'm looking.
We
at
have about 1.5.
Yeah, we're
According
okay.
to the latest EIA data, wind and solar will make up 32 gigawatts of the 42 gigawatts of new capacity additions expected to start commercial operation in 2020, respectively, dwarfing the 9.3 gigawatts of natural gas-fired power plants that are coming online.
There's a good graph on this article showing exactly that.
Right. Let's step to the last one, because I want to do this also.
Replacing coal with renewables could save energy customers $8 billion a year.
This is just coal that's almost already half dead. And analysts from Morgan Stanley, this is Morgan Stanley, and Moody's Investment Service, Moody's, these are
the big guys,
expect electric utilities to accelerate their transition away from coal. Replacing coal with renewable energy could save electricity customers as much as $8 billion every year. This is from DeSmog.
This is accurate, fact-based information regarding global warming misinformation campaign.
Yes. Well, what this is, this is investors coming to the public and saying you're being. In essence, they're saying you're being lied to, and this is what the truth is.
Morgan Stanley, Moody's, these are people who advise. They're investment
This is the U.S. economy.
Yeah.
And okay, it's time to go. So we will say, have a spectacularly enjoyable week. Come back next time.
And save energy, guys.
Save energy. Right.
welcome to the Tuesday, January 21st meeting of the Brattleboro Select Board. We know the meeting has been properly warned because we came and entered into executive session at 5:30. You will also notice that we are 4 this evening. David is not with us. Okay, at this time, I would entertain a motion to approve the meeting minutes from January 7th.
So moved.
Excellent. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. I would like to take this opportunity from Hillary Francis to remind everybody that deadlines for petitions to be submitted for candidates to be on the ballot is Monday, January 27th by 5 p.m. And believe it or not, that is actually next Monday. We have burned through the entire month of January. So if you want to submit a petition to be on a ballot, you have to turn it in by next Monday, the 27th by 5 p.m. Peter, do you have any manager's comments?
I do, thank you. I have an announcement. I'd like to ask people who are watching on BCTV or online to pay particular attention to this because we have an unusual circumstance tonight where we're adding an item to be considered at the end of the agenda. It's a letter from the Select Board to Governor Scott regarding the Brattleboro retreat situation. And there are just some things that evolved in a way that it wasn't we didn't know last Friday when we warned the meeting that we would need to have this on this evening as part of this agenda. That's why it's coming up as a last-minute addition. I'm going to read the letter in its entirety now so that people watching will know what is going to be considered at the end of the meeting, and then it will be the final item of new business tonight. It's a letter to the Honorable Philip B. Scott, Governor of Vermont, regarding the Brattleboro retreat. Dear Governor Scott, thank you for announcing in your State of the State address that the Brattleboro retreat is simply too critical for us to let fail and that its closure would have a devastating impact on our mental health system and the region's economy. We completely agree. We are writing today in favor of a more robust state partnership with the retreat. This is an issue of central importance to our constituents in Brattleboro, to our neighbors throughout Windham County and Vermont who depend on the retreat for jobs and commerce, and most importantly, to the individuals and families who depend on the retreat to preserve and improve their very lives. The retreat has been an important institution in our community for almost 200 years. In the 21st century, the retreat has become an important institution for the whole state of Vermont. Partnering with other healthcare providers, social service agencies, law enforcement, and others, the retreat leverages its particular expertise in some of the most challenging aspects of our collective efforts to address mental illness and drug addiction. The retreat provides essential services to Vermonters suffering such acute mental health issues that many other hospitals turn them away. We are counting on you, your administration, the legislature, and the retreat's leadership to agree on a financial plan so that these essential services continue to be available and so that this major employer continues to be an important economic driver for our region. Sincerely, and it has the names and titles of all 5 board members. The board will consider this letter at the end of the meeting this evening, and if it's approved, it'll be signed tonight and transmitted tomorrow.
Thank you, Peter. It would be safe to say that by us considering this letter at the end of the meeting, it could give opportunity for anybody watching tonight who would like to come and speak about this letter to come and join us. We will take a break at 8:15. You'll have time to get here, I'm sure. Hopefully, if you want to speak up. Okay. Are there other members of the Select Board who have comments or committee reports or both this evening? No, thank you.
I don't. We had a very productive traffic safety meeting recently, but I didn't bring my notes for what got accomplished, so I'm going to hold off on that and I'll let everyone know at a future meeting.
Okay, that sounds good. Daniel?
Yeah, I have a comment. I drove home in the snowstorm on Saturday. I'd been down to Amherst to spend my money there. That's not the story. The story is that, when I came back into town, I drove past the Public Works Department where everybody was mustering, and then throughout the afternoon and evening, I thought the snow removal for this particular snowstorm was really well managed, and by the next day, by mid-morning the next day, things were clear, and I just wanted to kind of like appreciate all the work that goes into that, because my wife, told me that she woke up a couple of times in the night and heard the plow go by, and maybe that's work that people don't see so much, and I just wanted to appreciate the staff for doing that.
Thank you very much, and I think you're right. And I noticed the sidewalks in front of my house were clear pretty quickly, I thought, on Green Street, so very appreciative of that. Okay. At this time, I will open the public participation section of our meeting. This is an opportunity for anybody who's here tonight from the public to speak on something that is not listed on tonight's agenda. Nick? Mr. Nickerson?
I'm Nick Nickerson. From last 60 years, I've been living in Brattleboro. Along with two other Republicans, all I can find in Brattleboro, I would like to make a little what's better note to the select board. What's better from the Republican Party, and this came from the Wall Street Journal. Incomes are now rising faster for low-income workers than their bosses. That includes a 5.9% annual income increase for the bottom 10% of workers. So the capitalists are benefiting the proletariat, and Carl is spinning in his box. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. Anybody else have?
Just a joke.
You can make a joke.
No.
Karl Marx.
Okay. All right, so seeing nobody else for public participation, we will move into becoming liquor commissioners. Would somebody like to make that motion?
I move that we become liquor commissioners.
Excellent. All those in favor? Aye. All right, and our first and only order of business, but don't let that sound like it's not exciting, is the special event permits for the Brattleboro Love Crawl, which is always a fun and very cool event.
Cards.
Ooh, lovely, thank you.
Thank you.
That's awesome,
The red
thank
light.
you.
And as they
Stephanie is handing out some cards to us so we can view the new graphic for the Love Crawl.
As they take the table, may I just announce the usual for the record that this has been thoroughly reviewed by staff. It's now happened for several years. It's something that we know how it's going to impact the community, and that's in almost entirely wonderful ways. And so all of the review that's necessary in order to ensure that it can occur in a safe manner and it complies with town ordinances has been completed, and it's recommended for approval.
Thank you, Peter. All right. Hi, Stephanie.
I'm Stephanie Bonin. I'm the Executive Director of Downtown Brattleboro Alliance. This is Elijah Cooper, who is working with me for 6 weeks, has 3 weeks under his belt, and is really a huge part of making this particular event happen, and then is also concentrating on making our Plan a Go-Go, our community calendar, really shine even more. So it's been a joy for me to be working alongside of someone every day.
Thanks, Elijah.
I do have 2 props with me tonight. How come this doesn't stay on?
That's like the test bed on the inside.
So I handed you the new graphic this year for the Bratt Love Crawl, and then this is an addition that's going to be out in front of each store so that it's more clear where the stops are, and then we can use them year after year. So I thought it would just benefit everyone to a little bit of background and then what the actual crawl is if you haven't been. So the background is that we all realized that the time after the holidays and in the thick of the winter that people like to hibernate, rightfully so, but we all kind of missed each other, and so we wanted to create an event that would bring people back out away from their homes into their community and have some fun for the night. We wanted people to go specifically into shops, and so we didn't want it to be a one spot type of an event, and that's how the crawl was born. So this year is our 5th year doing it. We are pairing 18 shops with 18 Vermont tastemakers, and there are 2 starting points. So people can either choose to purchase tickets, which are available right now online, or at Beadniks or Brattleboro Food Co-op for $8, or they can purchase the tickets the night of. The price does go up to $12 after February 2nd. And so they go to either of those two starting points. They come with their ticket or they purchase, they get ID'd, they get a stamp on the hand, and they get given this year a passport. And that passport shows them all of the pairings and also incentivizes going to an ample amount of them. Some examples of the pairings are, we have people that have done it every year, like Altiplano and Bar Hill. And I, as Cupid, I play Cupid in this event. I cannot separate those two. They will not let me. But other people have new pairings, like Vermont Vermouth will be at Renaissance Jewelry, a brand new company here in Brattleboro, Vermont Vermouth. And then also a fun one is Aqua Vitae is coming and going to be at Vermont Hempicurium. Nice. So 18 pairings, and that is the event.
That's awesome.
What does the ticket get you?
It gets you a taste at each of those pairings because each shop is paired with a Vermont tastemaker. So True North Granola is at George J. Brooks. So when you go in, you get a taste of that, then you leave, you come back out to the next stop.
Any other questions?
Yeah. I understand that we're here for the liquor commissioner role. I guess thinking about this in a kind of inclusive way, I forget why this happened, but I think it was maybe the BAPC put on an event with mocktail pairings, and it was, you know, pretty well liked, I think. And I was wondering whether there could be in future years, you know, non-alcoholic options beyond just like seltzer or what have you.
Yeah, this has come up before, and that event was great and was geared to mocktails, and they didn't have cocktails. And this event is geared towards distilleries and breweries and Vermont tastemakers. It does have food in it, so that there is sort of a balance in that way. I mean, any wine pairing, you have food because it also makes the wine taste. So my answer is not that we're not being inclusive, but more that we're being very specific to what this event is.
So there's 11 spirit companies and the remainder are food?
Yes, except for 2 current liquor licenses are being used, so it's actually 13 spirits, brewers, wineries, and those 2 liquor licenses that are being used are Peter Haven's private dining space, which is paired up with Dosa Kitchen, who will be opened, and then the lounge, which is paired up with no, it is a winery. It's going there. And then the rest are food. Grafton Cheddar, True North Granola, Elliott Street Fish and Chips, and Dosa Kitchen are all giving out food samples.
I had a quick question, just a curiosity. Oh, and I'll just say I think it's a great event. I say that every year, but that's because I pretty much go every year.
Good.
I'm curious, what's the Aqua Vitae Afterglow at Vermont Hempicurium?
Yeah.
Is that a CBD thing?
I think that might be a misprint. I don't know what Afterglow is. So Aqua.
It's the Aqua Vodka. That's the name of the company.
Afterglow is.
I didn't that might be part of the.
I just thought there might be a connection to the.
No, we intentionally did not put a CBD product there.
Yeah.
But it isn't. Aqua Vitae is a great short story, which is they brew kombucha. And in order for them,
what it is.
Okay.
In order for them to be certified non-alcoholic, they have to distill all of their alcohol off. And so instead of throwing it away, they have recently started to distill it into actual vodka. And so now they have aqua vodka. So it's a byproduct of their kombucha.
Figure out why. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for clearing that up, because that was confusing me, and now I realized it's Michael Budget.
Yeah, because it sounded familiar.
Okay. Are there further questions or comments from members of the board?
I just have one kind of weird comment. Do you have to be 21 to plan an event like this?
No, you don't even have to be 21 to serve alcohol, which is odd.
Yeah.
But no. But you do have to be 21 to attend the Love Crawl. No exceptions.
I guess the response I got to my question is sort of sitting with me uncomfortably. So I'm in a household where one person drinks and the other person doesn't, and we would love to engage with this event. And I would not really feel like I was, I don't know, not so much not welcome, but like I wouldn't get as much out of it.
Yeah, you
right? Like it wouldn't be as enjoyable for me.
If your partner's drinking a fancy-looking drink, you
Yeah,
want
and
to also
I get-
drink a
and I get,
fancy-looking
like,
drink.
You know, nothing.
So, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And so I'm not saying like, you know, no liquor permit, but I think for future years, thinking about the message that that sends, you know, is something I'd like to see you guys think about. You know, there are a lot of people in this community who don't drink alcohol, who might have a partner or a significant other or, you know, friend that does, and they want to be able to go out too. And you know, those people spend their money, you know, downtown.
Yeah, I don't want this to feel not included.
Right.
You know, it's like I've never seen a Star Wars movie.
Right.
I'm not part of any Star Wars.
Right. And I guess the way that I would feel included is if there was an option for me that beyond just a glass of water.
And I'd have to say I agree with Daniel on that.
I think I seem to remember that there's always a food option or some sort of snack at each one, and that doesn't mean that you think that it's a good value to pay the $8
right.
in advance.
I'm sure the food is very tasty.
Yeah.
No, let me just clarify that there isn't a food option at each and every one.
Okay, but a couple of them are just food options.
Yeah, there are definitely food options. Yes.
Just so that was clear, because all we're looking at and approving, of course, is the liquor options. But there are 2 or 3 just
four,
sorry, non-liquor options. Just wanted to point that out.
I think he's saying he wants a fancy mocktail.
No, I get it. I totally get it to have the option side by side, for instance.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to remind everybody that what we're looking at is a complete list of just
Maybe
liquor,
there could be a
liquor items.
food-only ticket as well as the food and liquor ticket.
That's interesting.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah.
You know, I did. Just wanted to make sure.
Wasn't sure if there was a ticket. Okay. Are there members of the public who would like to talk about the Brattleboro Love Crawl liquor licenses? Yep. Okay. Hearing no more discussion, I would entertain a motion to approve the liquor license. Somebody was so inclined.
I'll make that motion to approve the issuance of the following special event permits for the Brattleboro Love Crawl event on Thursday, February 6th, 2020 from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. Just realized I'm in for a long haul here. That's okay. Caledonia Spirits at Altiplano, 42 Elliott Street. Saxton's River Distillery at Bee's Nest, 19 Elliott Street. American Crafted Spirits, doing business as Silo Distillery at Beadnick's, 115 Main Street. Vermont Distillers, Inc. at Brattleboro Bicycle Shop, located at 165 Main Street. Wild Heart Distillery at Cara Wolf Jewelry Shop at 4 Elliott Street. Smuggler's Notch Distillery at In the Moment Records, 143 Main Street. White Mountain Distillery, doing business as Stowe Cider at Malison, 44 Harmony Place. Charles Dodge, DBA Putney Winery at Michelle Freezy.
Frizzy.
Frizzy.
Frizzy. Okay, thank you. Michelle, I actually know Michelle, so I'm going to hear about that. Photography, 26 High Street. Vermont Vermouth at Renaissance Jewelry, 151 Main Street. St. Johnsbury Distillery at Taylor for Flowers, 15 Elliott Street. And Aqua Vitae Afterglow at Vermont Epicurean, 8 Flat Street.
All right, Tim. I fell asleep halfway through that. No, I'm just kidding. You did a very good job with that motion. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank
you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Oh gosh, I need to pull this thing out. Let's do this to myself. All right. At this time, I would entertain a motion to adjourn as liquor commissioners.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. We now move into unfinished business. And surprise, surprise, our first item is the FY21 budget, which has been our unfinished business for approximately 15 years. Just kidding, 8 weeks. All right, our first item is pay adjustments for non-union employees. Cedars.
Thank you. So in the update, as we do each week in these final weeks of the budget process each year, page 1 of the memorandum that's in the backup and posted online actually provides a status of what has occurred to date. I won't go through that this evening because when you get to making your final decisions before this item wraps up, we'll go over the alternatives of where it leaves you in terms of the 2 decisions that you're going to be looking at tonight, and then those on top of all the decisions you've already made, what the overall impact is for the budget that'll go forward to town meeting. So I'm going to pass over the current status item and focus on the 2 decisions that you have in front of you for this evening.
Okay.
The first, as you pointed out, is pay equity for non-union employees. And for this, I'd like to set just a little bit of the context before I present the actual recommendation. This is a cycle with the collective bargaining units, the 4 employee unions, when we've invested a lot of attention and action on pay equity internal to those units, and as it relates, as the positions in those units relate to other employee positions in the town. And so with regard not just to the lower end of the pay scale, where $15 an hour is a measure that has emerged as being of great importance, and the board had indicated a desire to make sure that we didn't have any town employees paid less than $15 an hour for their service to the community. We looked at those things going through the collective bargaining process, but we also looked at the middle area and the upper portions of the pay scales to make sure, again, that there is fairness across the different departments and different functions of the town. We had earlier in this select board year, you have approved 3 of the 4 collective bargaining agreements, mostly last summer. That happened, and the 4th one is on this agenda for action later this evening. In the actions that were taken there, as we were proceeding, particularly through the earlier 3, it became apparent that we needed to give a similar level of attention to non-union positions in the town, because that wasn't going to happen as a natural course of just sitting down to bargain for a new 3-year agreement as it was happening with the collective bargaining units. And so around the May or June timeframe, we began looking at that question. It emerged over the course of the summer that a couple of different groups of employees came to me and expressed concern about their compensation. They are 2 different groups of non-union employees, and they wanted to make sure that they understood how we were looking into this matter and what our intentions were about how to finalize the review and bring it forward. And so there's been a lot of communication on that. There was one evening back in August when one of those 2 groups of employees actually came and addressed the select board and wrote a letter to the editor. So there's been a little bit of public consideration of this, but mostly it's been work that has gone on intensely behind the scenes as we obtained some consultant assistance to make sure that we were assessing this in a proper, objective manner. And then worked first with the senior staff and then with the broader group of affected employees to make sure that we had calibrated the recommendation appropriately to achieve the greater level of equity that we were seeking. The impact of that is attached to the backup materials this evening. So behind the memorandum regarding the budget is a 2-page attachment. On the top of page 1, it says proposed annual salaries and salary ranges for full-time non-union town employees. It then lists each position of salaried non-union employees. And you'll note that there's 4 numbers next to each one. That's because what we're creating is a pay system where instead of just a pinpoint, a single point that is the salary currently paid for that position that doesn't exist within a broader salary structure for town government, that instead, similar to the 3 of the 4 collective bargaining agreements, we're establishing pay ranges for positions. So the bottom number in each case is the entry-level salary for that position, and the top number is the top-out salary, or the top of the range for that position. And one of the reasons why salary structures typically include pay ranges rather than just a single point salary is so that you can create equity in situations where you might have a more senior employee in a position that is roughly equivalent to a position where there's a more junior employee or someone being appointed into a position as a new employee in that rank, so that they aren't on day 1 of the new employee's service, and years into the other person's service, they're not being paid the exact same amount. To differentiate them means to leave them differentiated into the future. To pay them the same isn't equitable on day 1, and so we use pay ranges so that we can provide a relationship between one position and another that allows for those changes over time, so that 2 new people will be proportional to the size and responsibility of their position, and 2 senior people will be also in that same proportion, but it allows for those fluctuations as employee tenure changes. So that's why you see pay ranges proposed for every employee. Up until now, only the DPW supervisors and the park supervisor within this group of employees affected by this actually had pay ranges. They were already in ranges that had 4 steps to them, and now every non-union employee, whether a salaried employee or a hourly employee, will be in a pay range. At the bottom half of page 2 of this attachment to the memorandum, there's a header: proposed hourly rates and pay ranges for part-time non-union town employees. And so here you see 2 separate groupings of employees with 2 separate pay ranges that are shown as hourly rates for the 4 separate steps, rather than as annual salary for the 4 separate steps. And the reason for that is because the part-time employees work a variety of different schedules, and so annualizing their pay would have led to very much an apples, oranges, and bananas kind of comparison. The way to keep it calibrated so that we could ensure fairness between the 2 sets of jobs that are represented here is to report those ranges as hourly ranges. The overall cost impact to approve town-wide what is recommended in these 2 pages for the remainder, my recommendation is that you approve this evening and that it be implemented with the first payroll in February, and that for the remaining 5 months of this fiscal year, the cost impact of the salaries and the FICA and VEMRS being the retirement system, the Vermont Municipal Employee Retirement System. So the town's contribution on behalf of employees and the FICA taxes that the town pays on behalf of employees, along with the salary adjustments, the total cost impact for all of the non-union employees for the remainder of FY20 is $24,000. The total impact for FY21 is $82,000. The 82, in order to determine the impact upon the budget that we're working on, the 82 needs to be adjusted 2 different ways. The first is that some of these employees' positions are funded through the utility budget rather than through the general fund operating budget. So $15,000 of the FY21 costs. I should say first, just noting for the record, that the FY20 costs, because we're more than halfway through FY20, those would be unbudgeted expenses of approximately $24,000. Something just less than 20 of that would be in the general fund. As we've talked often, an expense of that magnitude, so long as we're managing the overall scope of the revenues and the expenditures in the general fund budget over the course of the year, as long as we're doing that overall job well, an expense of this magnitude can be, we can absorb an expense of this magnitude because there are always going to be some line items that are over and some line items that are under. So we'll manage for this expense as we complete this budget year. And then it's important that since we're 6 months away from the beginning of the next budget year and still finalizing FY21, it's important that we reflect that impact in the budget that you'll be recommending to representative town meeting. So on that one, back to the math, $15,000 that'll be in the utility fund budget comes off of the 82. And those are rounded figures. The exact figure of what we need in the general fund to fund these changes is $66,875. You'll recall that earlier in this budget process, actually at the beginning of this budget process, when I proposed staff's FY21 budget for your review, we had a $30,000 placeholder. At that time, we were still pretty early in the detailed work around this. We had done a lot of conceptual work around it. We had kind of set the framework within which we would conduct this review, but we weren't very far along in actually calculating what the changes might be. And so I missed it. I underestimated significantly, so I apologize for that. But the placeholder that we put into the budget that we brought you is $30,000. We need $66,875, and that's why the impact of the decision that we're recommending this evening would add $36,875 to the proposed FY21 budget.
Excellent. That was very thorough, and I have to say thank you so much for the very smart way that you have created these ranges within each position. I'm not even going to guess how much work was put into that. So thank you very much. Members of the board have questions or comments about our pay equity for non-union employees?
Yeah, I would just say in addition to, paying people fairly, I really do appreciate the clarity of laying it out and kind of having a structure that's a little more formalized, and I think that's super valuable just for our employees and all of our taxpayers to just have it laid out very transparent.
We're going to benefit from that for a long time to come, just having it done.
Yeah. Yeah.
I also appreciate this work, and I know that the whole year's work has been with 3 unions and then this non-union group, and in each case and in all cases the goal has been fairness, and I think that that's been achieved, and I'm very appreciative of it.
Daniel, you want to add anything?
I'm really happy that we've done this work, and I'm glad that staff felt that they work in an organization where they can bring some of this stuff to management, and management will consider it. And I think that the work that went into this, and I'm presuming that our HR director had a fairly large role in this as well, so I'm glad that we have a HR director. And I'm excited that we're going to be able to retain experienced staff who contribute a great deal of value to the town, and that this will be a good place to work for them, and they will spend their wages locally, and our economy will be all the better for that. So good.
Is there anybody here tonight that came to speak on the topic of pay equity for non-union employees? Okay. So
maybe people came without
Yes,
that
please.
intention, but they want to speak anyway.
Yeah, they might want to speak anyway. Throwing out the curveballs.
Look, we got somebody.
Yeah, Star took the bait.
I did. I just want to thank the town staff and the select board and everyone who's worked on this, and it means the world to our employees to know that they are valued. And I always say the best and most important resource we have at the library is our staff, and so it's wonderful to see this kind of support and reinforcement. Thanks.
Well, thank you. You're on a good team. Okay. I would mind entertaining a motion.
Yes, please.
For that specific, okay, I would entertain a motion.
I move.
Oh.
Oh, it
Go ahead.
loads up. To approve the town manager's recommended compensation system and pay adjustments for non-union employees.
Excellent. Daniel has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion
you.
carries. Thank you, Peter.
The second decision for you this evening related to the FY21 budget is the follow-along to last week's discussion about the swimming pool. So you'll recall that earlier, weeks ago in the budget process, we were asked about the cost to replace the pool house, and we brought that information to last week's meeting. There are a few different options for how that might be done, and the current cost estimates for those range from $475,000 to $760,000. You had some discussion about that, and then moved pretty quickly into the broader context within which that decision would be made related to the overall pool facility. After extended discussion around that, the direction from the board was for staff to bring back a cost estimate, a proper budgetary figure for what it would take to do a conceptual plan and a budgetary cost estimate for replacement of the entire pool facility, rather than just the consideration to put into the capital budget potentially the additional funding for the pool house, but rather with an eye towards what we expect will be a recommended bond for needed improvements at the Living Memorial Park and at the Public Works facilities in FY23, 2 years from now, where we have elsewhere in the budget funding to do the engineering work that's needed for the two other components at Memorial Park. And last year, the same kind of engineering money was funded for the work that needs to be done in the planning process for DPW. And so that work will be completed over the next year, and a year from now, the select board will be looking at how to frame the work necessary to get ready for a potential bond issue the following year. So it's basically a 2-year process of planning, deciding how to proceed, preparing to proceed, and then being ready to recommend a bond to town meeting. If the full swimming pool replacement or major component replacement in the context of a long-term plan is to be included within that FY23 bond, then we estimate $30,000 as what will be necessary to perform the engineering conceptual planning work for that project to come along at the same schedule as the other two components at Memorial Park and the Public Works facilities. And so the question before you this evening is whether or not to add $30,000 to the transfer to the capital projects, the capital projects transfer from the general fund to the capital fund, whether to add $30,000 to that line item of the FY21 budget to fund engineering work in preparation for scoping a possible full pool replacement.
Thank you, Peter. Sometimes it can feel overwhelming when we talk about updating police, moving police stations and fire stations and public works and things at our parks. But I think it's important, it's important for us to remember that we live in an aging town, and that's just going to be what happens. These aren't like our homes where 4 people go in and out of it and maybe we can fix things here and there. These are heavily used buildings that carry a lot of liability for the humans that come in and out of them. And it's important to look at them differently than you would how you update your old house. Are there any other questions or comments?
Yes.
Liz?
I particularly like the way that this budget item is framed. We're talking about this now, right?
Sure. So would you like me to explain that to the public?
Yes, I would, because I think it influences our decision.
Sure. So what Liz is describing, for the benefit of those who may not have looked at this online or have it in front of them at home, is at the bottom of the second page of a 2-page memo. So the first page was that summary that I alluded to earlier. The top of the second page is the specific information about the 2 questions for tonight's decision making. And then the board has an important final decision to make regarding the overall FY21 budget that you will recommend for town meeting consideration. And so because staff couldn't predict where you would necessarily land this evening on the two pending questions, we presented 4 alternatives kind of as a menu. The first one we know is no longer relevant. That was the net impact of all prior changes only, with nothing else added tonight. You've made the decision to add the non-union pay increases. Thank you for that. And so number 1 and actually number 3 also are no longer relevant to your decision making. Number 3 being the net impact of all prior changes and the swimming pool engineering, but without the pay raises. So what remains in terms of the summary of the impacts, and we present it this way when you get to making your final decision so that it can be really clear to you of how what you're doing tonight relates to what you've done earlier in this process, and then how the two together are the impact to bring forward to the public. And so if you were to not approve the $30,000 to do the engineering for the pool, the place where this budget would land in terms of impact on municipal property taxes would be a 2.9% increase, a 3.77 cents increase, which equates to $37.70 per $100,000 of property value as an increase on the annual tax bill. And then if you did decide to add the $30,000 for the engineering for the pool, then option 4 would be where you'd land. And that would result in a 3.1% or 4.03 cents increase in the municipal property tax rate, which equates to $40.30 of additional taxes per $100,000 of property value.
So, back to,
I wish you would.
Okay, so here it all is laid out for us, and it's very interesting because last year's budget, although I wasn't on the select board last year, I was on the finance committee and at town meeting. And the goal of the select board, and which ultimately became the goal of town meeting, was to advance the 1% in order to keep the tax rate low for the middle class, for this vitality of the town, to keep that priority uppermost in our minds. And so this year, it's from the big picture, what we're looking at is, these employee negotiations, and they're multi-year negotiations with 3 unions and 1 non-union. So it seems to me that that's been the organized thrust of all our work. And then it boils down to, it's funny that it boils down to either item 2 or item 4. And when you look at item 2 and item 4, to keeping it in context of the fact that last year we did not have a tax increase because of the 1%. So now we're, with these 2 things, we're looking at a pretty large tax increase with the pool. And it's interesting to me that just this one thing is kind of tipping us over the scale of reasonableness. And so I'm voting to support the pool design next year so that we can maintain our goal of having a reasonable tax rate, and understand that the organization of this year's budget was for employee salaries, and next year we can be moving on to more capital planning for our recreation and infrastructure.
Do you think that would work, doing the engineering next year and then still trying to fit it in for, I just lost the year, FY23. Thank you.
It would not be in the same time frame as the bond projects. I would say, I choose my words carefully because the pool is a very worthy project. You had a lot of conversation about it last week. You heard from Carol eloquently speaking about what the pool represents to some folks in our community who don't have the resources necessarily for other forms of recreation or vacations. And so we all recognize that. Preserving the pool as an important part of our recreational facilities and programming is essential. Staff didn't recommend this. Staff has produced the information you've asked us to produce. And the reason we didn't recommend it, we mentioned this last week, and so I'll reiterate it tonight, is we see the ultimate replacement of the swimming pool as something that will be important and necessary in the years to come, but is not urgently needed right now. We've invested hundreds of thousands of dollars at the pool in the last couple of years to address a leakage issue and to safe up the pool deck. And so it is staff's perspective that this kind of a long-term planning effort is entirely appropriate and something we should undertake as a community, but it frankly wouldn't even need to be next year, but just, sort of sometime in the relatively near future that we could do the planning so that in the mid to long-term future, we're addressing the need. And the reason we feel that way is because of the magnitude of what the gotta-dos look like, both at Living Memorial Park and for the operation of the Public Works Department. And so what we brought to you earlier in this process as our recommendation was fund the engineering necessary to address the things that absolutely have to be done. The deficiencies at the rink that are going to cause the rink to close if we don't address them. And to address the deficiencies at Public Works that make it not a sufficiently safe facility because of improvements that need to be made to a facility that hasn't much been upgraded since literally about the 1950s or 60s. So those are the things we think we need to be focused on as necessary in the bond for FY23. And we see the pool as being something really beneficial for the community, really important for us to look ahead at and plan for ultimate replacement in a way that'll serve the next few generations of folks here in Brattleboro, but not something that needs to be on this same time frame for the FY23 bond.
And we're not looking at the pool closing. If we
exactly
don't
right.
make this decision tonight, we're not putting our community members who spend our few brief weeks of summertime at that pool every day at risk.
That's exactly right. In fact, summer of 20 would look a lot like summer of 19. 2020 would look a lot like 2019 at Memorial Park at the pool.
Daniel.
So just to kind of make sure I understand this right, so the potential bond issue, what was it, in 2023 is substantial and is addressing things that need to be addressed, right? Because they're like mission critical things. If that bond is, passed, how much longer would we be looking out from 2023 before we were able to take on a project like renovating the swimming pool to make it a beautiful, shining star in our town?
So the timing of the 2023, the reason we're targeting 2023 as the timing for that bond is it coincides with when some prior debt is falling off the budget. It's a particularly advantageous time to add new debt because the full impact of that new debt will not be felt by the taxpayers. It'll be a while before that happens again, but the swimming pool is also a candidate, we think, for with enough advance notice for some grant funds, for some community fundraising. There's ways in which we could go about that project over a period of years to be ready then to construct it, when it needs to be constructed. And so it's a bit of a wishy-washy answer because frankly, I think the fair answer in terms of creating reasonable expectations is we're not talking about just a year or two after FY23, right, which means we're talking sort of a decade out from now, but where the planning could be going on over the next few years in a way that positions us to then have several years of getting ready to do it. And then we'd be in a position to do it somewhere in the time frame that's kind of a decade or so out.
Yeah. it's kind of an exciting idea for me that we could potentially, a decade from now, have a facility that is for everybody and maybe could include year-round use. You know, we're not very well served for indoor pools for people without a whole bunch of money. You know, I know community members that go all the way to the Y in Keene, and instead of that money leaving our town, we could keep it here. But I don't think that now is the right time to be planning for something of that scale. So, you know.
If I might, Carol's here, and I want to make sure, as I answer boldly and specifically, that you know, I know that we're generally on the same page. If there's something specific that you think needs to be added, please speak up.
Yeah. So for the most part, I think we're right on target. There are, you know, are a couple little items that we may have to invest in along the way, per se. There's no safety issues that we have to say, hey, we need. There's no. We're not going to open in 2022, 2023. Though that's not the situation. But I think, you know, you might have to invest in some more patching at the pool. You know. It's still a 1957 pool. We slowed down the leak and then stopped the leak. I mean, I would be totally dismissive if I wasn't being totally upfront with you that, yeah, the stopper is not holding it all back. There is still some leakage. So we may have to invest in some, continue the Band-Aid. You know if you hear what I'm saying. Certainly we're going to need to do maybe some spruce up in the locker room, you know, tiling, rubber flooring, to buy us those 10 years. You know, if we're talking a decade out here, we may have to do some of those things. Not this summer, but something we do need to be totally upfront about, you know, just those type of little things that can buy us the amount of time that we do need. Just being totally upfront.
Thank you.
Does that fit in? Oh, go ahead, Tim.
Well, I actually have to jump in. I don't think 10 years should be a goal. I think sooner than 10 years should be a goal. And I know I might be unrealistic, but I think it's an important resource for our community. It's already an incredibly important resource to so many community members. But it doesn't feel that necessary to really go on about it. But I did start to become concerned about the absolutely needed bond items becoming sort of an everything bond, and getting out of control. And the 30K expenditure sounds easy and makes sense until I started to think about it a little more, and I started to realize that I still, as I mentioned last meeting, I don't have a really good read on what our community wants, you know, and I don't think we should even spend $30,000 on, you know, conceptual plans before we know that we all want this and we're willing to take that leap, and with the added plan of maybe bringing in some partners and some donations and making it more of a community push outside of the taxpayer expenditure. So, but I just wanted to stick that in there, that I'm not sure it should be like, we're definitely going to do this in 10 years, because that feels too far away from me. But what I do want to commit to is this board, or whatever future board makeup we have when it gets warmer. Someday it will get warmer, right, Carol?
It will. I know. It always does.
It's hard to remember sometimes in January, to go out for a site visit and to really start that conversation about, hey, why are they out here? Well, it's because we want to start a community conversation about how to go about this in a sensible way. So.
Brandy, one more thing. I wouldn't want to gloss over a little item that Peter said, which is fundraising, and I happen to know that Carol's very good at that. So to be planning that at the same time would be great.
When you hear Carol say things like, we're going to need patches and this and that along the way, does that feel like something that you're confident bringing to future boards, whatever makeup those are, and standing behind those?
Absolutely.
And I'm still laser focused on the skateboard park, so I think we all.
Oh yeah, that topic's been opened back up.
Sure.
Uh-huh.
Good, let's keep it open and keep hammering away.
I'm hoping that we'll be going out very soon out to bid. I've got a pretty good sized meeting later this week that will be tidying some things up to get that RFP out.
I know you've been, a lot of people have been working hard on it, so thank you very much.
All right.
Thanks, Carol.
Does everybody feel like they know what they need to know at this moment?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Is there anybody in the room that is not sitting at this table that would like to make any comments before we formalize our motion for the Live-In Memorial Park swim pool renovation or replacement item? Okay.
May I?
Yeah.
In the absence of direction to add this item,
Yeah.
it simply won't get added.
Oh, okay. We don't have to
I think
formalize.
that's where you're landing, and if it is where you're landing, we can move along to just, I should summarize, I think, one more time where this leaves
Okay.
the overall budget.
Okay.
And see if you're comfortable that we're ready for us to finalize everything and bring it to you next week so you can look at the 18 pages of it and say, yep, that's our budget.
Sounds perfect.
So of the 4 options at the bottom of the second page of the cover memorandum for today, you have the decisions you've made land you at option 2. That's the net impact of all prior changes and the non-union pay increases, which is an increase of $59,014 in property taxes above and beyond the budget that has been out on the internet now for almost 3 months, the staff's proposed budget from the first week of November. So for the benefit of the public who may want to look at this before next Friday when we put out the updated proposed budget, it is that budget which is out on the internet right now plus $59,014, and the component pieces of that, those increases, there's 4 things that are causing the increases. One is the response, the board's positive response to the Human Services Review Committee of Representative Town Meeting, which requested that the allocation of funding for human services be increased by $4,510. The second is your positive response to the Chamber of Commerce and the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance for the request that the Community Marketing Initiative funding always represent 10% of the prior year's receipts on the rooms and meals tax. We had, as staff, in our proposed budget to you, shown it as a flat number based on last year's $42,119 allocated to this funding. The request was to let that be a number that floats with the actual receipts. You approved that at least for this year and as general guidance to the staff going forward. And so this year's impact is $1,629 additional dollars. And you also approved last week funding for Project Care of $16,000 to fund transportation services and the recovery coach services. This evening, you've approved $36,875 additional dollars of funding for the non-union employee pay adjustments, and the total of those 4 items is $59,014. That total impact of the recommended adjustment then of the recommended FY21 budget as compared to the FY20 budget that was adopted at Representative Town Meeting last year, this would be a 2.9% increase in the municipal property tax rate, a 3.77 cents increase in the municipal property tax rate, which equates to $37.70 increase in the annual tax bill per $100,000 of property value. And you don't need to take a motion on that tonight, but if that summary lands you in the place that you thought you were landing, I just need to know that you're ready without any further ado for us to bring you the budget for you to approve as your proposed budget for town meeting.
Thank you, Peter. People sitting at this table?
So,
Yeah?
I'm in.
good.
Timothy?
I want to just point out something. That in the past, this board has dipped into fund balance to ameliorate some of the effects on our taxpayers. I'd like to say that I'm not in favor of doing that, partly because of, Franz, you brought up some interesting data the other day. Sorry I had to call you out. It was supposed to be a compliment. But concern about towns maintaining fund balance is a good one. And it seems under the recommended level of reserve funds that a town should have to be wise in today's world. So I'm not advocating for doing that this year, as we have in the past, but I am hoping that everyone does realize that there is some good news. Someone mentioned the 1% local option tax. So what looks to be very good news is coming down the pike, hopefully. And I'm to the tune of, so people don't have numbers in front of them like we do, but we have budgeted as income $630,000 for a 1% local option tax. Our first quarter report is something in the neighborhood of $211,000. So, and there is some reason to believe that that's average or possibly even low for a quarter, because it doesn't reflect the strongest quarter traditionally as far as sales tax. So we're looking at possibly in the neighborhood of $200,000 more in revenue to offset taxpayer burden. So I think this is a good thing. I'm not proposing anything here, but I want what Liz said earlier about the mission of the 1% local option tax to be held close to our hearts as we go forward into town meeting, because I really hope that people will hang on to that, not feel super rich, and use it to, to think that our increase is hopefully not as bad as it looks on paper currently. So I'm not making a proposal, but I just wanted to throw that out there that that's a positive thing.
It's real money.
And as much as I would love to see our general fund operations flatline or go down a little bit as it did last year, it doesn't look like that can happen. We've invested a lot in our community and our people, and I think that's the most important thing to invest in. But it certainly played into my thoughts on pool houses and studies and things like that. So,
Thanks, Tim.
thanks.
Franz?
Franz Reichsman, Finance Committee. Based on Selectwoman McLaughlin's remarks last week, in which she seemed to think at times perhaps I get a little bit verbose, I'm going to refrain from relating the story that I
can't
might
imagine that I would say
otherwise have told. However, I will bring up a substantive point, and I just want to make sure that the additional separate articles that'll be warned have budgetary implications. And it seems like most of them, but I want to know if all of them are included in the budget estimates that you just gave.
Yes,
Thank you.
They are, with one exception, which is the SEVEDS funding that doesn't appear in the general fund budget. That would be, if it's approved, if that article is approved, that funding would come from program income. But each of the others is a general fund expense and is reflected already in the general fund budget.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good question, Franz. All right, Peter, what do you need from us? Something formal or general nods?
No, this is, again, a moment where if you don't direct any further changes, what we're going to bring to you for next Tuesday night is the budget with the changes that I itemized earlier that you've previously directed. It'll all be in there so that you can look at it and, as I said, sort of say, yes, this is our budget. We're ready to send it to representative town meeting. We'll have that, and then in the follow-up to the discussion you're going to have later this evening about the warnings, the same thing will be true of next week's meeting. We'll have the warnings in front of you in a form where we expect that it'll be just looking at it and saying, yes, that's our warning. We're ready to issue it.
Well, great. So it looks like for the budget item, we are doing that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we are now moving into new business.
Yes.
And our first item of new business is the monthly financial report for December. Peter?
I'm happy to report that things are in solid shape. We are halfway through the fiscal year. This is the report through December 31st. So the first 6 months of the fiscal year. And the prorated total expenditures, and why I say prorated is because there's those couple of very large expenses that are incurred early in the year, and then those get prorated out over the 12 months so that we can see actually what our spending rate looks like. The prorated general fund expenditures are at 48.6%, and then the same with the utilities fund. The prorated utilities fund expenditures are at 49.3%. Through the first 6 months of the year. Revenues also are in good shape in both areas, and the parking fund expenditures are at 48%, 48.4%. So solid all the way around. We have the information as usual about the solid waste disposal fund. Those revenues and expenditures lag, so we're always a little behind. But we're in good shape where the revenues are exceeding the expenditures at 45.4 and 44.2. And the loan report shows that we have $4,193,297 of outstanding loans. All of them are current except for one loan that is in default and fully reserved. And then there's the continuing note about the cultural intrigue balance that will not be recovered, that we've been just carrying as a book entry. The program income report shows that we have $499,025 available funds for additional grants and loans as of December 31st. You have recently approved one additional loan and the recommendation that you're making to representative town meeting for the SEVEDS funding. So in the next few months, this number will come down, but 499 is a above average figure. We often run in the $200,000 to $300,000 range. We like it when there's a bit more in there because it gives us some flexibility for additional grants and loans. So, drawing down off of this from 499 down to something closer to $400,000 is still solid position for that fund. We have 41 active grants that we're administering and 4 grants where we are in the application cycle to potentially receive some more of other people's money.
Thank you, Peter, and thanks to John Connor for putting this together.
You're going to ask if we have any questions?
I was just getting to that.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going right.
This was me. Quit, and then
I thought Daniel might not have an opportunity to ask a question.
I just turned the page. Does anybody have any questions?
Do you have a question?
I do. It's probably easy, but it's top of mind.
Yeah.
I noticed that Public Works traffic light is a little high in the expenditures for contractual repairs and parts.
Yeah.
Would you like to take this opportunity to say anything about our traffic?
About that light?
So yes, the lights on Flash at High Street and Main Street are the result of someone hitting the pole there and knocking out the controller. Unfortunately, it happens from time to time, and usually we're able to repair it quicker than has been true this time. We're waiting on a part that we thought we would have already had, and we'd be back on cycle. So I don't have an up-to-the-minute update of how many more days we think we're going to be on Flash, but I know that we had expected to actually get it restored before the weekend. We're still waiting on the part. As soon as the part comes in, it'll be a high priority to get that repaired.
Forgive me for being semi-flippant here, but is there any way to buy 2 of everything that thing has?
Let me check on that.
But Tim wouldn't like it when the budget comes.
I know, but
that's actually.
But really, it's. I hear a lot that it really impacts people's.
I crossed the street there
quality
last
of life.
night, and it was.
We have
I ran the gauntlet.
It's a good question.
It's a good exercise in cooperation and community spirit.
It certainly is.
But not everyone is on the same page with that.
Right. No, it creates a difficult situation, particularly for pedestrians, but also for people entering into Main Street from the side streets. And
It's awful.
it's a really good question as to, what would it take for us to actually store some spare parts? I think it's a more complicated question than just, hey,
I'm sure.
Can we get 2 of that thing next time? Because it's not always the same thing that gets damaged. But it's a question that we'll pursue to see whether or not we can be a little more resilient about these situations.
That's why I said semi.
Thank you. Yeah, no
Running
problem.
across that street
Thank you.
after dark last night was super exciting for me. Okay, are there other questions or comments regarding the financial report prepared by John O'Connor and delivered by Peter Elwell this evening? Okay. Do I need a motion for this? Good. Perfect, just letting you finish writing. Okay, so our second item is a visit, presentation, discussion with Southeast Vermont Transit, also known as SEVT. If you would like to come up and join us at our side table and give yourself and your company you represent a good introduction.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Randy Shoemaker. I'm the CEO of Southeast Vermont Transit, and Southeast Vermont Transit is made up of the mover in Wilmington and the current based in Rockingham. And we merged those 2 companies in 2015, and we have been merging ever since, but it was the current division of our company that runs the Brattleboro service, formerly known as the B Line, has been for many years, and so we have merged, and now we are one company. We don't play the SEVT card a lot, but we're mostly known as the mover and the current. And so I've been lucky enough to come in front of the Brattleboro board most every year. I think I've skipped maybe 1 year in the past 5 or 6 to brief you on where we're at and what's going on in your town's transit system. And I prepared a handout I'm sure that Jan has circulated to you, and I don't think I need to read it to you, but I would like to highlight some of the things that are happening with the transit system in town. You might remember that we operate the red, white, and blue lines. We operate also demand response service for seniors and people with disabilities. Demand response is you call and make a request for a ride, and we come by and pick you up, usually on a door-to-door or curb-to-curb basis. Brattleboro is a municipality, so we have ADA paratransit service. And we deliver rides by a number of different sources, and you may see a car go by with a magnet on the side that says current, but we do have 15 very active volunteer drivers, and they're providing a tremendous amount of service in addition to the buses that you see rumbling around town. Really a noble cause and a noble group of people that we're lucky to work with. Since I think 4 years ago, we have been renting a small office in the transportation center. It started out as $100 a month. I think we're up to $108 with inflationary changes. We have a signed contract with you until 2023. And it's a place for our drivers to maintain supplies and for us to just do very basic support functions. It's not really an office or a dispatch center or what have you. We do store 6 buses up at Tarmies. And we really do need a facility in town. We need a bus wash. We need a fueling station. We need to see if we can get our buses indoors at some point. We've identified the needs to our chief funding agency, which is the Ron Agency of Transportation. And capital funds are, like every other fund, tough to get at, but we're in line, so to speak. And in the absence of earmarks, which the state enjoyed a real plethora of, we need to continue to plan and wait. We did meet with DPW a few months ago about any possible shared facilities we could have if that project ever moves forward, and we would revisit that again before we did any land purchase or lease or anything of that nature. So needs to be done. But what is exciting is what we did the past 18 months. I'm jumping down to the new schedule. In the middle of the handout, you can see the hours, rides, and miles, which are the benchmarks for transit that we do in Brattleboro by red line, white line, and blue line. For our last fiscal year, we gave 57,000 rides in Brattleboro, and at a cost of about $670,000. You can see our local funding. And basically what happens in transit is the goal is to have 80% federal and 20% local. And 20% of your funding could be state, may match half of that in some cases, and in some cases they don't. But you can see in Brattleboro by the local funding amount, the town has given us $50,000 for, 8 or 9 years maybe, Patrick, even longer?
That's about right, I think.
Yeah. You would know, you've been here. But we get $15,000 from the town of Hinsdale. We run the Blue Line there. That was a grant that we received a few years ago. And then we collect fares. We have $1 fare per ride. And we've always maintained that fare. I think the riders in town support the bus system. I've talked to previous select boards who wanted to see or to keep the community engaged and demonstrate their support in terms of fares. So we don't hear of people being turned away or I can't afford it. It seems to work out well. And it's a substantial amount of money. But the exciting part that I wanted to talk about briefly was we needed to change the schedule, which was done back in 2014 by a consultant from Colorado. And things got really out of whack between the three lines. And we spent 18 months talking to people, focus groups, surveys, public input, outreach. We brought a consultant in. The state helped us with a lot of support. And we ended up taking a lot of money from, a lot of hours, I should say, from the blue line, and we put it into the white line. And then we took the red line, which basically starts in West Brattleboro, the residential part of our system, and it goes through the transportation center and then back out to Market 32. And that used to be a 2-seat ride. You used to have to get off at the transportation center and get on another bus to go out to Market 32. When we redesigned the route, that is now 1 seat. You don't have to transfer. So we made a lot of changes based on suggestions, and ridership increased 13%. So the graph that you see at the bottom will show you that a 13% increase from October to October is really, really substantial. Most transit in the United States right now is lucky to break even with the previous year, and Brattleboro's enjoying 13% more rides. So we're pleased with the support that we have there. And just a note of explanation on the graph, you can see two numbers for 2018 and 19. One is 60,504 rides, the other is 64,815. The higher number of 64,18 is what those rides would have been if we had counted them the same as the previous year. That two-seat ride I mentioned from West Brattleboro to Market 32. If we had counted apples to apples, we would have been at almost 65,000 rides. So far so good with that. And again, we had a lot of support from the town and a lot of input. The only other thing that we did substantially different last year was we introduced a transit app. The Mover in Wilmington had been the beta site for Vermont for testing an app on your phone to say, where's my bus? When will it be here? And we ironed out a lot of bugs in our neck of the woods over that time period. And then eventually the state went out to bid with it on an open source platform. And several different apps now use the technology. And Brattleboro was implemented late summer as a kind of a soft opening. And we're still working out some kinks here, but this software is really, really good. You can set your phone to tell you when the bus is arriving. It'll give you an alert that if you have to walk to the bus, you better start walking now. It'll help you plan your trips. It will show you physically where the bus is. So a lot of good things. And in Brattleboro, we thought in particular it would be very helpful because of the nature of the rides, the transfers, et cetera, et cetera. So we're excited to bring technology to our little bus system. Any questions about our overview? Yep.
I have two things I want to talk to you about. I'm a big supporter of buses, and I think your ridership could be significantly increased if everybody talked about and promoted the sustainability aspects of taking the bus. Most people, I think, take the bus because they don't have a car. But there's a whole world of people who could take the bus if they realized that public transportation was advantageous to combat climate change. And the other interesting development in Brattleboro that you may not be aware of is that we have a new sustainability coordinator coming in 2 weeks. And I would think it would be a great idea for your company to increase ridership if you worked with the new sustainability coordinator to promote bus ridership as a sustainability action. And the other thing that I think is really necessary that we've talked about in our goals all year is bus signs. Because I don't have, ESP to tell me where the bus is coming. Occasionally I see people standing on the street corner. I wonder, oh, they're taking the bus, but there's no sign. And if there were signs, and if those signs talked about your app, that sounds like a wonderful idea, then people could take the bus and they'd know where to get it, and it would be Shangri-La.
We put bus signs up at every stop, a sign that said current, and then a schedule holder with a schedule, and those were removed by previous administration. And so we've put them back up in some cases, mostly on shelters, but we had worked with the town several years ago to get them up, and then over time a lot of them were removed.
Well, I would hope that maybe we could try that again, because I think it's definitely necessary, and I think
we agree.
you certainly have the support of the select board and town to make that happen, because the bus is a necessary infrastructure, and I think it's a wonderful service, and I thank you for it.
Great. Well, we thank the town for their support, and signs are ready whenever. We should probably have a discussion with Peter and DPW again, but yes, we believe in them too, and every stop with a schedule made just for that stop. Here's when the bus is coming here. You can go to so many towns and just see a sign and there's no schedule attached, but we have a system where we have the schedule for that particular stop.
And then if you could, tell people how to use the app.
Yes.
Yeah, download the app.
That sounds just like a home run. It would be great.
Thank you. I don't want to throw anybody under the bus. Couldn't resist. Just if I could take a couple more minutes of your time to talk about something newsworthy that we're doing in the very next couple of weeks, and that is we are rebranding the current name and concept into the Mover.
Okay.
So we have the current and the Mover right now, and we're gonna just go like this and just have the Mover.
It's not going to be the mover?
Everything's going to be the Mover. So the current, just the concept is going away, but there's no company changes, there's no layoffs, there's no anything.
Yeah.
But you'll start to see spotted buses in town where you used to see current buses, and each bus has destination signs so you can tell them apart, but right next to the door where you get on, there'll be a bright placard that'll have the name, the color, and the number of the route, and whether there's a fare charged or not.
Great.
And down at the transportation center, we may have 2 or 3 buses there at a time. Initially, we may have some people that need help, and we'll be happy to do that. But at Mount Snow, we have 16 buses at a time in a very small area, and we're able to communicate which bus to get on. So it's time for us to just finish the consolidation of our 2 divisions, and we're finding out now we've got 54 buses between the 2 companies that instead of having one fleet here and one fleet there, we're moving buses around a lot more, and that's going to help us. and it's hard to put a spotted bus in a territory where
Yeah.
it's all stripes or waves and vice versa. So we're going to have them all spots, and it's going to be a two-phase program. We don't have the funds to do the whole thing, but we're going to do the Brattleboro buses first.
Okay.
And you'll see the first bus probably by the middle of February with spots. I know you've seen other buses with spots now because we've always been loaning them. But we just purchased 2 new buses for Brattleboro. They're 25-seat buses, brand new, and they're white right now with just a little decal. Those will be spotted with a Holstein design. And we thought that Brattleboro would be the first place to start because both systems meet in Brattleboro. And the rest of the territory and the other 17 or 18 buses will be done probably in the summer or fall, pending a grant, a successful grant application to VTrans, which has already signaled their support of it.
Great.
So pretty soon the drivers will be wearing black and having red on them, and you'll see more spots and less waves.
I see a sign that just is spotted that just says bus. Bus.
You don't like mover?
I like mover. I'm just talking about on the side of the road. People don't read very long, just bus.
Yeah. Mover's too long.
Yeah. I'm kidding. You do what you want. It's your brand.
Okay.
That's just my own vision.
All right.
Mover's appropriate since we're, I assume you're making a cow pun.
They're all going to be
with the spots.
Yes.
Right.
Holstein
Okay. Well,
design.
yes. Well, we're the home of Holstein
Right.
International. So
That's right.
thank you for starting that with Brattleboro.
Yeah.
I have a non-cow related question. Actually, in some ways it is a cow related question. It's about fossil fuels.
Yeah.
And
Dinosaur.
yeah. And what is the plan for transitioning away from fossil fuels with your bus fleet?
A really good question. We get asked this many, many times.
Yeah. No doubt.
You'll see large transit buses, electric buses, if I understand your question. You'll see, I think, 3 or 4 of them in Burlington. You'll see 2 in Rutland in about a year, and you'll see 2 in the White River Junction area. Those buses are about $1.3 million a piece, and they have very limited range and horsepower. And what I'm driving at is the technology for that is still being developed. Very popular item, very apropos, goes hand in hand with sustainability, etc. But the first bus that VTrans ran from Burlington to Montpelier, the electric bus that they ran, ended up going 30 miles an hour and got ticketed by the state police for traveling too slow. And they are putting these buses on flat roads because the ability to climb hills, especially with a full load, is still wanting a little bit. So there's a lot of talk about electric buses. There's electric buses everywhere, but they're short runs on hills and very, very, very expensive. The bus that we just bought for Brattleboro is $175,000, and I realize it burns fossil fuels for sure. But it's hard for us to come up with a 20% match of $1.3 million versus $175,000. So the battery technology is getting better. It's better than it was a few years ago, but I think it needs to be developed a little bit more before it becomes practical.
So if I hear your answer, it's when the technology is right and the price point is something we can handle.
Yes.
Then yes.
Yes.
And in the meantime, if we all took the bus, it would be more sustainable.
That's right. We're still saving fossil fuels over cars in terms of if we can fill the bus or half fill the bus, but we're also looking too at other fuels like propane. We see those in national parks now, and those are getting pricey as well. So we're hoping that electricity makes a big turnaround soon, and until that time, they're very expensive and short life and not really made for a hilly area with a lot of people on it.
I had another cow thing that I lost.
Is it a joke?
It was a joke.
Okay.
I can't bring it back. I really appreciate how much time you took to speak to riders to develop this line, and I I worked recently with a lot of people that took the bus, and the bus routes are far surpass where they were. So thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
and it is noticed.
Great. Brattleboro does not hold back on their opinions, and we got lots of it,
God, no.
which is what made the thing work.
Yeah,
When they
that's true.
said that if you follow what people said,
Yep.
they will come.
That's how you get things done. You're noisy about it. Okay, well, thank you so much
Thank
for
you for
joining
your
us
time
again.
this year. We'll see you next year.
Thank you.
See you next year. Good luck with that branding.
Thank you.
What about these signs?
Yeah, who didn't this bus? Cow bus.
At some point, you'll
We'll
tell.
follow up.
Yeah, oh yeah, I want to know all about that. Okay. So our next item, still under new business, we will be taking a break at 8:15, and right now we are moving along to item C, which is our collective bargaining agreement with the New England Police Benevolent Association, also known as NEPA.
Actually, NEPBA.
Okay. For the period. Can't resist myself tonight. From July 1st, 2019 through June 30, 2022. Peter.
Thank you. So we talked a fair amount about this or around this earlier tonight when we were talking about non-union pay and the fact that there are 4 employee unions, 3 contracts of which got settled last summer. This is the 4th union contract, all on the same schedule for 3-year cycles, this cycle being from July 1st, 2019 to June 30, 2022. And this one actually lagged a little behind the others, really only because we got started later in the negotiations with the NEPBA. The tone of the negotiations was equally positive as it was with the other unions. In each case, it took about 2 or 3 months to negotiate the terms. This particular one, the financial terms came together in October. And so one important point related to the other business this evening is the financial impact of the implementing this contract is already reflected in the budget that staff brought to you at the beginning of this budget process back in November, because we had shaken hands on this back in October with the union. And of course, you know this, but I'll note for the record and for the public, as collective bargaining negotiations proceed, I'm checking back in with the board regularly as we're, from meeting to meeting with the union. I'm back with the board to talk about how that's evolving to make sure that what staff is negotiating with the union is something that is in line with the board's expectations and what you're going to be ultimately ready to approve. So we got to a place in October where we knew that you would be comfortable with the financial terms of the agreement. It took us a little longer than usual to get the document ready to bring to you, which we did about 10 days ago. No issues arose. It was just a more complicated set of changes this time, and the holidays were in between, and it just was a matter of working drafts back and forth between the union and the town. We got to a place, as I said, about 10 days ago, where the document was ready to bring forward for your approval. We had posted it on the website. We received good feedback from Franz earlier this year that documents of this complexity and impact would be helpful if they were out a little bit further in advance, not just on the Friday prior to the meeting. And so we made a point of making sure that that happened with this document and with the document related to the non-union pay. And we'll make a practice of that going forward. So it's all ready for your approval. The union membership has already voted to approve the contract. With your approval tonight, we'll get it executed and fully implemented.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We at this table have known a lot about this and talked a lot about this. Is there anything that anybody feels like they'd like to mention at this time in the process?
No, I mean, I think it was constructive and teamwork on both sides, and super happy with the way it went.
And again, as I said before, the goal is fairness, and I think that was achieved.
Mm-hmm. And we really appreciate our police department.
Mm-hmm.
Not that we don't appreciate every department, because it's a town where it requires a lot of hard work on many different levels from all of our departments. So I hope that each department, as we've gone through this process, at least can feel our appreciation. Okay. Well,
I'd make a motion.
Well, thank you very much.
Unless Franz has anything he wants to say.
Oh, Franz, before we're about to make a motion. Did you want to speak first?
No, thank you.
Okay. Liz?
I move to approve the collective bargaining agreement between the town of Brattleboro and the New England Police Benevolent Association for the period from July 1, 2019 through June 30th, 2022.
Excellent. Liz has made that motion. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay, we are moving to item D, which is our annual appointments for ratification at representative town meeting, and that is for the town clerk and town attorney. Peter?
Yes, thank you. So we're recommending this evening that both incumbents be reappointed to their positions. Take them as each as a separate independent motion to appoint Hillary Francis for another year as town clerk and the law firm of Fisher and Fisher Law Offices PC as town attorney.
Okay. Is there a discussion on either or both of these positions that are being proposed for re-election? Reappointment, re-election.
Thanks for all the work that they've done.
Thanks is right.
Indeed.
They seem to be doing an excellent job.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, so we're going to take these as two separate motions, and our first motion would be for town clerk. Does anybody want to make that motion?
I'll make a motion to appoint Hillary Francis as town clerk, subject to ratification at the representative town meeting on March 21st, 2020.
Excellent.
I'm quite sure that was right, and then it is.
Then it is. Then it is. So it is. Tim has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Excellent. Motion carries. And we have our second motion. Who would like to make that motion?
I'll make it. Move to appoint Fisher and Fisher Law Offices PC as town attorney, subject to ratification at the representative town meeting on March 21st, 2020.
Excellent. Daniel has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And that motion carries. We now move to annual contract with the town attorney. Peter?
Thank you. What we're recommending this evening is identical to the existing contract between the town and Fisher Law Offices, with the only exception of the overall total annual retainer being increased by 2% from $108,201 to $110,364. I think Bob Fisher and others on his team have continued to serve the town very well. We've had discussion on prior evenings about particular situations where we were calling upon Bob and his firm about the benefit to the town of having a retainer relationship, so that we don't have to ration our dependency on him. There are definitely months where it's a lighter load for them than what the retainer represents, but there are many months where it's a heavier load, and it's really good for the town to be able to have levelized, stabilized those legal expenses. Right now is a really good example where Bob is having to do the work outside of the courtroom. It's extensive, related to the enforcement of the health code, health order that the select board issued a couple of months back. And we've been back in court. It's been at least 3 times, and I think more than that, and still at least one more visit to go. And all of that is included, all of that litigation representation is included within the retainer fee, just like all the basic advice and weekly services that we receive. So based on all of that, I'm happy to recommend that the board approve the proposed contract for 2020-2021 with Fisher & Fisher.
Excellent. Is there further discussion from board members on this topic besides what Peter has just talked about?
No, I'll just say that it's very rare when we say, "Where's Bob?" He's always there for us, so it's a pretty valuable relationship.
Thank you, Bob. Okay, somebody like to make that motion?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you.
I move to authorize Town Manager Peter Elwell to execute a contract with Town Attorney Bob Fisher for the provision of town attorney services for the 2020-2021 years by Fisher & Fisher Law Offices, PC, in the annual retainer amount of $110,000 $364.
Excellent. Liz has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. And our last item under new business is review of draft warnings for town meeting election on March 3rd, 2020, and representative town meeting on March 21, 2020.
Just a quick clarification to remind the public, it's our next to last item. It's the last one on the pre-printed agenda.
That's right.
And we will have one more after this, which is the letter to the governor regarding the retreat.
I fell trap to that already.
No problem. So what's before you does not need any action by you this evening. It will need your approval 1 week from tonight. But it is the draft warning. We actually refer to it in the plural as warnings because, as usual, there are initial articles that are for the annual town meeting election on March 3rd, and then the set of articles that are for the annual representative town meeting on March 21st. The three for the annual town meeting election are to choose the officers for the town, and those are identified, enumerated in the article, to choose the officers for the Wyndham Southeast School District, and to vote on the petitioned article regarding the potential change in the form of government to that of a mayoral form. Those three will be on the ballot. The set of offices in each of Article 1 and Article 2, and then the ballot question in Article 3 will be on a ballot for the polls for the voting that will occur on March 3rd, and the polls will be open at the American Legion next door here to the Municipal Center from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. on March 3rd. And then there are 20 some odd. There are 20 exactly articles on the representative town meeting warning for Saturday, March 21st to begin at 8:30 in the morning. And I won't go through each one of those individually. It's in a sequence similar to past years. The substance also similar to, but the dollar figures, of course, unique to the particular circumstances of this year. What is important about this moment is if any of you from your review of these materials in preparation for tonight's meeting have any questions or concerns about either of the two sets of articles, we'd ask that you bring those up so that we can get those questions resolved, so that we know that what we bring you 1 week from tonight actually to put out into the public domain on Friday for you to review in preparation for Tuesday, and then what you would be voting on 1 week from tonight. We want to make sure that it's in a form that you won't need to change again next week. And that's just important in terms of both the transparency to the public and the time frame within which these documents end up in the town report, which goes to the printer very soon.
Great, thank you for that.
I have no questions or concerns about the factual accuracy of this warning representing what we hope to do. Yes. I guess I'll leave it at that. I have some questions about town meeting a little bit, but maybe they can wait a second.
Okay.
I don't know.
Does anybody have questions or comments about these warnings, draft warnings as presented in our binders?
May I ask a question I know the answer to?
Sure. Why not?
Just for the
benefit of the public.
Get it out there, yeah. Article 3. Will we be standing and speaking about that?
At town meeting?
Will we be
The
standing
election
and
one?
speaking?
The one in the election?
Oh, you're talking about the
That's
top,
the Australian ballot.
Yeah.
Exactly. What does that mean?
That means that you show up and you cast your vote,
At the polling place.
and no one will know what vote you cast, and there will be no discussion about it.
Yep.
That is correct. The three articles for the March 3rd ballot are just that. They will be voted on that ballot on that day. The items that will be discussed and then voted by representative town meeting are the remaining 20.
Thank you for that clarification. Just wanted to put that out. It's not, apparent to everyone.
I agree with that.
Yes.
That that's the way that goes with those articles.
And furthermore, the process of getting an article on one of these warnings is one where you choose which warning it goes on. So it's a choice to put it as an Australian ballot, and it's a choice to put it at a representative town meeting where you might have like a 5-hour-long conversation about it. Those are choices that people make.
And just to clarify, you're not Australian, so you don't have no say.
You know, it's so funny. A lot of people in the
How
last few weeks have said, "Are you Australian?"
Because they want to offer condolences for
Turn it off,
fires.
Chris. Whatever's going on.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
Oh God, you're Australian.
Are you a Kiwi?
No, I'm not. A town meeting rep reached out to me this week, and they were kind of curious about like. So I think last year was their first time being a town meeting rep.
Okay.
And it was a long meeting, as we know.
Sure.
And they were curious about like whether or not some of the things that end up on the warning could be dealt with elsewhere. And I'm presuming not, hence them being on the warning.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So that's actually a really good segue to something I realized as you've been having your discussion that I left out of the opening remarks. And so it's important just to note for the record that these obviously don't just appear, but they also are not just something that Jan and I throw together.
Right.
This has had extensive coordination with and approval of both Lauren Crisp as the moderator and Bob Fisher as the town attorney. Jan does the heavy lifting on it, but the four of us collaborate around it and we check as needed on the details of certain pieces with other people, Hillary especially, but sometimes others. So this is the result of a team effort. We're confident that it's accurate and proper. And one of the ways in which it's accurate and proper is, there's really no such thing as like a consent agenda for a town meeting. You got to deal with each item. Each article needs to address a single topic. And so it's necessary to do this. The amount of time that the body debates any particular one is obviously something that's up to the body.
There's the rub.
Yeah. And some of these are routinely dealt with in, just a matter of moments because they're so routine. But each one does need to be its own separate item.
And each one must be on here.
And each one must be on here. You're right. These are things that under state statute have to be done by. Often in the statutes, there's one nuance to this as far as how it relates to Brattleboro. Often it's referred to as the voters of the town, but the voters of the town for Brattleboro in the town meeting, our unique representative town meeting form, there are things that go on the ballot, the offices, and that's per our charter. And then the majority of issues that under state statute have to be approved by the voters of the town are dealt with by representative town meeting at the day-long Saturday meeting.
And that was one other thing they brought up. Does it have to be a meeting that takes place over one day?
It doesn't have to be a meeting that takes place over one day. It is not always as long as last year. So last year was a particularly long meeting going on until I believe about 9:30 in the evening. It's pretty common that it goes till late afternoon, even to 5 or 6. It's pretty uncommon that it goes to 8 or 9. I'm aware of at least one occasion. I was not a participant at that time, but I'm aware of at least one occasion when it was going so late on the Saturday that the body decided to reconvene. I believe it was the next day. I don't know if either of you know that. It was the next day, Sunday afternoon, I think, is when the group came back together to finish the business. So that's happened at least once. My understanding is there was a fair amount of disagreement about whether that alternative is better than just persevering through and getting it done on Saturday evening because of the fact that the people haven't planned to be together on Sunday afternoon, but they had planned to be there for a long day on Saturday.
It's the New England way to plow through the pain.
It is, isn't it?
It really is. I'm not saying it's the healthiest. I'm just saying it is.
Yeah.
Franz, join in.
We do that in Australia as well.
What? Raise your hands?
Plow through the pain.
No, except you do it the other direction, right?
Franz Reichman, District 2 Town Meeting Representative. I think it's a little worse than what you're painting there, Peter, because I think there's been a trend towards longer meetings. It's not just one outlier. At least that's how it feels to me.
Okay.
I don't have any data to back that up.
Right.
On a perhaps more hopeful note, with the school district now no longer a separate entity that requires votes at town meeting. I mean, some years, as we may recall, the school budget took a total of 3.5 minutes.
Sure.
But that was after you guys had already beaten us to a pulp with the municipal stuff.
Yeah, I've seen that, or vice versa.
Anyway, so yeah, I still have concerns about this, and I think maybe some of this mayoral thing is driven by concerns about the length of town meeting. What I would hope is that town meeting representatives prepare themselves well, perhaps by reading some reports from some town meeting committees, so that things can go smoothly. At least that's my hope.
Yeah, that's my hope too, Franz. I like that hope.
We like that hope.
It's also important to remember that we at this board don't drive anything. So if the body ever decided to recess or the meeting was going too long, that wouldn't be something that came from this table when we're there. We can join in the conversation, but we're not the bosses of the applesauces on that day.
No,
unfortunately.
But we sort of guide.
How often do you say that phrase in the course of the day, Britt?
So
something occurred to me.
What I say in the course of my day is, I'm the boss applesauce. I try not to say that at this table. That's with the kids.
It occurred to me that in that spirit that Franz mentioned, should we do we have dates yet for informational meeting?
We do.
That's
good. So
Can we...
the informational meeting, just to help people be able to recall this for themselves going forward, is always on the Wednesday evening that is 10 days prior to the town meeting. So it's Wednesday, March 11th this year, 10 days prior to the March 21st town meeting. And
it's 10 days prior to town meeting, which is the third Saturday after the first Tuesday. So that really, I don't understand why people don't always know when the date is.
Right.
Wow.
But if you back time from the town meeting date,
yes,
you can always go to 10 days earlier on a Wednesday. That's when we'll be at Academy School having the information meeting.
Yeah.
Which reminds me to also point out, unfortunately, this year we're going back to the multi-purpose room at BAMS for the town meeting. There was a snafu with the scheduling of the BUHS gym. We'll get way out ahead of that next year. We'll go back to the BUHS gym for 2021. But the 2020 representative town meeting will be in the multi-purpose room at BAMS.
That's not going to put us back on the stage, is it? Because that was a real
It is
problem.
not going to put us back on the stage.
Okay.
We are going to go up there and look at the site again and see if we can set it up. The way that we set it up the year we were not on the stage was problematic for BCTV and a concern to some of the participants in the meeting. And so we're going to go up and see if we can work with the room to be a better layout. But I don't know exactly how it'll be laid out for this meeting. We will go back to the BUHS gym for the following year.
Very high chairs, perhaps, for the board. I'm quite sure.
Let me just ask, so that's March 21st for town meeting and March 11th for informational?
That is
town?
correct.
And election day is the 3rd?
That's correct.
And there's only one informational meeting because there's no school?
That's exactly right. March 11th will be the only information meeting this year.
Okay.
And so, wait a second.
Well,
So
we got to recess at 8:15 specifically.
I say 12. So this Article 3 about fundamentally changing the form of governance. How are people going to make a decision about that? Is it our job to be involved in that work?
How do we know? We don't know anything about it.
Well, we could speak freely.
Yes,
of course. But I
Of
don't see
our-
it as my
of our
job
opinions.
to explain anyone's intent, which I feel is quite unclear.
Agreed.
And it's advisory.
What does advisory mean, Peter?
Advisory means that the outcome of the vote will provide guidance to the select board, but not direct the select board to take any particular action.
Thanks for that
It
clarification.
will provide guidance or not, depending on your perspective. Because in my opinion, you still don't really have guidance once you have a yes or a no.
Maybe it's
I
guidance
hear
to
what you're saying.
research it.
Yes, I hear what you're saying. The question, even if you answered it yes or no, you still don't know what it means. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Fair.
So at this time,
I don't want to sound dismissive. I just feel it's not wonderful wording.
Yep.
At this time, we are going to take a
Can I make,
recess.
I'm sorry, Brandy, can I make one comment?
Yes.
We think there's going to be a change on the March 3rd ballot. We think this article number 2 is going to be removed.
Article number 2, to choose
Yes,
all
we got
Wyndham
we
Southeast.
got a very late email this afternoon,
Okay.
and I forwarded that to Lauren and to Bob
Okay.
to see. But the school is
Okay.
going to have their own separate ballot and not part of, warning and not part of our warning.
I guess that makes
Would it be
sense
on the
as
same
things
day
are
still?
going.
It'd be on the same day still?
No, well, the school annual meeting is the Tuesday, March 17, before representative town meeting. The school is no longer the town school board, it's now the town school district, and they are sort of operating separately this year.
Huh.
Okay, thank
What
you
do
for
you
that,
know?
Jan.
Yeah, thanks.
And
That's
we'll have
important.
that explicitly buttoned down in time for the warning that we'll be in front of you for an actual
Yes, we'll
approval
probably
next
know
week.
tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. That's late breaking. It's important news. So at this point, we are going to take a recess. I will see everybody back here in 10 minutes.
If you have one item left, we
Are you sure?
Plow through. It's meaningless.
That was not directed to you. You don't have to plow.
Just like Australia.
Jesus.
Just
Okay,
like
well,
Australia.
where are we, Peter? What are we
So
looking at?
you have one remaining item. It is the one that got added to tonight's agenda. And if you'll indulge me, I think it would be proper, since it's unusual for us to add something, that even though I read this in its entirety at the beginning of the meeting, since you're about to consider it and act upon it, I'd like to read it in its entirety again for those who may be still watching. If that's okay with the board.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Thank you.
It's a letter from the Brattleboro Select Board to the Honorable Philip B. Scott, Governor of Vermont. Dear Governor Scott, thank you for announcing in your State of the State address that the Brattleboro retreat, quote, is simply too critical for us to let fail, end quote, and that its closure, quote, would have a devastating impact on our mental health system and the region's economy, end quote. We completely agree. We are writing today in favor of a more robust state partnership with the retreat. This is an issue of central importance to our constituents in Brattleboro, to our neighbors throughout Windham County and Vermont, who depend on the retreat for jobs and commerce, and most importantly, to the individuals and families who depend on the retreat to preserve and improve their very lives. The retreat has been an important institution in our community for almost 200 years. In the 21st century, the retreat has become an important institution for the whole state of Vermont. Partnering with other healthcare providers, social service agencies, law enforcement, and others, the retreat leverages its particular expertise in some of the most challenging aspects of our collective efforts to address mental illness and drug addiction. The retreat provides essential services to Vermonters suffering such acute mental health issues that many other hospitals turn them away. We are counting on you, your administration, the legislature, and the retreat's leadership to agree on a financial plan so that these essential services continue to be available, and so that this major employer continues to be an important economic driver for our region.
Thank you again for reading that letter. Are there questions or comments on this letter from the board before we take a vote?
No.
Okay. Then I would entertain a motion.
I will make a motion to approve this letter as just read by Peter to Governor Scott, dated January 22nd, 2020.
Excellent. Tim has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
One last reminder, if you plan to be submitted to be a candidate, to be on the ballot, your deadline is Monday, January 27th by 5 p.m. into Hillary or members of the staff at the town clerk's office downstairs in the municipal building. At this time, I would entertain. This chair could be yours for the mere price of doing that on time.
Go to the watch. There you go.
I would entertain at this time a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Meeting adjourns at 8:20. Thank you.
Crackle time.
Not bad. Not
It's been a
bad.
while.
Until next week. I'm gonna know what hit us.
Now then.
I'm gonna text
doesn't
my
get mad at me
wife
for
to let
saying.
her know that I need picking up.
You do that. I need picking up. That's cool.
I'll be returning to Washington on the next plane, and we will be facing reconvening of Congress in the aftermath of the president's decision to strike General Soleimani. The question before us is not whether that was a legitimate decision. The question is whether it was a wise decision. General Soleimani has been responsible for the death of many American soldiers. Iran has been a bad actor in the region. But the fundamental question for the president is always, will a decision that he makes enhance or diminish our national security? Will that decision make us safer or less safe? Secretary Pompeo is insisting that a result of this attack will make Americans safer. That's preposterous. There's no evidence whatsoever to indicate that. Let me just go through a few things that have happened since the president's action. Number one, the Iraqi parliament has voted that all troops in Iraq be expelled precipitously, without any planning, and immediately. Second, the Iraqi citizenry that had been on the street protesting Iranian interference in Iraqi affairs has dissolved, and Iraqis are united in their anger at the U.S. as a result of us having an attack on their soil. Number three, the Iranians who were on the street and protesting the policies of their own government are now united in their opposition to the United States. Number four, virtually all commentators say that as a result of this action, it all but makes certain that Iranians who said themselves that they intend to do this will attack our diplomats, our generals. They want to retaliate in what they say is a proportionate way to respond to this. The irony, too, is that President Trump, who has said that he wants to bring our troops home from the endless wars in the Middle East, and incidentally, I support him in that effort, the opposite has happened. Instead of bringing troops home, he's just deployed from Fort Bragg another 3,500 troops to go to the region. Also, all our embassies are now on alert, and we're bringing American personnel home. So the notion that Secretary Pompeo is trying to promote, that this action has made us safer, is absurd, and it's belied by the fact that the president is ordering troops to the region, ordering a stand down in our embassies, putting embassies on high alert, doing enhanced interrogation of Iranian citizens coming through our border crossings. So this was a decision that has had the absolute opposite of what the president states was his goal: deterrence and safety. It's escalation and insecurity. Now, when I return to Washington, I want to do a couple of things. First of all, when I get off the plane, I'll be taking the metro to the Capitol, and I'm going immediately to the secure briefing room at the Intelligence Committee to read the raw intelligence. I want to get to the bottom of this. Let me be frank. I don't believe what the president has said about the planning. And in fact, the Iraqi prime minister has said that Soleimani was there for discussions. But I want to look at the raw intelligence, and I'll have an opportunity to do that immediately upon my return to Washington. I'll be going to the Intel Committee to review those documents this afternoon. Second, I want to have hearings on this decision and get to the bottom of this decision. Any decision of this consequence is something that should be fully vetted by the National Security Council, because the consequences are inevitable, and it is absolutely essential for the well-being of our country that a president, in making this decision, have the benefit of a full vetting process. What's likely to happen down the line as a result of this decision? The president wasn't even in Washington. He wasn't in the Situation Room. He wasn't dealing with the National Security Council staff who could raise the proper questions. He was table hopping down at Mar-a-Lago when he made this decision. I want to have public hearings to get to the bottom of this, including as much revelation of this so-called intelligence that the president claims was the basis of his decision. Third, I'll be supporting War Powers resolutions, as I have in the past, to limit the authority of the president to use military force in Iran, in effect to go to war with Iran, without coming to Congress for a vote, a debate on this question. I'll be sponsoring or supporting legislation to limit or prohibit funding for attacks on Iran. I've been a founding member, I am a founding member of the No War in Iraq caucus. The last thing we need after Iraq, after Afghanistan, is another war in the Middle East. And again, I'm astonished at this because I was in agreement with the president's stated goals of bringing our troops home. That made sense to me. It was overdue. And yet the president has taken an action that totally gets in the way of accomplishing that goal. It makes the likelihood of our being able to do that in a timely way much, much more difficult. Finally, I will be a voice for de-escalation. We do not need another war, and we need de-escalation. And any of us in Congress who can do everything possible to try to send a message that we don't want a war, it's not in our interest, I will be a voice for de-escalation. My hope, too, is that the Iran nuclear deal, which the president tore up, saying that the 15 years of a guarantee of no nuclear weapons in Iran was not enough time. Iran, after 5 years, as a result of this action, has said they're getting out of it. So what the president did on the nuclear deal is claim 15 years is too little, and it's ended after 5 as a result of his action. Very dangerous. There'll be many of us encouraging our European allies to approach Iran to see if there's any way to de-escalate and maintain the provisions of that agreement. The last thing we need, the last thing the world needs, is a nuclear-armed Iran. So those are the things that I'll be doing when I return to Washington. Thank you, and I'm available for questions.
I assume the published reports are true that you had no notice whatsoever about this, you and your colleagues in Congress?
That's correct.
And what do you make of that? Would you like to have been notified of this? I assume.
There's two issues here. Okay. One is the decision to go to war or to take a very significant military action that escalates the prospects of a full-out war are immensely consequential. And it is the responsibility of Congress to make the yes or no decision on putting our troops in harm's way. The president has no regard for the role of Congress in general, and in this case specifically with respect to the likely outcome of his decision. So it is absolutely important that any president respect the War Powers Act and also respect the process of notifying the so-called Gang of Eight when there's going to be a significant military action. So I'm very disappointed. But what I'm really concerned about, more than that process being abrogated, is the decision itself. Again, Soleimani is a bad guy. He's killed American soldiers. America has to deal with a lot of bad people. This bad person, Soleimani, at times was working in coordination with our allies in Iraq and with the United States in going after ISIS. So this is not a question of whether Soleimani was a bad guy. This is a question of whether the president's decision was a wise decision in our long-term national interest. And it wasn't. It clearly wasn't. And all the consequences that we're having to deal with, how much more destabilization there is in the region, is all directly related to this decision. And it's completely contrary to what the president has stated is his goal. I mean, we are sending troops back to the region instead of taking them home. And on the day, 2 days ago, the Iraqi government voted to expel all American troops. And then the Pentagon sent a letter saying they were going to comply. And then they, shortly after that, said, whoops, that was just a mistake. It's an indication further that amateur hour is in charge at the White House.
I think immediately after this happened, I think it was the 3rd of January, the internet kind of exploded kind of with fearful jokes of World War III. I mean, are you afraid of any retaliation and what could happen next?
Well, of course I'm fearful of retaliation. The Iranians have said they will. And also keep in mind, the Iranian regime is not a good, it's a bad regime. And the thing they care about more than anything else, more than their people, they crushed dissent there just recently. The thing they care about and will fight to preserve is their hold on power. And their street, everyday Iranian citizens are demanding revenge. And not that the Iranian mullahs needed this, but they've got enormous pressure from their population, from their citizens to retaliate. So everyone expects that there will be retaliation. I hope there won't. I hope cooler heads will prevail. And it will take some signals from the president himself that he's committed to de-escalation. But when you see all of our embassies are on alert, when we see that we're sending troops to the region, not bringing them home, when you see the heightened security, unjustified in my view, about Iranian citizens or U.S. citizens of Iranian descent getting grilled at our border areas, it's an indication that our government itself is going on a much higher state of alert in anticipation of a retaliatory action. And the security, of course, at the White House has been enhanced.
Do you have any expectation that the president would abide by or respect any action Congress takes with regard to the war powers?
Not by his conduct as president so far. This is a separate issue, but it's quite important. Since 9/11, there's been an immense buildup in the military and an immense concentration of authority in the president. And we've gotten away from the co-equal branch having to have a debate where each one of us has to vote on this enormously consequential decision as to whether or not those citizens among us who are willing to serve in the military get the benefit of a wise decision rather than a foolish decision. And the president is intensifying this with this action. And again, it's mystifying, but it goes to the impulsive nature of his decision making, is the president has stated repeatedly he wants us to bring the troops home. He doesn't want to be in endless wars in the Middle East. That we're oil independent. We don't even have that reason anymore. Yet this impulsive decision is totally thwarting him achieving his own objectives. And the irony, too, is that people like me would support him in those efforts.
Congressman, some of us have known you for a long time. You do have a different tone today. You are serious about this. You have a different face, you have a different tone.
I've been to Iraq a number of times, in Afghanistan, and I've been to Walter Reed, and I've seen the extraordinary bravery of our soldiers. We lost 5,000 lives in Iraq. We have 20,000 soldiers who suffered crippling injuries. They're suffering. Their families are suffering. There's real consequences to foreign policy decisions. And the most inspiring experience most of us have had in Congress is meeting some of these young men and women who, without complaint, without fear, show up for duty when the president says it's time, and they'll go into Iraq. That decision, their patriotism, deserves that the members of Congress and the president treat these decisions about going to war with enormous gravity, because the people who are paying the price are the soldiers, not the president, not the members of Congress. Our duty is to be as focused and sober-minded as possible before we ask any of our fellow citizens to put that uniform on and risk their lives. And this decision that the president made is such a step towards escalation. And when escalation happens, there's no ability to control where that ends. So yes, I'm very serious about this because of the consequences that can happen to our men and women in uniform and to our country.
Congressman, in your opinion, you're on the Intelligence Committee. What was the proper response, and how do we curb the influence of Iran in Iraq?
Well, two things. There is an enormous amount of discontent in Iraq about Iranian influence. And in fact, Iraqis had burned a consulate. They burned it down. That's how intense the protest was. Why would we get in the way of that? You know, at a certain point, what we know is Iraq has to make a decision whether it wants to have a civil war or create a civil society. So this decision of escalation thwarted that. We should be doing everything we can, obviously, to promote a strong and stable government that meets the needs of its citizens in Iraq, and we should be tough with Iran. But those are day-by-day decisions where you have to take into account what the consequences are and how does it advance or diminish our long-term interest. And our long-term interest clearly is stability.
You said you don't believe the president when you say the wrong intelligence or something. Are you more precise about what you don't believe? Are you referring to, are you saying you don't believe there was any imminent attack?
What it looks like to me is that the president, as he does, was watching TV. He was very upset about the demonstrations around our embassies, understandably so. He wanted to do something decisive. According to the press reports, the military gave him a list of options, and they included, according to the press, this attack on Soleimani, where, according to the reports, they put that in as an extreme example so the other options would look reasonable. And of course, that was a mistake on the part of the military to suggest this as an option. But it was really the responsibility of the president to make a wise decision. So I don't believe it, but that's why I want to look at the raw intelligence and I want to get to the bottom of it.
On another note, what do you make of the news that John Bolton is willing to testify in the Senate?
I think it puts the burden on Senator McConnell to do the right thing. Bolton should testify, Mulvaney should testify, Secretary of Defense should testify, Pompeo should testify, and this is very, very important. Before they testify, we should have access to those emails because they'll say one thing and the emails say another. In order to get the real testimony, we have to have the real evidence, and that's the emails. So Bolton saying he's coming forward, I think, makes it very, very clear that he's willing to testify, and the only reason he wouldn't is because the president is holding him back or McConnell is holding it back.
Do you have any insight from your caucus as to when Speaker Pelosi might transmit these articles of impeachment?
I don't, but I expect it'll be sooner rather than later. I mean, keep in mind, Congress has been in recess until today, so I think it will happen sooner rather than later. But I do think in this period of recess, the question has been raised and really largely answered that Senator McConnell has no interest in a fair trial. He wants a speedy dismissal. But I think the things like Senator Murkowski saying that she may want witnesses, Senator Collins saying that, Mr. Bolton saying that he would be willing to testify, all of that, I think, allows the American people to draw a conclusion and suggest, let's have a fair trial. Let's get to the bottom of it.
Do you think that agreement to bring witnesses, to call witnesses, needs to be in place before the articles are transmitted?
You know, that's kind of a tactical decision. The bottom line here is that at a certain point, we're going to have to trust the Senate to do the right thing. And what's very hard is when Senator McConnell says he's working in close coordination with, in effect, the defendant, with the president, it's very, very difficult to have that confidence. And I mean, the American people are entitled to have a fair trial. And that means one where the senators are impartial jurors. They might be, obviously there's politics here, there's partiality, but there's a duty that the institution has to at least try to get the evidence that backs up or refutes the allegations in the articles of impeachment that we in the House are sending over.
Should we expect further statements from you later today or tomorrow once you've reviewed this?
Well, I won't be, whatever it is I read in the secrecy of the Intel Committee, I won't be able to share. It's one of the reasons I'm pushing for public hearings, because I think that you're entitled, the people I represent are entitled to know what I know, and I want them to know it, and I'm going to be pushing hard for public hearings.
Just to kind of review, you're reading the intel today, and you're not voting.
We're not voting. No. No. There's going to be the speaker's putting together the legislation on war powers and also prohibitions on funding for action in in Iran. Now, I'm supportive of that, and as you know, I'm an original member of the No War in Iraq caucus. My goal is de-escalation here. I mean, I'm extremely upset with the president's decision. I think it's created a significant problem and challenge for our country, significant danger. But I think the more of us that are on the side of de-escalation, the more prospects we have to stabilize the situation.
The previous administration, as well as the administration before that, both had a chance to take out this guy, Soleimani. They decided not to, as I understand it, because they thought that the dangers to the country would be greater than the payoff for removing him. Were you in on any explanations from the Obama administration as to why they made that calculation?
No. Now, keep in mind, Soleimani's gone, but he's been replaced. So whatever the plans were that the president's talking about, they're still in place. And, but what is different is we're sending more troops to the region. Our embassies are on heightened state of alert. There's more security at the White House. There's more security at the border. There is bewilderment among our allies. And the population in Iraq and the population in Iran that was supportive of what our long-term goals were. Iraqi Street was protesting Iranian involvement in Iraq. We want Iran out of Iraq. And the Iranian population that is suffering under the cruel regime was protesting. Now, Iran and Iraq, their citizenry, are united in outrage at the United States. And that all happened as a result of this action by the president. That was the outcome. Now, had the president had a reflective process to make a consequential decision, it's absolutely certain that all of these likely scenarios would have been discussed and considered. And in the cool of the moment, when you start going beyond the impulsive desire to show how tough we are, you start realizing, well, wait a minute, this is not necessarily going to help us, it's going to hurt us. You take a half step back. You know, the president has had some restraint in the Middle East. When our drone was shot down, for example, and he completely lost it here, lost restraint here. So thank you.
I'm Ava.
I'm Ben.
I'm Madison.
I'm Drew.
We're the Disaster Dodgers. And we're here to help you. Be prepared. Once in a while, something happens that you weren't expecting. Very funny, Drew. But if you're prepared for it, you'll know what to do.
The same goes for a disaster.
A disaster is something that could hurt a lot of people, cause damage, or cut off the electricity, phones, or water across a large area.
Like when a hurricane caused our town to lose power for 4 days.
Or when we got snowed in by the blizzard.
And we didn't have to go to school for 2 weeks. Yes!
There are other things that are bad or dangerous too, like hazards and emergencies.
A hazard is a source of danger. For example, a pile of dried out wood near a gas can that's right next to a home would be a fire hazard.
And fast rushing water over a road poses a flood hazard.
How about an emergency, like when I'm starving and I need a burger now?
A real emergency is something that happens to an individual or a small group of people.
Like a home fire, where you have to call 911 for help.
911, what's your emergency? How is an emergency different from a disaster?
A disaster affects a lot of people and causes a lot of emergencies.
Whether it's a disaster, emergency, or hazard, we all need to be prepared.
And now, with the help of some very special guests, we're going to show you the kinds of disasters you need to prepare for, starting with fire.
Whoa!
And severe weather.
Really, really bad weather.
Like a tornado or a hurricane.
Or extreme cold.
Or extreme heat.
And there's another kind of disaster.
An attack by giants?
Earthquakes.
Don't those just happen in California?
Actually, they can happen almost anywhere in the country.
Okay, we get the idea, Quake. All kinds of disasters can and do happen at any time and anywhere. Luckily, there are two really important things you and your family can do to get ready for one.
First, have your family make a family communications plan.
That way, everyone in your family will know what to do when a disaster comes, and how to get in touch with each other.
Like sending texts when phone lines are busy and calls don't go through.
I am safe at Brian's house.
Second, make sure your family puts together a family emergency kit.
Fill it with everything your family would need if you suddenly had no access to food, water, power, or shelter. Your family's kit may need special items, like medication.
And don't forget to check on family members and neighbors who may need help in a disaster.
So talk to your family about making a plan and emergency kit.
I'm gonna do it tonight.
Always remember, when it comes to disasters,
be informed.
Make a plan.
Get prepared.
And go to ready.gov to find out more.
When the sky turns gray, rain becomes ice, and temperatures continue to drop, you'll ask yourself, how prepared or unprepared are you? Did you winterize your home? Remove the leaves from the gutters? Insulate and caulk so you're less likely to shutter? Does everyone in the family know the winter weather plan? What to do, where to stay, and how to get in touch? Are your emergency kits ready? Is your radio on? Once the snow and ice starts and the temperature drops, stay where you are. Bring Fido in. If the power lines snap, you've got to stay warm. Dress in layers. Wear mittens and a hat. Do what you have to do. But never, ever do that. If for some reason you get stuck on the road, make sure you're prepared. Know what to do if this happens to you. After the storm has passed and the roads are safe, restock your emergency kits. Another storm could be on its way, so before the sky turns gray, rain becomes ice, and temperatures continue to drop, get prepared, make a plan, and figure out how you're going to stay safe and warm. America's Preparathon. Be smart. Take part.
Ready to go. So thank you all for coming today. My name is Lauren Hurl, and I'm the Executive Director of Vermont Conservation Voters. I'm speaking today on behalf of a diverse group of 30 organizations representing low-income advocates, businesses, environmental groups, youth leaders, health professionals, and others who have come together to call on our elected officials to enact a 4-point climate plan. We believe implementing this platform will be a critical step forward to ensure Vermont does our part on climate change, while growing our economy and actively working to improve equity in the state, which includes how we help lower-income Vermonters transition to more clean, healthy, and affordable solutions, and ensuring climate solutions benefit communities in all parts of the state. It is time for action matching the seriousness of this crisis. Since the legislature adjourned last year, Vermonters have been calling for climate action in unprecedented numbers and with an urgency we've never seen before. The science continues to get increasingly stark, underscoring the urgency of acting swiftly to transform to a low-carbon economy. Australia is on fire. There was record warmth in New England just this past weekend. The Arctic is melting at unprecedented speeds. The science is so alarming that scientists all over the globe stood up and declared that we are in a climate emergency. We are encouraged to see that many of our elected leaders in Vermont are stepping up to the challenge. Climate action is a top priority of Speaker Mitzi Johnson and Senate President Pro Tem Tim Ash this year. The Climate Solutions Caucus has been working incredibly hard all summer and fall to hear from Vermonters across the state and craft policies that will advance climate action, economic opportunities, equity, and resilience. We know there's strong public support for climate action. VCV and VPIRG commissioned a poll in early December of over 700 Vermont voters, and it found overwhelming support across the state for climate policy platform that we're presenting today, with at least 3 out of 4 Vermonters supporting each of the policy proposals that we're talking about, and a strong majority of Vermonters who said they're very concerned about global warming and want elected officials who will take action. With scientific urgency, public support, and legislative leadership, we have a critical opportunity for climate action in 2020. But we also need leadership from Governor Scott. We need a vision and a plan coming from the administration. We're glad that he's excited about the fun new electric vehicles coming on the market, but without the policies and investments needed to help people buy more efficient vehicles and access other climate solutions, we know that we won't get where we need to go. Under Governor Scott's leadership, for the first time in years, we've lost jobs in the clean energy sector. We've halted progress on wind energy, and our solar energy progress has slowed down. But we know we can get back on track. And by supporting and signing these policies, Governor Scott can live up to his words when he strongly declared Vermont was still in for meeting the Paris Climate Accord commitments. We're presenting today a climate action plan that, if enacted, will represent essential, meaningful progress. At VCV, support and leadership on enacting this climate action plan is what we will be educating voters about and holding elected officials accountable to during election season. Our platform includes a 4-point plan to work together to create the framework and initial policies and investments to put us on track to meeting our own state climate commitments. First, we need a Global Warming Solutions Act that will hold state government accountable to developing the plans and policies needed to, at long last, hit the climate targets we have committed to as a state. Second, we must require our utilities to achieve 100% clean, renewable electricity by 2030. Third, we must modernize our energy-efficient utilities so they can focus on driving down greenhouse gas pollution as they continue to do their long-standing, impactful work to improve electric efficiency. And finally, we must join the Transportation and Climate Initiative and use the revenues in an equitable, just way to invest in transportation solutions that will benefit Vermonters and communities across the state. You'll hear from several speakers now about why we need to act and how we can shape solutions to benefit our children, our health, and the most vulnerable in our state while growing jobs and our economy. First, I'm going to invite up Seth Fisher-Olvera from St. George and Vermont Common School.
My name is Seth Fisher-Olvera. I live in St. George, Vermont, and I'm a senior at Vermont Common School in South Burlington. I'm a member of the Vermont Youth Lobby, and I was a delegate at the Vermont Youth Climate Congress. I'm here as a member of the generation least responsible for the Climate Congress, and the generation that will live with the consequences of continued inaction. I'm here to say this as clearly as I can. Governor Phil Scott and the legislature are not doing enough to address the climate crisis. Climate change threatens our economy, our environment, and the way Vermonters live their lives. The decisions made this year in this building will affect young Vermonters for generations to come. For decades, elected officials have been aware of the danger that greenhouse gases pose, but they haven't taken action to protect young Vermonters. In fact, since 1990, carbon pollution has risen 13% in Vermont, while it has fallen in every other New England state, in New York and in Quebec. And this is unacceptable. At the Vermont Youth Climate Congress last year, over 170 student delegates from 44 schools from across the state convened to declare a climate emergency. In addition, we recommended more than 20 concrete steps that the state can take to reduce emissions, including the 4 banner proposals being announced today. Speaking as a delegate, I think it's fair to say that the young Vermonters want bolder action, more ambition, and faster results than are proven today. But we must get started. This is an urgent and unprecedented global emergency. Vermont must play a role in this fight, and young Vermonters are demanding our government play its part. So while these bills won't be enough, let's pass them all this year and get to work reducing pollution and protecting the future. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to welcome up Dr. David Rand, Assistant Professor of Medicine at the University of Vermont and a member of the Vermont Climate and Health Alliance.
Good morning. I'm Dr. David Rand. I'm pleased to be here on behalf of the Vermont Climate and Health Alliance, representing hundreds of health professionals across Vermont who are supporting the Climate Action Plan announced here this morning. As your doctors, nurses, veterinarians, and other healthcare providers, you expect us to act to protect your health. You expect us to say what needs to be said. As stewards of the health of Vermont's people, we are obligated to speak out. Let's start with a global picture. In the fall of 2018, 100 leading medical and health organizations representing over 6 million healthcare professionals declared climate change is a global health emergency. The World Health Organization lists the top 10 threats to human health annually. Climate change topped the list in 2019. I expect the same this year. Nationally, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention predict severe health risks to all Americans. The American Psychiatric Association reminds us that climate change does not just affect the physical body, but also significantly impacts our mental health. Here are just a few examples of what my colleagues and I are seeing in Vermont in our daily work, because climate change is here already. Our patients with lung disease are the first to notice hot weather, and they call us when it is very hot or humid outside because they can't breathe. It's not just our lung disease patients who are hurting. People with virtually any chronic medical illness are more prone to exacerbation of other ailments on the hottest days of the year. And the Vermont Public Health Association tells us that every day the average temperature in Vermont reaches at least 87 degrees, there is an additional death among Vermonters aged 65 or older. Both in the clinic and the hospital, we are caring for an increasing number of patients with serious consequences of tick-borne illnesses, such as Lyme disease and anaplasmosis. The most vulnerable Vermonters are the most threatened by changes coming at us: the elderly, people in poverty, children, and people with disabilities. They are hit first and hardest. 2 years ago, the Vermont Climate and Health Alliance joined with the Vermont Medical Association, the Vermont Public Health Association, and other leading Vermont medical and health groups in sending a letter to the legislature stating that the science was clear and unequivocal. Climate change was poised to become the major threat to human health in the 21st century. Our message to the legislature, to the governor and to all Vermonters today is that our collective patient, the earth, is in worse condition than it was just 2 years ago. Our patient has a fever, low blood pressure, and it is in the intensive care unit. Left unchecked by the time Vermont's school-age children are our age, climate pollution will shatter many systems that we all need for health and security. We created this problem together. We will only get out of it if we sacrifice together. The time for inaction and trying to protect the status quo is over. In keeping with our oath as medical and health professionals to protect the health and well-being of our fellow Vermonters, the Vermont Climate and Health Alliance is here today to state our unequivocal support for this platform. And I'm proud to also report that the Vermont Medical Society, the state's largest physician membership organization, representing over 2,400 physicians, medical students, and physician assistants, has signed onto this plan as well. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to welcome up Erhard Manka from the Vermont Affordable Housing Coalition.
Thank you, Lauren, and thank you, Dr. Rand. My name is Erhard Manka, and I'm here representing the Vermont Affordable Housing Coalition and the tens of thousands of low and moderate income Vermonters that our members serve. Our coalition is made up of over 90 organizations that include the state's affordable housing developers, housing authorities, homeless service providers, low-income advocates, and anti-poverty agencies. Our coalition is here today to join the call to the Vermont legislature and to Governor Scott at last to support climate action, climate actions that are necessary for Vermont and live up to its climate commitments. So why do housing and homeless organizations support these actions? Because we understand that climate change is a low-income issue. Climate change is a housing issue. When we look at the impacts of climate change, low-income Vermonters are disproportionately impacted. They suffer the greatest consequences from our increasingly extreme weather. They live in the most risk-prone locations, the most vulnerable structures, and are the slowest to recover from climate events. As just one example, those most affected by Tropical Storm Irene were low-income residents in mobile home parks, one of which, Tri-Park Mobile Home Park in Brattleboro, with 333 lots, is the largest in the state and is still struggling to recover 8 years later. That storm drives home an important point. The climate crisis will impact Vermont and Vermonters and is already doing so. That's not a reason not to act, though. Far from it. Doing right, climate action builds stronger communities and safeguards against the impacts that are on their way. Every policy in this platform can and should make Vermont communities from Burlington to Brunswick more resilient against the impacts of climate change. The other reality is that climate actions like weatherizing low-income families' homes and building housing that is both affordable and efficient aren't just good for the climate. These actions directly make the lives of families all around the state immeasurably easier and better. These actions not only help lower our carbon footprint, they lower the overall cost of the housing, making it more affordable for the low-income Vermonters they serve, all while creating good-paying jobs that boost our economy and keep our hard-earned dollars in state instead of exporting them through the purchase of fossil fuels. Members of the Vermont Affordable Housing Coalition are taking climate action every day, but the work we're doing and the individual choices so many Vermonters and Vermont businesses are making are simply not enough on their own. The governor and the legislature need to join us in taking Vermont's climate commitments seriously, and that is why we stand behind the 2020 Climate Action Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to welcome up Jordan Giaconia from Vermont Businesses for Social Responsibility.
Morning, everyone. So my name is Jordan Giaconia. I'm a public policy manager with Vermont Businesses for Social Responsibility. VBSR is a business association representing over 730 business members in every industry and every county across the state, united in our shared mission to advance an ethic that protects the natural, human, and economic environments of Vermont as a business thrives. From global brands like Ben & Jerry's and Burton to small startups like Mamava, VBSR members are some of the most successful and iconic businesses in our state who together shape the Vermont brand. If the legislature and governor are in need of inspiration, we ask that they look no further than many of our leading businesses who are already taking steps to reduce their emissions and move toward energy independence. It comes as no surprise that these companies are deeply worried about the looming threat of climate change and increasingly optimistic about the economic opportunities bold climate action presents. Climate change is without question the single greatest threat to Vermont's communities, ecosystems, and our shared way of life. Spring is arriving earlier, heavy rainstorms are becoming commonplace, and our summers are hotter and drier than ever. Meanwhile, more frequent and severe storms cause floods that cost us millions and damage property and infrastructure. From winter recreation to local food and drink-driven tourism industries, these changes disrupt nearly every facet of our state's economy, and we can no longer afford half measures. Despite widespread bipartisan support for Vermont's greenhouse gas reduction goals and a standing commitment to the Paris Climate Agreement, Vermont's lingering dependency on fossil fuel continues to keep our emissions on the rise and our economy stifled. Rather than exporting billions of dollars on out-of-state fossil fuels, we urge Vermont legislature and governor to advance renewable energy and efficiency solutions that will move us off of imported fossil fuels, curb greenhouse gas emissions, and reinvest those dollars into building a new innovation workforce, ensuring a just transition into a clean energy future for all Vermonters. Failure to do so will put our communities at risk and all but ignore one of the greatest wealth-generating opportunities in our history. VBSR has long advocated for a triple bottom line of people, planet, and prosperity. And I'm here today to tell you that none of these values are mutually exclusive. Together, through local investment, equity, and accountability, we can tackle climate change, build a thriving economy, and put the green back in Green Mountain State.
Last but never least, Paul Burns from the Vermont Public Interest Research Group.
Thanks, Lauren. All right, so this is it. Just 2 more minutes. Thanks everybody for being here. Good morning again. My name is Paul Burns. I'm the Executive Director of VPIRG, the Vermont Public Interest Research Group. We're the largest consumer and environmental advocacy organization in Vermont. I want to start by thanking all the members of the 30 organizations who have joined in this call for bold climate action today. That we face a climate crisis, a climate emergency, is undeniable. Every city, state, and nation understands that scientific fact has a responsibility to take action that is equal to the challenge that we face. As you all know, Vermont has not yet met that challenge, not by a long shot. But as Lauren and others have rightly pointed out, leaders in the Vermont House and Senate are stepping up and supporting the kinds of policies that are needed to move our state from merely talking the talk on climate to actually walking the walk. Now it's Governor Scott's turn. More than 2 years ago, he proudly proclaimed that we're still in after President Trump announced that he was pulling the United States out of the Paris Climate Accord. Since then, there's been more talk but very little action from the governor. If Governor Scott does, in fact, support Vermont's own climate commitments, as he says he does, it is time for him to show it. It's time for him to lead, follow, or get out of the way of legislators who are proposing real solutions this year. Now, we genuinely hope that the governor will step up. But it's action more than words that we need now. And let me be clear, if the sum total of what an elected official supports will clearly fall short of putting Vermont on a track to achieve our climate commitments, then that elected official does not support our state's climate commitments, period. That's why it's so heartening to see the breadth and depth of support for bills like the Global Warming Solutions Act and the Senate's just released 100% by 2030 bill. Holding elected officials accountable is part of what we all do, but we're far more interested in working with them to achieve the solutions to the problems that we face together. In 2020, our 30 organizations and the tens of thousands of members that we support, that we represent, are committed to working with all state leaders who are willing to treat the climate crisis as the emergency that it is. Thanks.
Thank you so much, and we would now be happy to answer any questions you might have. Answered it all. Great.
I just had one question. So when we look at the TCI, and I don't really know how to formulate the question, but some people are saying it's going to raise the price of a tank or a gallon of gasoline about 17, 18 cents. That's one reason that the governor has kind of come out against it, saying he can't support any more fees on low-income Vermonters. Where do we draw that line? How do we balance that?
I can take a first stab, but others feel free to jump in. I mean, I think an important context of the Transportation Climate Initiative is really looking at that as a regional approach to addressing what is Vermont's leading greenhouse gas emission sector, our transportation sector, and it's really taking seriously how do we transform it so we're getting more Vermonters into alternative vehicles, cleaner, healthier, more affordable vehicles. And so the key part that is missing from if we just focus on the cap that's being put on pollution and the fee that fossil fuel companies would pay is the investment that could bring tens of millions of dollars to Vermont and help Vermonters transition to better transportation alternatives.
I would also say, I'm Johanna Miller, I'm the Energy and Climate Program Director at the Vermont Natural Resources Council, that Vermonters are already bearing a high cost right now, so doing something about it is intended to assuage that a little bit. Most importantly, it's also to put in the context of 17 cents is about a decade out. We've paid more. The difference between what we were paying in gas this summer and what we are paying now in the city of Montpelier is far more than 17 cents. So I just want to say, and let me tell you right now, as you heard from others, about 80% of that cost that we are paying goes out of state. So this is a proactive proposal, a starting point to make sure that we are reducing emissions in our most carbon polluting intensive sector and using those dollars to reinvest in solutions that will save Vermonters money over the long term. So let's put the frame in context to say that it's really intended to be a long-term sort of economic protection for Vermonters.
What kind of assistance can be given to private utility companies in Vermont to help them reach the goal by 2030 to providing 100% renewable? That's a tall task in the next 10 years.
Hi, Olivia Campbell, Renewable Energy Vermont, Executive Director. So the state's largest utility, Green Mountain Power, last year already made a commitment to move and achieve 100% renewable electricity by 2030. So what we know is that climate change and the changes that we are experiencing with increased storm events are increasing the cost of all of our energy and our electricity system now. Green Mountain Power has spent over $25 million in the last 4 years responding to storm events, and that costs Vermonters money. So the more we can power our community with local renewable electricity, it creates greater resilience and has the impact of reducing costs in both the short term and the long term. So does that answer your question?
I was just curious if there was any ideas as to like assistance that might be provided to other smaller utility companies in different parts of the state that maybe Green Mountain Power doesn't cover, companies that maybe have some more catching up to do.
Sure. Well, we do actually have two small utilities, Burlington Electric Department and Washington Electric Co-op, that provide 100% renewable electricity now to their members. So I'm not sure it's a matter of incentives for utilities is what it addresses. I believe that this is really proposed to grow our local economy and increase our climate resilience and lower electricity costs with local renewable electricity. because we, Vermonters pay very high amounts of money every year for transporting electricity through the ISO New England grid. We're part of a regional grid. And the more that we can generate our electricity locally, then we save on those costs.
Questions?
Back to TCI for a minute. How would you envision the state of Vermont would spend the tens of millions of dollars it would get from TCI to join? Is there any sense of what
I would say that's a state of Vermont decision, and I think there are many conversations already underway about how to best use those dollars and a commitment to ensuring that those dollars go back into the communities who need help, rural communities, go back to low-income Vermonters who need help in making the transition. So I think the good news is that we have agency over that, and that the commitment and principle to helping Vermonters who need it the most, rural, low-income, vulnerable Vermonters, will lead that conversation, and we get to participate in that if we move forward with making this really important commitment.
And I guess one last question for TCI as well. So, of course, Governor Scott kind of has his reservations, but also in Massachusetts, Governor Baker has sort of expressed a little doubt, politicians down in Rhode Island as well. So with it being such a large coalition, right, I mean, why should Vermonters believe in TCI and the effects that it can have if we see throughout New England people having doubt?
Well, Vermonters can take solace in that it's a proven approach. We have participated in the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative for many years. Republican Governor Jim Douglas entered into this regional program to cap emissions in the electric sector. That program has worked. Our emissions have gone down. The economies in New England and the Northeast are among the strongest. And so we have a proven approach. It's a foundational step forward, and we can improve it over time. But I think to Kevin's question, I think we are committed in the state of Vermont to reducing greenhouse gas emissions in a way that protects vulnerable, low-income rural Vermonters as well. So it's a great opportunity.
Anything else? Thank you all so much.
Before you run, I just want to say, these are all fair questions, but I just wanted to add that, you know, failing to act on this climate emergency is not doing a favor to any Vermonters. It's not doing a favor to low-income Vermonters or anyone else by failing to act. It's like being unwilling to call the fire department when your house is on fire because you're worried that your taxes might go up to pay for that fire engine. That's not going to solve the problem. We need solutions, and we need leadership now. And the governor simply saying, I care, I believe in science, but I'm unwilling to act is no longer enough. We need to see leadership. We need it to happen now.
Thank you. All right. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.